Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a restful night and enjoyed our dinner yesterday. I certainly loved seeing Icelandic Bollywood moves, so thanks for dancing the night away with us. We have a great program ahead, and we're starting with video messages. So I'll introduce each one of them, and then we'll have them play. We're starting with Isabelle Durand, Deputy Secretary General of UNCTAD, UNCTAD, and it's going to play right now.
Ladies and maybe gentlemen, first of all, I regret not being able to be with you today, but allow me to share with you a few global remarks. When women are becoming better represented in sector when they were so far underrepresented, a few political scientists, often men, are trying to use these reasons to explain why those sectors are perceived as less prestigious, less strong, less important in the society. It was the case in schools, in university, in medicine, in justice, and more recently political sector, parliament, and slowly in government. So the women are become more represented in those sectors. But I think that the political analysts are wrong. It's the opposite. When a sector loses its prestige, when he loses the male majority, he wins in accessibility, humanity, inclusivity. And I think that it's a chance to be more gender balanced in those sectors. And even with a majority of women, it could be very interesting for all the society. And between the chicken and the egg, I definitely prefer the chicken as the egg. As first woman since 50 years in the Secretariat of UNCTAD, the UN Conference for Trade and Development, in a development perspective, I fully support and try to propagate the female leaderships, what's absolutely not natural. Women are in those countries surrepresented in the informal sector. But when it becomes formal, they disappear. And in the SMEs, in all the formal sector, and formal economic sector, we count very few women. I think that the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals, so important for all the society, are really universal and have to be achieved through a gender balance. So I hope that your discussion during those 2 days will be, first of all, pleasant, fruitful, able to give to each of you more energy to be more active in their own capacity or sector, and maybe to be more gender champion and make other gender champion also with men, because I think, of course, that it's not a fight between women and men, but a fight for all the society. So I'm sure that you will have pleasant and fruitful discussion, and I hope to see you maybe after in other places of meeting to work further. Thank you for your attention.
Great. This was Isabelle Durand from UNCTAD. Next, we have Julian King, Commissioner for Security Union, European Commission, European Union.
Gender issues have been in the EU's bloodstream since the very beginning, when the Treaty of Rome included equal pay as an objective of the new European Economic Community. Now this commitment is embedded and mainstreamed in all our work as part of the EU's gender equality strategy, including in the field of security, where there are many gender-related issues that we work on. Take people trafficking, for example. It's a horrific crime that claims hundreds of thousands of victims each year across the EU, often based on irregular migration and having strong links with organized crime. The great majority of the victims are women or girls. It's a reminder that a lack of security at our borders has a very real human cost. And the EU strategy aims to not just prevent such trafficking and prosecute those who mastermind it, but also to identify, protect, and help those who are its victims. Another part of our work is, of course, fighting terrorism and the radicalization towards poisonous or violent extremist ideologies that very often lies at its root. When you look at perpetrators of some of the horrible terrorist attacks that we've experienced, or at those who've traveled abroad to fight for Daesh, the great majority, although not all of them by any means, are men. Yet the solution may often lie with frontline practitioners, people within our communities, like teachers, social services, prison workers, who are in a position to identify and confront the problem of radicalization at first hand, early on. Women in particular can be real agents of change within our communities on these issues. The EU's Radicalization Awareness Network has documented many very worthwhile counter-violent extremism initiatives which involve women or have a gender dimension. Many of the new threats we face are online cyber threats. Yet Europe faces a cyber skills gap, a shortage of some 350,000 workers, we estimate. Many women and girls are put off following this kind of career path, though there are huge opportunities. This is going to be one of the key skills of the future. Again, there are many initiatives to encourage more women and men to get involved, to work on cyber skills, which is going to be a key contributor to our future cyber security. To tackle all of these issues, we need top quality women and men working at every level. The EU Law Enforcement Agency, Europol, has also taken up the cause of the gender gap for those working in law enforcement. There is still much work to be done, but progress has been made. And I'm pleased to say, as one example, that the European Parliament's new Terrorism Committee is not just 50% female membership, but it has an absolutely excellent chair in Natalie Griesbeck. We rightly focus on the difficulties and barriers women can face in the workplace, which can sometimes go beyond discrimination to harassment or, in the very worst cases, criminal violence. It remains important both to draw attention to these problems, but also continue the struggle for gender equality and celebrate the positive achievements of women political leaders. It's not just the responsibility of women to do this. I'm delighted to play my small part. I greatly support and encourage movements like Women Political Leaders that champion and support women in leadership roles. And I wish you all the best for this, your annual summit.
And this was Gillian King from the European Union. Next, we have Selina Cesar Chavan, Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of International Development, Canada.
Hello, bonjour. I'm so happy to be part of this summit of women political leaders, if only virtually. Women must have an equal voice in politics and in their communities. And as the theme of this year's Global Summit says, I have no doubt that we can do it. We must challenge the discrimination that prevents women from playing a meaningful role in their homes and workplaces, all the way to the highest levels of government. Canada, for example, may have a gender-balanced cabinet, but we only have 26% women representatives in Parliament. Female participation in many African legislatures outpaces that in many developed countries. We have a lot to learn from each other, and we have a long way to go. That is why Canada recently launched a feminist international assistance policy and a national action plan on women, peace, and security, which promotes women's leadership in conflict prevention and resolution. We believe that the best way to build a more peaceful, prosperous, and inclusive world is to advance gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. We believe that women should have a full access to all leadership positions. They should be able to participate fully in decision-making in all spheres, social, political, economic, and others. We must break down the structural barriers to women's participation, because when women and girls are involved in all stages of decision-making, the policies and programs that result benefit everyone. Empowered women will help build a better world for all. We can do it.
This was Selina Cesar-Chavannes from Canada. Next, we have Rose Gottemoeller, Deputy Secretary General of NATO.
Hello, everyone. I am delighted to have this opportunity to speak with you, although I am sorry that I could not join you in Reykjavik for this World Summit of Women Political Leaders. Political leaders have a vital role to play on a daily basis in the lives of women, men, families, and communities around the world. And yet, the fact remains that 50% of the world's population is not equally represented within the leadership of our local, national, and international institutions. The persistent underrepresentation of women at senior levels not only reinforces existing inequalities and outmoded ideas of gender roles. When we don't include the perspective of women in our political discussions and decisions, we miss out on countless opportunities to improve our economies and the well-being of our societies more broadly. Studies have shown that increasing the participation of women economically and politically has a significant positive impact on those societies. So let's be clear. Increasing the participation of women in political leadership is not just about upholding principles of equality or equal opportunity. It is not just the right thing to do, it is the smart thing to do. Involving women in the leadership of our societies results in better outcomes, and not just for women and children, but for everyone concerned. The issue of women in leadership has garnered increased attention in recent years. Over the course of my career, I have certainly seen major changes, both in attitudes and approaches to the participation of women in leadership roles. I have worked in the security and defense arena for most of my career, and in that time, I have seen things start to shift. I have often been the only woman at the table in a high-level meeting or negotiation. While this is sometimes still the case, it is much less common than it used to be. And I know what it is to be the first woman to occupy a seat where only men have sat before me, which is the case in my current role as the Deputy Secretary General of NATO. This kind of progress has been increasingly visible throughout NATO in recent years. I'm very proud that now 9 women serve as ambassadors to NATO from our member countries, and I'm very proud to say that 7 female defense ministers represented their countries at our defense ministerial meeting earlier this month. We have more women in our military structures as well, including in leadership positions. These women are shaping policy, changing mindsets, and driving continued forward momentum. So things are changing, and we are a crucial part of driving that change. It is our responsibility as women and as leaders who seek fairer and better decisions to be here, to be the best advocates we can be, not only for other women, but for the particular communities that we serve. Thank you all again for the opportunity to contribute to this Summit of Women Political Leaders. I applaud your dedication and leadership, and I wish you all the best for a successful conference.
And this was Rose Gottemoeller from NATO. Next, we have Frans Timmermans, first Vice President of the European Commission, European Union.
Hello, Reykjavik. I'm sorry that I can't be with you in person today, but I'm very pleased to send this message of strong support from the European Commission in Brussels. As I record this message, we are in the final stages of preparation for our Fundamental Rights Colloquium on women's rights in turbulent times. We are indeed going through turbulent times, but we are also seeing the emergence of a new generation of feminists, both male and female. I'm so pleased to know that your theme this year is one of hope. We can do it. A powerful and empowering statement. It's something that I want my daughters and yours to say with convictions and confidence. You have made it to the top of your professions by punching through the glass ceiling. Now, together, we must shatter the ceiling so it is no longer there for future generations. We need more women on company boards. We need equal pay for women. And we need better parental leave for both women and men to promote a fairer sharing of domestic and economic responsibilities. The European Commission has made proposals on all these things, and we will keep driving them forward. Nothing is achieved without struggle, and every struggle needs its leaders. And I would like to conclude by both congratulating and encouraging all of you on your leadership and assure you the full support of the European Commission in your fight for equality. Thank you for this opportunity to address this unique gathering of female leaders. I wish you an empowering and inspiring meeting.
And this was Frans Timmermans from the European Commission. Next, we have a special statement from Nancy Pelosi, Minority Leader, House of Representatives of the United States, which would be read by Liam.
Friends, welcome to the Women Political Leaders Global Summit. How wonderful that so many esteemed members of our international community have gathered in Reykjavik, Iceland, to share best practices and strategies to address the critical global issues of equality, fairness, and rights for women and girls. The Women Political Leaders Annual Global Summit comes at a crucial time for international leaders to join together and ensure that equality is valued and upheld by every nation's government. The mission of the Women Political Leaders Global Forum to connect influential women political leaders and share best legislative practices is essential in ensuring that women can further succeed in public services around the globe. Many thanks for the essential work that the Women Political Leaders Global Forum and the Council of Women Leaders accomplishes every year. Best wishes for a successful and memorable 2017 Annual Global Summit. When women succeed, the world succeeds. Thank you.
Wonderful. And last but not least, our video message of the series is Malala Yousafzai, Nobel Laureate and UN Messenger of Peace.
Hello to all my friends at Women's Political Forum. First of all, thank you so much for all that you are doing, standing up for women's rights, equality, and their education. And this is what I believe in. If we want to empower women, if we want to empower girls, we have to invest in their education. That is their future, so we are investing in their future. So we have to join hands, we have to work together on this. And by working together, we can make this dream a reality, we can make it possible. So thank you once again for all that you're doing, and I'm looking forward to doing even more and joining hands in this.
Short but sweet, always inspiring, Malala. So I wanted to introduce my dear colleague, the wonderful Asita Kanko, Senior Advisor to WPL. She will be your Master of Ceremony for the rest of the day. Asita?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to join you. I would like to introduce a wonderful Icelandic woman who is going to be the moderator of the first panel. So this is Hala Tómasdóttir. I was just discussing with her because she was a presidential candidate in 2016 and previously a successful businesswoman and a very inspiring Very inspiring initiative. And what she told me, I asked her, how was it? How did she feel when she decided to run? And she said, this was one of the most difficult things I decided to do. But afterwards, you are so happy you did it and you tried it. I wanted to share that because most of the time we think it's easy to run or only superwomen can do it, but actually all of us can try difficult things. So please welcome Hala Thomas-Dottir on stage.
Good morning. How are you this morning? You are the courageous people who woke up after the big party. Welcome to you. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so honored to be here. I want to start with a short personal story before I invite the panel onto the stage. I was 7 years old when women in Iceland took the day off or went on a strike and did no work. And this happened to be on my mother's birthday. And at the age of 7, my biggest concern was, is there going to be any cake? There was very little cake because my mom and her 7 sisters went on a strike. And I learned 2 very valuable lessons that day that changed my life forever. The first lesson was, when women are not at work, nothing works. It's as simple as that, because nothing worked in Iceland that day when women did no work at home or in their professional roles. The second lesson I learned that day, when I observed the courage and the solidarity and the sisterhood of women in Iceland, was that if women decide to matter, and they do so together, they actually change the world. So ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to be here in front of you, because I believe that in this room are the sisters, and I include the good men that are here in that word, the sisters who are going to change the world for the better. Thank you. We are going to talk about why we want to do trade or do business rather than war. I know we all agree on it, but we hope to not just learn about the challenges that face us in doing international trade for women, but also to learn some best practices. And to help us with that, I would like to welcome onto the stage, first, Arantxa Gonzalez, the Executive Director of the International Trade Center. I'm just going to count her name. Welcome, Arantxa. Then Ana Guevara, a former athlete who used to run 400 meters for Mexico, but now is a Mexican senator. Ana, please welcome on stage. Helen Hay, who is the United Nations Industrial Development Organization Goodwill Ambassador and CEO of Made in Africa Initiative. Welcome, Helen. And Hayat Bouferachane, Vice President of the House of Representatives from Morocco. And last but not least, we have an honorary sister amongst us, Javier Maroto, a Spanish politician from the People's Party, previously mayor of the capital city of Basque Country. Welcome on stage. All right, did I wake you up? Good. Well, I'm really honored to have such distinguished people with us this morning. And I hope we can have an informal, informative, and fun conversation. And because I had the good luck and good fortune of sitting next to Arantxa last night, and please know that in the style of our former president, Vigdís, who explained to you yesterday that we use first names in Iceland, I am politely asking the permission to do the Icelandic tradition today and use first names. Is everyone all right with that? Thank you. So I would like to ask Arantxa to begin, and I'm going to ask then each one of them to give us a few minutes of their background and why they believe trade matters to us. Arantxa, if you would start.
All right, good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be back with this family to talk about two of my favorite subjects. One, trade to women. The two go together, despite what we'll be discussing this morning. Why trade? Because trade is an incredible source of, to boost growth. Because trade is an amazing source to boost competitiveness. Why women? Because only 1 in 5 exporting companies are women-owned businesses. So we have an amazing opportunity in our economies to grow through trade, to become more competitive, to pay better wages through that, but only 1 in 5 exporting companies are women-owned companies. So do we have this by desire, that is, women-owned businesses don't want to participate in international trade, or is it by design? Or is it that they can't participate in international trade? This is the question that we have been asking ourselves in the International Trade Center for many years now. And the conclusion of our, the conclusion to our question is very simple. There are specific constraints that women face when they try to participate in international trade that make them less able to benefit from this, again, engine of growth. What are these constraints? Because this is a bit what we need to discuss today. What are these constraints and how can we tackle them? These constraints are essentially, one, laws and regulations that discriminate women compared to men. There is more than 90% of countries in this world that have at least a law, a regulation that discriminates women compared to men in the economy. And this is where you, many of you sitting in parliaments, can change the laws, because laws are changed in parliaments. Number two, more difficulties than men-owned businesses to access credit. So for the business part of the room, in particular the financial sector, this is an important consideration to keep in mind. Three, because women have less time for remunerated activities. They spend more time on average than men in non-remunerated activities, families, children, which limits their ability to use their time for remunerated activities. And then a whole host of problems related to limited access to networks, business networks, limited access to quality infrastructure that is very important if you're going to participate in trade. So this is why, with these considerations in mind, that we decided to launch an initiative which we have called She Trades, with which we want to connect 1 million women to markets by 2020. The good news is that in the space of over a year, we are now more close to this 1 million. The bad news is that we have 1 billion women disconnected from markets. So the task ahead of us is gigantic. So with this short introduction, Hala, I hope to, again, entice all of us to act, to connect more women-owned businesses to international trade.
Thank you very much, Arantxa. And we will visit some of those challenges and opportunities again. Anna, may I ask you to please introduce yourself and tell us why trade matters?
Yeah, sure. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy coming back again to Iceland and be with all of you. Well, for me, I think it's very important that because, in fact, I born in the border with Mexico and U.S., and when I was a child, a lot of the women work in the maquila. It's very easy to take a work there, but was very cheapest to work in the maquila. So wherever I think it's very necessary taking account about the adequate, the good work and actions in trade politics can negatively affect some industries or jobs for the women. And also, that jobs not only works for the women to make shoes or toys or very easy work. It's very the trade is very lowest, and I mean in this issue, I think we need to remember that trade is not the end of the end in itself, but a tool to create better jobs, great prosperity, and reduce the global poverty. To avoid an spiral and a low growth and protectionism, it is necessary to ensure that trade is beneficial to everyone. I mean, thus it's not only do we need to macroeconomic politics in the boss trade, but it's expected to grow by only 2.4% in this year. So we also require to active the macroeconomic politics and also increase the investment in the education, training, and job search and assistance and additional social protection, housing and credit policies for the most vulnerable sectors and the population in the world, not only in the first countries. I mean, all the world needs is the women's. We are everywhere, so we are very good capital to the trade.
Absolutely. Thank you, Anna. And Hayat, if I may pass it to you. And Hayat will be speaking in French, which will delight some, but requires me to use a translation device. Thank you, Hayat.
Thank you. Bonjour tout le monde. Excellences, chers collègues parlementaires, honorable assistance. Permettez-moi d'abord de me présenter. Je suis Hayat Boufarachen, vice-présidente de la Chambre des représentants marocains. C'est avec beaucoup de plaisir et de fierté que je participe aujourd'hui à cet événement si important en présence des membres de la délégation marocaine, à savoir la députée Badia, la députée Madame Aftati Asma et bien évidemment Monsieur le diplomate Monsieur Baki. Je félicite les organisateurs d'en faire un carrefour universel annuel de l'excellence et de leadership au féminin. En revanche, cet échange aurait pu être plus fructueux si on avait permis aux leaders arabes, femmes ici présentes, de partager leurs sentiments et leurs réflexions via leur langue maternelle. Pour le thème de ce panel, permettez-moi de partager avec vous quelques réflexions que j'ai notées pour ne pas déborder sur le temps. Certes, adopter une approche genre de la thématique qui donnerait aux femmes et aux hommes un accès égal aux opportunités économiques et commerciales, voire une discrimination positive susceptible d'accélérer l'autonomisation des femmes, mettrait plus d'équilibre au sein de nos sociétés. Mais j'ai volontairement mis l'accent sur les défis que les êtres humains, hommes et femmes, doivent relever ensemble pour trouver les moyens de rompre le cercle de la violence où les humains des deux sexes sont de plus en plus empêtrés. Faut-il vous rappeler, chère assistance, qu'historiquement, les crises économiques et les crashs boursiers éclatent généralement en période de paix et non en période de guerre. L'économie redécolle en temps de guerre, au lendemain d'un conflit, mais rarement pendant de longues périodes de paix. Quand on sait qu'un avion de chasse coûte plus de 2 milliards de dollars, soit l'équivalent de 80 000 voitures moyennes, on comprend aisément les choix de certains capitaines d'industrie. Il y a vraiment de quoi tenter, mais il s'agit de gains immédiats et sans investissement dans l'avenir. Des gains qui ne justifient aucunement les coûts économiques, humains, environnementaux que les guerres impliquent à long terme. Je terminerai après mon speech, si vous voulez bien. Nous aurons un autre round. We will have a second round.
You will have an opportunity
Okay.
to contribute.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm on a little bit of a delay, and apologies for not speaking Arabic. No, but thank you for offering that up, and I think I want to revisit some of those points as we go back around. But Helen, because you run the Made in Africa initiative, maybe you could tackle on and give us some your background and a little information on how that's helping trade.
Okay, thank you. My name is Helen Hai. I'm the CEO of Made in Africa Initiative. What I'm most passionate about actually is to get Africa into global value chain, to sharing global prosperity. Why? You know, as Chinese, I was born in 1978. The GDP per capita in China in the year I was born is only $154, which is less than 1/3 of the sub-Saharan African countries. In my generation, I witnessed 680 million people has been lifted out the international poverty line in China. And according to World Bank, the number of people living under the international poverty line since 1960 in the world didn't decline if I exclude those 680 million people in China. While China is celebrating that, at the same time, actually, currently, China is contributing 30% of the growth of global GDP. Very simple example, 30 years ago, if we are seeing China in Europe, most of them are cleaning dishes. Today, if we are seeing Chinese in Europe, they're actually buying goods in Louis Vuitton, in Chanel. So actually, China moved from a low-income country to high-income country. What that actually can do for the world? First of all, we want to learn actually the success of China. One of the important things, job creation has been the key for poverty reduction in China. And the reason China was able to create so many jobs because China was capturing the golden opportunity during industrialization relocation. They were able to get into global value chain and created millions of jobs for the people in the bottom of the pyramid. And that is the jump start for China's economic transformation. It is exactly the same lessons for Japan and Asia for tigers in the 60s and 80s. So right now, you know, as we all know, 2015 is a historical year for the United Nations because countries around the world, we signed the Sustainable Development Goal. So the question for all of us, in the next 15 years, can we really achieve it, the Sustainable Development Goal, which is leave no one behind? Today, as we all know, there's still millions of people in Africa that are trapped in poverty. So actually, can we work together, you know, getting them into global value chain, playing an important role through manufacturing, through trade? That is very my passion about. And I believe actually we can actually right now to do it, you know. And that's not only Africa's problem. Why? Because currently Africa is a continent with more than 1.2 billion population. Most of them are young people desperate for jobs. Currently, under the traditional development approach, which is based on health and education, a lot of young people, can you imagine, in the next 10 years, without enough jobs, there with a little bit education, good health, but no decent jobs, what is going to happen? As we can see, currently we're already experiencing the refugee crisis in Europe. In my opinion, this is just the tip of the iceberg. If there's not enough jobs going to be created in Africa continent, there's actually going to be much bigger security issue for Europe and for the world. So I really like to urge all our women leaders to work together through trade, get Africa into global value chain, sharing global prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. It is indeed the biggest economic opportunity we have in the world. We could add as much as 25 US trillion to the global economy by 2025 by closing the gender gap in the labor market. So the opportunity is the biggest one and should not just be the concern of women, but also men. So I'm incredibly glad that we have the honor of having Javier with us. And I would love to hear a little bit about your background, Javier, and maybe you could talk a little bit from a European perspective about the importance of trade. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I can read in your eyes the question. I can read in your eyes, what is this guy doing there? I will give you a little answer. In my opinion, what I believe in the bottom of my heart is that this room should be also crowded of men, but men thinking as I do that gender equality is not only a question of women. If we believe in that, we can create a better world together. That's why the Spanish delegation has decided to let me speak here with you, and it's a real pleasure for me to do so. Well, Spain is a very special country. It's a great country, but it's so well located that for this theme, trade and war, maybe we have some answers that maybe can help you. In my opinion, the best thing we should do is work together between countries, among different countries, and trade. In history, every time we have been working together, trying to cooperate with other countries, trading with other countries, things have improved a lot. And Spain is located in the center of the Mediterranean, and its history is very related with the Latin American countries. So we have a very strong relationship with all these Latin American countries. We are a member of the Union of the Mediterranean, and of course, we are a member of the European Union. After the Second World War, we Europeans decided that trade, at the beginning only coal and steel, but then other raw materials, and then we started growing, creating this European Union. The European Union, in my opinion, is nowadays one of the biggest places in the world for freedom and equality. So this is a very good example of what we can do in future, not only in Europe, but in the rest of the continents, in the rest of countries. Every time there is a war, the first victim is always a woman. Every time poverty increases, the first victim is always a woman. So we should fight wars, because we should fight gender disequality. And I really agree with some of with the other panelists. If we try to cooperate and trade, this is very related to economic growth. And this is the key matter, the most important key matter, because growth is exactly the same as talking about jobs. And jobs is exactly the same as talking about opportunities for women. If a woman can have a job, then we are in the right direction for equality. And this is very easy, but very difficult as well, because we need to firmly believe in equality and then pass different laws in the different countries and cooperate. Trade is perfect for this, for achieving this objective, and the history of my country maybe is also one good opportunity to learn a little bit about this. So thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, Javier.
Oh, your Spanish is better than my Icelandic.
No, no creo so. No creo que so. That's actually a perfect opening, Arantxa. You said we have barriers, and Lisa Witter of Apolitical challenged us yesterday not just to talk about the problems or the barriers, but to talk about solutions. And I'm eager to move into that. But before going there, I would love to ask you, because you have so much experience with this on a global level, if you could briefly tell us more specifically what the legal and regulatory challenges typically are, and maybe even more importantly, the cultural issues that are in the way of women doing trade at the same level as men.
And this is, I agree with you that it's very interesting to look at the challenges, but it's even more interesting to look at how we can overcome those challenges, because none of the challenges we have in front of us cannot be treated if we put enough passion and if we put enough of a concerted action, and I see a lot of actors in this room that can change realities on the ground. On legal and regulatory obstacles to women's, or rather the legal discrimination to the participation of women in the economy, the World Bank produces an amazing report every year, country by country, giving us the list of laws that are discriminatory. And again, I want to appeal to the parliamentarians in the room, because laws get changed through parliaments. You sitting in many of these parliaments have an amazing key to change these laws. What are these laws? Well, laws that, for example, do not authorize the woman to sign a contract without a guardian, or to open a bank account without a male accompanying figure. And of course, if you cannot do these two very simple things, it's very difficult to run a business. These are two key ingredients to be able to trade. So these are the kind of obstacles that we need to make sure get addressed. But I want to, in the same space, introduce what I think is the economy of the future that we cannot miss. We may have missed the economy of the past, but we certainly cannot miss the economy of the future. And the economy in the future is called digital. And if I look at my figures, only 1 in 5 exporting companies are women-owned companies when trade happens offline. But guess what happens when we trade online? 4 out of 5 exporting companies online are women-owned businesses. So trade through digital means, meaning electronic commerce, is today 13% and growing of international trade in goods. It's $25 trillion. This is the revolution that we must make sure women do not miss. What we are learning is that digital is a huge equalizer for women's participation in international trade. What we need to make sure is that the women is also an active participant in this digital space, in creating content, in leading tech companies, in being able to put its own products and services online. So I want Hala to introduce this dimension of technology, because that's the economy of the 21st century we should not miss.
Very important. Thank you. And culturally, do you want to give us maybe 1 or 2 examples of what we're dealing with there?
Well, I think the online-offline is a perfect example of a cultural difference. Why is it that when trading offline, meaning when you see who sells to you, only 1 out of 5 is a woman, but when you don't see who's selling you, meaning when you buy online, and you don't know the CEO of the company, all of a sudden it doesn't matter. So to me, this is a very clear example of a cultural issue we have, a cultural challenge we have ahead of us. And there, I mean, I like to say that the bad news is that culture, norms, traditions take longer to change. But it does not require laws to be passed. It requires action on the side of all members of society, men and women. So it starts with all of us in the room.
So maybe access to technology is a major gender enabler when it comes to trade.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you, Arantxa. Hayat, if I may go to you, I would be really interested to learn, because you've been involved in this space, you're passionate about this, to learn what are some examples from Morocco that have worked, or from Africa, because I know you would like to speak about it as a Pan-African issue. If you would share some best practices, something we can learn and take back to our countries.
Tout à fait, tout à fait. Tout en partageant les réflexions de mes collègues sur le panel, moi je voudrais quand même dire que je voudrais nuancer par rapport à la thématique faites le commerce par la guerre. Parce que car bien des guerres peuvent s'avérer nécessaires, tant que maintes transactions commerciales devraient être bannies. Les guerres contre les cartels de la drogue, les guerres contre le terrorisme, les guerres dictées par un devoir d'ingérence humanitaire pour empêcher un génocide sont ce qu'il y a de plus légitime. Alors que le commerce d'armes de destruction massive ou de substances dangereuses pour la vie humaine ou pour l'environnement devrait être unanimement interdit. Justement, c'est dans ce contexte que je voudrais placer le Maroc et par la même occasion le continent africain auquel nous appartenons. Chers collègues, au moment où la communauté internationale aspire justement au maintien de la paix et de la sécurité, des armes de sources obscures sont mises aux mains de factions rivales en Libye, en Syrie, en Irak, en Afghanistan, au Sahel, poussant des millions de civils à l'exode. La suite, tout le monde la connaît. L'incertitude et la précarité qui planent sur des régions du monde mettent en berne leur potentiel économique, commercial inestimable. Vous vous imaginez ce que l'Afrique pourrait apporter à la prospérité mondiale si la Libye, le Sahel, les Grands Lacs étaient stables? L'Afrique, c'est 1,2 milliard de consommateurs, dont une majorité de jeunes. L'Afrique, c'est aussi le 1/4 des États du monde où nous vivons, et dont certains enregistrent les taux de croissance à 2 chiffres. En tant que pays africain, le Maroc a très tôt compris et a très tôt subi son africanité, constitue son véritable atout et son garant d'un avenir meilleur et solidaire à la fois. Depuis l'an 2000, Sa Majesté le Roi a signé 949 accords avec 25 pays africains, ce qui a hissé le Royaume du Maroc au rang du 2e investisseur en Afrique. La philosophie qui sous-entend l'engagement africain du Maroc consiste à privilégier l'appropriation commune des défis du continent en jetant des bases d'un partenariat gagnant-gagnant, d'une coopération sud-sud pour une meilleure coopération nord-sud. Au niveau sous-régional, des survivances de la guerre froide empêchent le parachèvement de la constitution de l'Union Maghreb arabe et l'intégration du pays de tout rang complémentaires, tant sur le plan culturel qu'économique ou institutionnel. En attendant le nom Maghreb coûte au pays de la sous-région 2 points de PIB par an. À ajouter à cela le manque à gagner et la perte du potentiel commercial entre les 2 versants de la Méditerranée et au-delà. La preuve qu'au niveau économique, la guerre idéologique peut être aussi vandale que les conflits armés. Je laisserai la conclusion pour la fin, si vous voulez bien.
Yes, I will. Thank you, Hayat. I visited your beautiful country this year, and I know you're good at trade in Morocco, because I bought so much. Helen, could you give us, because sort of tagging on this, could you give us specific examples of best practices that you've seen, that you think our audience can take back and try to fight for in their respective countries?
Thank you. First of all, I think development is the ocean of things. Where I'm talking about, I'm focusing on the bottom billion population. That's what my model is. So first, I talk about China was able to get into global value chain. So right now, if we want to put Africa into global value chain, getting more shared prosperity, how can we do it? So the question is, is there opportunity for Africa to get into global value chain? So today, the first thing I wanted to say, today, we are facing a golden opportunity for Africa. Why? I mentioned the GDP per capita in China in 1978 is only $154. And the GDP per capita in China in 2015 is 7,500. And according to China's own forecast, by 2025, China is going to double that. That means by 2025, China is going to become a high-income country. And that also means by 2025, all those labor-intensive jobs have to be relocated out of China. As a poor country, what exactly happened? You know, as we know, global relocation. What happened? Japan, they were able to start economic transformation. They captured the golden opportunity in the 60s. 84 Tigers captured the same opportunity 30 years later in the 80s. And now this opportunity of global value chain reshaping is open up again. But this round of relocation of jobs, we need to look at the scale. How much is it? It's far more complicated with the last, you know, in the 60s and 80s. Because in the 60s, when Japan was relocating, they only relocate 9.7 million jobs. In the 80s, when Korea was relocating, they only relocate 2.3 million jobs. This round, before 2025, China about to relocate 85 million of jobs. Where would those jobs to go? Southeast Asia don't have enough population to absorb all those jobs. That's why we're seeing the rate of the salary increase in Vietnam in the past 5 years is much even higher than China. This is why I'm talking about for the bottom billion, you know, in Africa, if they can capture this a significant portion of those 85 million jobs, there's a golden opportunity for them following the Asia success to build up the manufacturing, creating millions of jobs, and then climbing on the ladders to create the population in trade. Like today, the reason we're talking about the success of Alibaba, 70% actually of traders within Alibaba are women traders, like Madam Arincha just mentioned about. But the reason that can be successful because China has been becoming the manufacturing hub first, and then women actually can trade where you produce. So it's important actually we need to connect the trade and the manufacturing to connect Africa into global value chain. So, and the last thing I want to share is actually Africa has already doing it. Whether we like it or not, there's an industrialization movement has already started in the African continent. That I went to Ethiopia back in 2011 to set up the first shoe factory. And it took me 3 months from deciding investment to actual production from Ethiopia to the US market. In the following 6 months, I doubled the export revenue in Ethiopia in the shoe sector. By the end of year 1, we recruited 2,000 local workers. By the end of year 2, we recruited 4,000 local workers. Back in 2011, nobody believed Africa is ready to get into global value chain. Because why? Because Ethiopia ranked 125 according to World Bank Doing Business report. Under the traditional development approach, we need to take all those enablers before the country actually can jumpstart in their economic transformation. That success, actually, that one shoe factory demonstrates under the current condition, Africa is ready actually to jumpstart in economic transformation. Exactly what happened in China, in Asia, in the 60s, in the 80s. So because of that success, in 2013, I became the first Chinese advisor to Ethiopia government. My first task is to promote the first government-owned industrial zone. With less than 3 months, 22 factory units, only 8 of them are built, 14 of them are still on the plan. We leased all of them to international manufacturers from China, Turkey, Bangladesh, India, all over the world. How did we do it? Very simple. Success brings success. We bring the investor in, show them actually the 4,000 jobs. Actually, there's a valid business reason already. So actually, that became a great success. So it is in the same year, first time in the history of the World Bank got convinced, and then World Bank gave $200 million zero interest free loan to Ethiopia government to develop the second phase. And then I set up the Made in Africa initiative in 2014 to help Africa capture this golden opportunity of 85 million jobs relocation. And I'm being appointed by the UNESCO as the Goodwill Ambassador. And then in the past 3 years, we have been working with Ethiopia government on 4 industrial zones. The latest industrial zone, we are also working with the government called Havasa Industrial Park. And it's about to create 60,000 local jobs, generate 1 billion export revenue. And about those 60,000 jobs, actually 65% of them actually are going to be women working on it. And I'm pretty sure with those 60 jobs, you know, the next step, a lot of women will be actually going into trade, like the Alibaba model, will also be prospering in Africa. And Ethiopia's success had a big snowballing effect in the African continent. I'm being invited by the president of Rwanda, so we went to Rwanda. I set up the first garment manufacturer 3 years ago. And then immediately we're creating 2,000 local jobs. As we all know, Rwanda is a small landlocked country. We're taking cottons from Burundi and textile from Uganda, making garments to export to the market. So through this, actually, not only creating jobs, we're making Rwanda from a landlocked country to a land-connected country. It is also getting Rwanda into the global value chain through trade. So, and then we have been, under the initiative, right now we're working with 8 Africa kind of states on their industrialization. So I would really like to encourage all of the women leaders, how we can empower women, you know, like in this new Africa movement of industrialization, because this is the last chance for us to get Africa into global value chain. And Madam Arincha talked about this 4th industrial revolution. I think that's very correct. I've been studying this topic with World Economic Forum, deep dive on this topic. What I've learned, Currently, most of the jobs developed in the fourth industrial revolution through machine to replace jobs, actually is to replace jobs in the services sector, to replace jobs for doctors, pharmacists, accountant, lawyers. The machine right now cannot replace jobs, in the labor-intensive manufacturing. Why? Because economically it doesn't make sense. But that means we only have actually 10 to 15 years of window opportunity. Africa can leverage their comparative advantage of labor to get into global value chain. Because if we don't help them actually get into global value chain, while China, US, and all the other countries started, like the Alibaba model, more advanced on that, Africa is really being left behind. So I think I really like to eager again, we need to work collectively, to help Africa get into global value chain. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. That was very informative. Thank you. Anna, perhaps you could share with us examples from Mexico or even south of the border in general, Latin America? Thank you.
I'm very excited to listen to the rest of the panel. And I remember a philosophy of France, Montesquieu. He said the natural effect of the commerce is a lead to the peace. Two nations that trade with each other become reciprocally dependent. If one has an interest to buying, the other has the interest to selling. So all the unions are based in a mutual needs. So for us, we are in action now in the parliament to are sound to increase the women participation in working space traditionally occupied by the men, and carry out the necessary reforms to facilitate the women access to productive financing, to the creation of the banca for the women. And few days ago, I participated in the creation of the Association of the Women in the Mining. And they are occupying now the principal decision positions in the mining. And also, I know a lot of girls who is working inside of the mine, driving the big cars to take in the minerals. So, I mean, it's a very good example. So finally, we have to give the message for the girls in the world, in the women's. We have to believe in us, because everything is possible. We are talking about the technology. Now it's very easy, the smartphones, one computer, one iPad, and we are in contact with all the world. But finally, we have to believe in us, and everything is going to be possible. So I have the hashtag in my skin, so we can do it.
We can do it. That is the theme. Thank you, Anna. And I believe you are right. It has a lot to do with confidence. And I've been involved with empowering women entrepreneurs quite a bit. And confidence building is part of it, believing in yourself. So thank you for that. Javier, I'm going to venture to ask you a scary question, because you are here, you're Spanish. And we just spoke about interest. It should be the interest of both parties to advance trade. But yet we have, in an advanced country like Spain, we have what some would say borderline war situation. And some people would even say that it has a lot to do with self-interest, so that people are actually thinking about their economic bottom line more than sort of the good of the whole. I don't know if you can comment about this and maybe share, give people in the audience some perspective of what's going on, but try to sort of line it up with why Spain is going to be stronger together, which is what I believe you believe.
Well,
tough one. Sorry, I
no, it's okay.
that
It's okay. I think it's the 133rd time somebody asked me about a Catalonian situation during this summit. But I don't want to bother you about this issue, because it's going to be solved properly. And as I explained you before, being united is the only way of improving society. So if we Spaniards stay together, we are going to be stronger, and we are going to grow even more highly. And we think the same way in Europe. So I would like to tell you another different issue, how the political situation in Spain has changed in the last 2 years only. In my country, we are now 40 years in democracy since the last dictatorship, and during these 40 years, most of the times there were a party at the government and the other party, because there were mainly two big political parties in Spain, in the opposition. So the opposition always vote no to the laws proposed by the government, and it doesn't matter if it is the conservatives or the socialists, the one in the government. Fortunately, we Spaniards became more Europeans in the way that now there are more political parties in Spain. So now there is a golden rule in our country, and it's as follows. The politicians who doesn't understand that if you don't agree with a different point of view, you are useless. If you don't understand that, you better leave politics. You better go home. So, related to gender equality, we have, all the political parties have been proposing different ideas or initiatives for allowing women to be equal as men, especially working at the working places. And what happened in my country is that for the first time in history, in the democracy history, the different alliances has been very effective, because first the liberals and the socialists proposed some initiatives, and fortunately the conservatives and the liberals proposed the same initiatives only 3-4 months later. So gender equality doesn't understand of left, right, big political parties or a small one. We all have to work together, and then different political parties can join and fight for this gender equality. Two little examples. What are in my country two big difficulties for women to have a job and then to remain and have a professional career in their companies? First, we need to work hardly in equal division of care and household chores between men and women. And we need to pass different laws if we want to do so. And we want to give very good examples to the men and women, but especially men running companies. So this is really important. And the second thing is we need to provide conditions to reconcile personal, family, and work life. So I will give you an example. If there is a law, there is a lot of different countries, so a lot of differences between all of us. But in my country, if a couple or a single mother, well, especially a couple, have a child, so the maternity leave is 4 times the paternity leave. Now imagine yourself, if you want to hire a new employee, it doesn't matter if it is a man or a woman, what would you do? In the same conditions, what would you do? You would choose the man. You would choose the man. Because it's more expensive to hire a woman. The maternity leave is 4 times the paternity leave. So what if we try to talk to the companies, talk to the trade unions, talk to everybody, and create a new law with the objective in the future? It is expensive and it's not very easy, but what if we create a law where the paternity leave is exactly the same time as maternity leave? Of course, women need first enjoying the leave, because because of natural reasons, of course. But at the end, if men and women have the same parental leave, we have destroyed one of the reasons why the people hiring new employees decide men and don't decide women. I don't know if it's like this in every country, because I hear some rumors over there in these tables, but it is like this in my country. So I was told to explain our best practices. And I think this is a very difficult goal. And you know what? This is not new. There are some countries in Europe, like especially the Scandinavian countries, Sweden especially, that they already done. And things is going better there. So if we want to allow women to be independent, free, and having a job, and earn the same salary that men, we need to pass different laws to make things easier for them. That's what we are doing now in our country, apart from defending that Catalonia is, of course, part of Spain. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Javier, for sharing that. And I can tell you that in Iceland, we passed the law for equal maternity and paternity law in the early 2000s, and it changed the reality for the employment market. It is a very important legal change that needs to be done. But there is also a cultural side to it, because I know from experience that sometimes you may have legally the same rights, but then real men won't take paternity leave. Is a cultural condition that we also have to overcome. Unfortunately, we've been able to do that pretty well in Iceland.
Just a second, of course. This is a very important matter. We are talking about compulsory paternity leave.
Yes.
So it's not like, I'm a great man, I'm going to do it. No, no.
Yeah.
You should do it, because it's on the law.
Agreed. Agreed. Absolutely. I think we're moving towards the end of our time here, but I want to leave the audience with an ask. Because we are trying to, we can do it as the theme. We want to go home and do something, make something happen. So I would like to ask each one of you to take a look at the audience and ask them to do one or two things that can really make a difference when it comes to women participating in trade in their home countries. I realize all of us have different context, but what would be one or two things that each person here could go back and say, this is what we need to do to trade and not be at war? Arantxa, you're the quick one with this one.
So do you have your piece of paper and pen ready, or your iPad if you are more technology driven? I need you to help me. And the date is next week, and the place is the ministerial conference that the World Trade Organization is hosting in Buenos Aires, Argentina. And I need you to help me, because we have, together with Iceland, together with Sierra Leone, together with Canada and Pakistan, put on the table what will be for the first time a declaration on women and trade. And what this declaration wants is that over the next 2 years, countries look at best practices in shaping trade policies in a manner that would be more supportive of women in international trade. So I need you to lobby your governments, and if your governments, please, I need you to send us your support, because what we would like to have is, again, for the first time, a commitment from the members of the World Trade Organization to run their trade policies with a gender-sensitive lens, thinking that the way they will shape their trade policies will matter to how many women can be connected to international trade. So deadline next week, and the place to lobby is trade ministries, trade ministers that would be coming to Buenos Aires, Argentina. And when you do that, next time we gather in this room, we will celebrate.
Fantastic. You got work to do. Hayat, would you like to add something to that?
Thank you. Par la même occasion, nous avons également dans la salle nos collègues de la Chambre des conseillers et j'évoque les consoeurs parce qu'effectivement, c'est auprès de cette chambre que le patronat et également la femme entrepreneur est représentée ainsi que les syndicats. Donc, ils sont vraiment au cœur de l'affaire, justement, de ramener la femme vers le champ commercial. Et la question, bien évidemment, à la salle, c'est que mon pays, qui est un pays en voie de développement, table sur le commerce solidaire et social pour ramener la jeune femme et ramener la femme vulnérable à la cour des grands pour pouvoir justement la faire entrer en fanfare dans le champ du commerce. Considérez-vous qu'effectivement, c'est une manière plutôt maligne, intelligente de ne pas bousculer les choses et justement de la faire entrer doucement et après, bien évidemment, il va prendre toute sa place. Parce que chez nous, je crois que le mot clé, le mot maître du domaine, c'est justement la solidarité. Il n'y a pas de sécurité, il n'y a pas d'investissement, s'il n'y a pas de solidarité, s'il n'y a pas de paix.
Thank you, Hayat. Unfortunately, my translation went off. I was trying to use my limited Spanish knowledge to understand. But thank you very much. So, Anna, do you have an ask for this room?
Yeah,
or a recommendation?
How we want to see us in 20 years. We are now in Iceland, this summit, successful, with prime ministers, government, parliamentarians, women from around the world, and we're asking how we able to see us 20 years, and the next generation 20 years in front. What can we do for us? What can we do for the next generation? And what can we do in the parliament? And what can we do with my hands, my feet for the next generation? The time is running very fast. The technology pushing hard, and the decisions is very slow. So what can we do in 20 years? It's a limited time, but happens a lot of things.
Thank you, Anna. Take it from the woman who used to run, that we need to run fast, right? Thank you. So she's asking us to run. Helen, if I may ask you to give your ask to the room.
I think actually Arincha's ask is a very concrete one. I'm going to support that. At the same time, I want to say there's a recommendation from me, which I would say to move from trilemma down to triangle collaboration. What is the trilemma in the world? I mentioned in Europe, there's a refugee crisis. In Africa, they're struggling for 60 years for economic transformation. And in China, actually, China is moving from an industrialization-based economy to a more service and technology-driven economy. So that's the trilemma in the world. And actually, the answer, we need new drivers. The new driver is to empower the bottom billion people becoming the next middle class, which there's a lot of things we could support in Africa. So I would say there's actually a triangle collaboration in terms of the how to do it. First, in Europe and US, because currently Africa only has less than 3% of the global GDP. If they are doing manufacturing for themselves, the market is very small. They need to sell to Europe and to US. In here, if we can, through trade policy, to change product from made in China to made in Africa, this is really getting them into global value chain, to sharing global prosperity. So this is number one, I think what Europe and US can do. And in Asia today, the manufacturing know-how, as we all know, is all in Asia, China, India, Bangladesh. If those companies actually can go into Africa to set up more manufacturers to transfer the knowledge to Africa. So this empower them to having the capability. And then the capability with the trade policy like AGOA and everything not arms, they can really get into global value chain. And the last angle of the collaboration is African countries. You need to really know what's your comparative advantage. The success, based on my experience, in order to make change, incremental change is always easy, but the most challenging change is how to make the change from 0 to 1. And the difficult, we have been challenging talking about, we can spend days on debating how to support Africa. But the thing actually, what we did in Ethiopia, you just set up a success and snowballing on that example. So what I would say in Africa countries, in order to change all those investment environment, you started with industrial parks. You know, make one model work, testing some policies. If that work, you can roll it over. You've already got a success example in Ethiopia, and you can really follow. If you ask me my vision for the next 30 years, 30 years ago, as we all know, in the global development community, Africa has a much better chance for economic transformation. Asia is a hopeless continent. But in reality, Asia made much better success. And not all the countries in Asia economic transformation at the same time. Japan is the first, Asia for Tiger followed, and China is really driving it to a peak. What I think what Africa needs right now, you know, they need successful examples and snowballing. So my last sentence is, let us work together in this global triangle collaboration to leave no one behind, to really achieve the SDG by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. So you want to see not just gender equality, but equality for all. Exactly. Thank you. Javier, you get to give the last ask before I close it up with my ask. So here's a room full of powerful women. Okay. What do you want them to do? And some good men who support them as well.
Well, you know, gender equality is not an option anymore. It's not an option anymore. Gender equality is going to be real if we all together fight united. So stop complaining and more acting all together, men and women. And it's not useless if you think one way, but then you act as your husband or your father do. You need to behave as a woman, as a woman at home, in the parliament, with your friends, at the office. It's the only way the world moves. And sometimes it's hard, because it's not the same way in other countries, but it's the only way. I hope maybe in 30 years, in Reykjavik, there will be a summit called World Men Leaders, claiming for please allow men to be as equal as men are. That would be perfect in 30 years. That would be real equality. Maybe I will be here complaining, but then acting the way I'm trying to explain to you this morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Javier. Round of applause for our men. But we actually, 2 years ago, when we celebrated 100 years anniversary of women's right to vote in Iceland, I chaired a conference here we called it WE, which was we, for women empowerment, but for the fact that men and women need to own it together. It is something that we need to do together. But I have an ask for you. And you might think, based on how I started, that I'm going to ask for a global women's strike, because when we did the strike in Iceland, it changed everything. But I'm going to ask for a more modern version of it, and a more positive one. I'm going to ask all of you to start really using the power of your purse, your wallets, to put your money where your mouth is, and ideally put your government's money where your passion is, where your belief is. And let's start doing business with women enterprises and entrepreneurs, and let's start directing governmental business and purchasing increasingly to women-owned businesses. With that alone, and this is something every one of us can do every day when we spend money. I've been doing it for 20 years. It makes me not just economically worse off, but it makes me happy. Because every time I buy something, I try to buy from women designers and women-owned and women enterprises. And this is something all of you can do. So if you don't do that, then I will propose the women's strike globally. But I think we should try this first. So power of your purse, power of your wallets, women and men, we can do this. And this is the greatest economic empowerment tool we have at our fingertips. So with that, I want to thank our distinguished panelists and thank all of you and wish you good luck.
Sí, sí, sí. La forma y el deporte siempre se queda.
No, claro.
Por salud y por todo. Pleasure.
Qué bien, qué bien.
Ya se está, tío.
Bien español. Mucho gusto, Ana. Encantado. Para mí español no es suficiente.
So hi again, everyone. It was very inspiring to hear this panel about trade, because most of the time we're just out of it. So please congratulate them again, because this was very, very important for women to also talk about this topic, because trade is also about us, and trade is also about African youth. I was very moved to hear what was said by Helen High about the new way for Africa, because the demographics of Africa is usually seen as a challenge. It is a challenge because women who are free actually don't have time to have too many children. And usually when they can choose, they choose another way. But now we have a very young population, and this young population is an asset for companies who would like to invest there and to build a strong partnership with this part of the world and move to the next stage. You know, this will become, just like China did, a new place to be. And today, like even President Macron said in Burkina Faso 2 days ago, we need to find a new way, and we need to see the opportunity and not only the challenges. So all of you did very great. Now we're going to move to the Girl to Leader initiative launched by women political leaders. We will have some students that will come on stage. All the young Girl to Leaders from all over the world and from Iceland. I think you are somewhere here. Please welcome here, welcome, and join me on stage. So look at the future CEOs, prime ministers, presidents, members of parliament, leaders in trade. That's you. You can go anywhere you want. You just like. Come on. Yes, just go, you know, like you're taking power in reality. Just go and sit wherever you want. Like here is the Prime Minister's office, and there is the President's office. Just go and take it. And here is the CEO of I don't know what. Take his place or his place, because, you know, we have more his places to take. So go on. Come on, come on. You can come all over the place. Even here in front of the tables. It's amazing to see all the potential here. C'est extraordinaire. Et elles peuvent vraiment le faire. Okay, so everyone is here. Great. Come on. I would like to introduce President of Malta, Marie-Louise Colero-Perca. You are an example of change, and I had the opportunity to meet you recently in Malta. If you are in here, please, I don't know, please join us. Yes, okay, and I would like also to invite Dida. I had a short chat with Dida. I asked her what kind of advice she would give us. Politicians who don't know how to use YouTube. I admit I even don't know how to use Instagram. I can only post a picture on it. She said we need to overcome the fear and have fun. It's so important to have fun, isn't it? Dida, please come and join us. She's here. Come on. So Dida started YouTubing as when she was a child. She's still very, very young, and she has been having a lot of fun. And she said something very important to me as we were discussing. I asked her, what changed now? How do you do it now? And she said, I say what I want to say, not what people expect from me. So please welcome this leader on stage. And also the woman, thanks to whom we are all here today, Silvana Kochmerin, founder of Women Political Leaders. Come on. And she will be chairing this session.
Come with us, okay? Yes. Hi, guys. Sorry.
I can pass through at the back. Let me pass through.
So do you, is this working? Or this one? This one is working. Perfect. So dear friends, yesterday we already had great impression of the next generation of women leaders, and the Girl to Leader campaign is exactly about that, to inspire adolescent girls the age of 12, 13, 14, 15, to become interested in politics, and to maybe also think about, maybe I'm going to be a politician eventually, and to see it's not a man's job, because Girl to Leader means girls meeting women who are political leaders, having this face-to-face personal experience, learning what it's like, politics, how did you get into politics, what's the best thing about politics, what's the worst thing about being a politician, and so on. So we created this campaign and launched it in several countries on the 11th of October, the International Day of the Girl. And to give you a short insight, we have two little films which describe the campaign. I hope this works. Voila. These are, of course, only a few of those wonderful women who are leaders and inspiring all of us to aspire to these offices. We had the opportunity meeting yesterday many others, and the Council of Women World Leaders counts more than 60 members. So, but this would be in times of social media and everything. To make a film of that length is probably not the best tool to keep people captured. So, what we want to do here today is, first of all, explain who everybody on stage is. So Asita already said these girls are participating in the Girl to Leader campaign. Some of them have already participated in previous activities of the campaign, and some will join today, have a session in the Parliament of Iceland, and then meet with a group of you in smaller groups and discuss about politics as a job, as relevance. And we have here with us several different personalities who gave their influence, also their passion and their insights into bringing this campaign further. So we have here Her Excellency Marie-Louise Colero-Preekta, who is the patron of the campaign and who will once more prove what an amazing woman can do when being passionate and in the right position to do something about it. We have Dida, who is an Icelandic YouTuber and who did a video, which we also will show later, on where it's exactly about explaining politics to girls. And Asita, who is a politician in Belgium and who is a Girl to Leader campaign ambassador. So, but let me start with you, Marie-Louise, about why were you immediately saying yes to being the patron of the campaign? I think this should work.
First of all, good morning to everyone. Thank you, Silvana. And I must say, before I start, that I feel so lucky to be amongst these wonderful young girls here. You're representing 1.1 billion of girls like you. So you have quite a responsibility to encourage others to come forward. I was very enthusiastic about this because I remembered myself at the time, at that age, when I had no sort of networks to turn to. And I felt quite alone, but was very determined at the time to do something. I felt that there is the need to get into politics, to influence decisions. I had started younger in civil society then. And I was feeling that there is something else that needs to, for myself at least, to give me the satisfaction of actually doing something effective. And that was the reason that I got into politics. I do not come from a political family, in fact, a very apolitical family, so it wasn't the influence of my family, it was rather the need of seeing things being done. But it was very soon that I realized that women are so few in politics, and that we have been living, that I have been living a democratic deficit all my life, and we need to do something very urgent. Our latest indicators of the World Economic Forum for 2017, it's with the pace that we are having, it will take us to 117 years to reach global parity. So dear girls, please, we need to do something. You are our future. This is the reason, Silvana, I am very much into this, and I would like us to see it go even further.
Well, thank you very much. Also, I think what's really important to realize is that nobody is born as a president or prime minister, that this is a journey to it, and that everybody starts as a child and as an adolescent girl, as a teenager. So maybe I can ask one or two of you who've been participating already in some of the activities. Maybe start with you. Maybe we say your name, where you're from, but also, what do you think? Why is it important for young people to be interested in politics?
Hello, my name is Ryoko Ernst-Sitesh. I'm Belgium. I have a Belgian nationality, but I have many cultural backgrounds, and I was brought up, as my mother would say, a citizen of the world. I feel very strongly about women, the youth being involved in politics. Firstly, because we are the next generation, and all the decisions and laws being made now will be affecting us. Secondly, because I believe everyone should have a voice. Isn't democracy all about that? And finally, because I had another. I'm blacking out.
You can finish it later when it comes back to you. You know, this happened to all of us many times. It's don't worry, we know exactly what it's like. You started a sentence, and in the middle of it, you said, "Oh my God, what do I want to say?" And so, not a problem at all. Yes.
Well, I believe the young generation can bring new ideas and a new perspective to politics. And I believe that if the youth gets involved, then it can help make this world a better place.
Wonderful. Thank you. Maybe you pass the microphone on. Can I ask? This was great. This was really, really fantastic. Thank you very much for this answer and for a lot of important thoughts that we should really keep in mind. Can I ask you? You see all these on stage here, those two wonderful women, but also the room is full of women political leaders. Yesterday, you were also here when the women prime ministers, presidents were recognized. So we are, of course, the women political leaders, and I'd like to ask you, how do you think do women make a difference in politics?
Hello, everyone. My name is Lucille Florial, and I'm French. However, I have lived in a lot of different places and experienced a lot of different cultures. So, first of all, I think women should be a part in politics. They should be in politics. And women make up more than half of the population, so they need to be making the decisions, and they need to be a part of politics. And isn't the whole point of a democracy that every single voice is heard? So women should be heard.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And like in the audience, and in another campaign that we do as women political leaders, where we ask actually the male leaders of the world, the male presidents and male prime ministers, to give us their personal reason for why should we have more women in politics. We're also very happy to have some boys as champions of this campaign and being very interested both in taking part in the campaign events, but also to come here and to be really interested and part of this campaign to get more women to politics. So let me turn to one of them. Come here to the front. And it's wonderful you're here. And could you, you've been also in Brussels in the event. First, could you say who you are? There's a microphone. But also, what did you yourself take away from the Girl to Leader campaign? What do you think is a learning thing for you?
So my name is Alessandro, and I'm Italian. And probably you might all be wondering, what the hell is a boy doing in Girl to Leader? Because there are two boys surrounded by women. Oh, the answer is easy. It's because when I have a sister, and in my family, in my community, I was taught that women are the same as men. And it is the case. You can't deny that. And so when I was first shown all of these numbers of women not being in political positions, that really shocked me. Because why are women not in political positions when they're the same amount, maybe even more than men? And so this is why I decided to join. And I think that women sometimes are even better than men in politics. So they should.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alessandro. Thank you. Thank you, yes. So, thank you very much. Thank you. Before moving on and asking Asita also for some comments, I'd like to ask Dida. So when we contacted you and said, hey, you're a YouTuber, you're from the country where things are really going well for women, but we need to step things up elsewhere. You spontaneously said, well, I didn't really do much with politics before, but yes, I'm going to join, and I use my networks and my followers to really create a momentum. Maybe give us a few of your thoughts on why did you say yes straight away, like the president?
Well, when I was asked, at first I felt kind of unqualified, but very honored, because I am very passionate about gender equality in general and equality for all. And then I started thinking that, I'm not unqualified. I'm a young girl who's interested in politics, and I felt like I needed to encourage other girls to become leaders, and myself as well, because it's just like everyone said, politicians are the people that make decisions for the society, and society is made up of all kinds of different people from different backgrounds and genders. So it's important that those are represented and that women are represented in politics, and girls are the future of everything. So yeah.
Thank you, Dida. And we have to realize as politicians, I think that in those different surveys of who are the influencers, who are the opinion makers, those people, YouTubers, are so far ahead of us. So it's a crucial alliance, I find, to have between the influencers and the opinion shapers of the new media world and the more traditional media, institutional decision making. So thanks for joining. I think we can later on show the video, if that's correct. Can I see a nod somewhere? I should go on? I should. A bit later, but yes, yeah. I'm looking at Taina, who's managing this whole thing. So let me turn to Asita now, because Asita is originally from Burkina Faso. You're an activist in specific women's rights issue on female genital mutilation, for example, and your point of view was always that there are certain policy areas which only get a change when women are in there. And you also said, I want to be an ambassador of this campaign. How do you want to make a difference in that?
First to say quickly why, like Yoke, your name is Yoke, right? No? Yoka, sorry. When Yoka was actually stopping during her speech, all the voices here were saying, go on, you're doing well. Imagine that in your political career, voices are actually follow. You know you have a network behind you, like everyone on stage here, telling you when it becomes hard, go on, you're doing well. And not voices saying whenever you are doing something great, you are just a woman, move away, this place is for men. You know, can you imagine that this is what Girl to Leader campaign is doing, is to give us the voices that we need behind us, to encourage us to continue. And in order to help have this situation, I decided to help and to be an ambassador of Girl to Leader campaign. How I would like to use it, to do it, is to share, you know, to use my voice to share, to spread the word, and to say, look, you know, I was also not according to myself, but according to society. Not really meant to be standing here or doing whatever I'm doing, but to be at 37 today. My mom, when she was 37, she had 7 kids. And, you know, between her and her last kid, one person survived. It was my mom, okay? So I am 37, I have 1 kid, and I chose to have it. So I am free, and I would like to show all girls that nothing is impossible, that just like us standing here, you can actually do it, and our voices will be around, and we'll continue supporting each other. Just let's continue telling each other, even after this moment here, go on, you're doing well.
Thank you. Marie-Louise, can I ask you, how do you think should this campaign continue? Because we kicked it off on the 11th of October, and we had a wonderful cooperation in the Senate and Parliament of Canada, in the European Parliament with the participation of women politicians from many different European countries, wonderful program in Malta, both to prepare for the Girls' Day with many girls in Malta and also then during the day, and today Iceland. So we have this ambition to bring this into many countries, but what's your view?
Well, I think that our young people here have already identified the need that we have is the network. We do not have that natural network as men, and we need that network to share, to thrive on each other's strengths, to become even more determined to reach our goals. And maybe now I have to address adults like myself. Well, dear adults, dear colleagues, dear friends, we have no choice. We have no choice. We need to do something in each and every country of ours to establish networks for young girls, to empower our young girls, to believe in themselves, but not to feel alone, because many of us, my age, have felt alone many a time, as you have aptly described. And we need our girls to feel that they're not alone because they shouldn't be alone, so that we can ensure, at least in our lifetime, that we have addressed the democratic deficit that we have globally. So I would like to encourage each of us here to, if we have started, we must continue. We have not started, and you would like also to share the experience with those who have started already. But please do something. Let's bring more girls together in our countries so that they can share in the individual respective countries, but also share globally. You have given me peace of mind and a sense of good feel. The way you have spoken, you truly know where you want to go. And please remember, it is your right to stand up and speak and to be heard. It comes from the Convention on the Rights of the Child. It's a human right. It's not simply a child's right. It's a human right. It's even more a human right, being a woman's right, to participate in politics. And please do continue. We will be there for you. We'll be there for you to encourage you with our voices, with our networks, with our strength, with our experience, even more with our experience. But please, all of us here, we are leaders in our own rights. We need to do something in our countries to encourage young girls to come forward so that our next generation will not be like our generation. Being 66 worldwide, it sounds quite a lot saying 66, but worldwide is practically nothing. We are simply 7% heads of state. We saw the statistics yesterday. 5% of heads of government. 22%, 27%, I think now. 26? It went up. Yes, well, it's an average of 25%. Women parliamentarians all globally. This is not on. There's such a global democratic deficit. Let's do something. We owe it to our young generation. We owe it to these wonderful girls and the wonderful girls in our countries. 1.1 billion girls. Imagine their voices not heard as much as they deserve. And we deserve it as a society. If we want really inclusive and holistic societies in our respective countries, globally, we need to do something about it. We cannot have simply the men's perspective being there on its own, but we need to be there together. And I would like to thank our young man from Italy. I'm so proud of him. He comes from the Mediterranean, as I am. And the other young man somewhere, I don't know where he is. Thank you so much for being champions. You're really important champions to the cause of having a democratic world. So really, we have no choice. We need to do something. We have started. And thanks to WPL, I'm so proud of you, Silvana, Hannah, and all the team at WPL, because you have started something which I am convinced all of us in here and more out there, we will continue with the momentum so that these girls will really find their places. And tomorrow, when we are retired and sitting on armchairs, I hope, we can look with pride to what we have managed to do in our own right. Thank you.
Thank you for this wonderful speech. Thank you so much. For closing the session, I would just like to say 3 things. One is we have also a wonderful addition from very far away, at least from a European perspective, who has read about the campaign in the media and had then said it to her mother, who happened to be a friend of mine. This Girl to Leader campaign sounds really cool. And she lives in New York. And then I said, come, join us and experience it, and then bring it to the US. They might need it there too. So Sienna from New York, can we give you an extra applause for coming over extra for this campaign? And thanks for joining us. I hope you make a lot of new friends, because when you then join the Council of Women World Leaders and the Women Political Leaders, then you already know each other, and you can just really kickstart things in a really cool way. So thanks for coming. Then second thing, building on what the president just said, if you want to bring this Girl to Leader campaign to your political environment, to your parliament, please contact us. We have prepared certain set of activities, and we would love to coordinate that with you, because the more countries, the more girls from different countries can join this network and stay in touch and also build on each other, the more powerful this gets. So please, if you're interested in that, Taina, can you just do a big wave of hands? Taina is the project manager in the team, and she'll be the best one to talk to, but anybody else of the team can also take note of your interest and get back in touch with you. It would be wonderful, just as the president said. And then as a final thing, before showing the video of Dida, and we all go off stage while doing that, this is a call to action that we optimistically wrote a few weeks ago when we were still below 200 years until gender equality. The number has to be corrected, and as the president said, is now more than 200 years, which puts a certain urgency on and pressure on us to really go ahead with this. And this is a call to action where we want to summarize what this is about and also spread it in different fora. It's also part of your conference booklet. Read it through. If you agree with it, again, please get in touch with us. So with that, thanks to all of you for joining here. You will go on to a special session in the Parliament in the City Hall of Reykjavik, and I would like you to give an extra, incredibly strong round of applause for these wonderful girls and women. Thank you. The video's later? Why is the video later? It's not, we can't show it here? Okay, then let's show again the other two videos, okay? Just pragmatic as women are. And then if you want to see Dida's video, we have it on our website. Then we also can share the link to everybody so that you can send it on as well, because it's a wonderful summary in a very well done way on why politics should matter for everybody and specifically for girls and women. Thank you.
So this was very inspiring, right? I would like to ask you one quick question. Did you see the boys on stage? Were they visible? A lot? Really? This is how much you can see women on the global stage. Not very, very visible, but let's thank them a lot for understanding, because these kind of male leaders are the ones that we need in the future, those who actually support women. I would like to invite you now to the coffee break. You all know where it is. Please let us get back here at 11, maybe 2-3 minutes before 11 for the next session. Hi, ladies and few gentlemen, welcome back. I would like to call Hannah on stage because she will be introducing WPL award that Aminata Touré will receive. Aminata Touré, former Prime Minister of Senegal, a strong woman who also lived in Ouagadougou, Burkina Faso. We had a small chat this morning. So come on, please take the floor.
Thank you so much, Asida. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, again, a nice warm welcome from me to all of you. As we told you all yesterday and as we went through yesterday, we handed out the Women Political Leader Awards. We give out these awards every year. As you know, they are often given to countries for their sort of achievements when it comes to gender equality. But sometimes, on rare occasions, but seriously important occasions, we give these awards to individuals. And we give them to what we would like to call the role models of other role models. So you saw many of them on stage yesterday, and again, congratulations to all of them. But we didn't have with us then because she was traveling. She's a busy lady, but we have her with us today, and we want to make sure that she gets the award. So please come on stage. Aminata Touré, she's the Prime Minister former of Senegal. She was the Prime Minister from 2013 to 2014. She is a great lady, a one that we can be really, really proud of, all of us, and her continent and well. She's a member of CWWL, as the other ones that were here. A great friend of ours here. We're so happy to have you. We know you traveled far and long to be here with us. So thank you so much again, and thanks for everything you've done for women around the world for a long time. I think Asida is going to make the next call, and we will stand for a bit over here, and then we'll do the formal ceremony. Thanks.
So I would like to call Silvana on stage. So Silvana and Anna will give the award to Aminata Touré. So, Aminata, do you have anything to share with the audience? I understood you have 7 seconds.
It is going to be very quick to just say how happy I am to get this award here in Reykjavik. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it yesterday. I was traveling from Nairobi, but I'm very happy to be here. And I was also so moved to see all these young ladies this morning. And I was saying to Laura that this is a great change, because at their age, when I was 12, I hated it to be a girl. So when I see how happy they are to be girls, we came a long way. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I think maybe I'll stay. Yes, I think now Esperance and you are going. Yes. Yeah. So if you could, we will give awards to all the brilliant women that are here. I would like to introduce Esperance Nyirasafari, Minister of Gender and Family Promotion in Rwanda. Please join us. I was discussing with someone in Rwanda about women's rights. You know, Rwanda is a champion. And the man said that we saw many women driving cars, and we asked him, why are there only women driving cars today? And he replied, women are not only driving cars, they are also driving this country. So let's welcome the Minister of Gender and Family Promotion from Rwanda. Murakuze. And also, Helen Hai. So Helen Hai, no, it's later. Okay, sorry.
Jeanne d'Arc, the Vice President of the Parliament of Rwanda, please join us here as well. So, because this is about bringing the optimism of we can do it to Africa, and starting from a country which has shown really we can do it. In 2014, some of you remember the WPL had its summit in Rwanda, precisely for the reason that it is the global champion for women in politics. There is a 30% quota for the parliament, but because the women are doing such a fantastic job, there are now more than 60% parliamentarians in Rwanda. And you're on, like, exceeding every comparison on top of all the charts when it comes to women parliamentarians, more than 60%. So we have always had a fantastic involvement of African women politicians in everything we did, and we've in WPL said it really would be making so much sense if we would have a hub, an office, a center for the activities in Africa. And as this is an organization which wants to send out best practice, example, inspiration, the choice was relatively quickly made because Rwanda, as the champion for women in politics, is a source of this optimism when it comes to increasing the number of women politicians. So we're doing that, and I hand over now to Espérance, the Minister of Gender, to just say a bit about how Rwanda did it and why are you so, like 23 years after the genocide, when the country was not perceived as a country that could make it anywhere, that you're now a country which does extremely well in achieving in making progress towards the SDGs, having this fantastic inclusion and change of societal role for women. So what led to that, and what can we take away from Rwanda? Same like we take away things from Iceland here.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me first thank the WPL for its request to Rwanda to host the Africa office. It was with enthusiasm that we received these requests, and we are happy to announce that we have agreed that this Africa office can be established in Rwanda. So, as you said, in 1994, Rwanda was devastated. The genocide against Tutsi took over 1 million lives. You imagine women were killed, children, men were killed, and we had a lot of widows, so the country could not be built with leaving those women behind. So under the good leadership of our president, His Excellency Paul Kagame, who is the he for she global champion, we managed to take advantage of his good leadership to advance women's rights. So we are thankful to him. We are thankful to Rwandan population who decided to remove all discriminatory laws, starting with the Constitution, which guarantees equal rights between men and women, where at least 30% of seats are reserved for women, not only in the parliament, but in all decision-making organs. Like in government, we have 40 women in the government. In the judiciary, we have more than 40% of women. So we think that hosting this office in my country, it is a good thing. We will share with others how we have managed, how we have turned the policies, programs, strategies into reality. So as we will launch this office, we take this opportunity to invite all in my country, all of you in my country, and maybe the, yeah, I think, let me request Silvana to announce the date. We know the date, but...
yes, I'm happy. Yeah, I'm very honored to announce that on behalf of our, in our cooperationship. So we thought it would be a fantastic symbol also to do this on a day when women's issues, women's rights, women's advancement is really on the agenda of kind of everybody. So 8th of March, Women's Day, will be the day when we do an official celebratory opening of the Africa office in Rwanda. And of course, you're all cordially invited. You will get invitations sent soon, and we hope to see many of you once more in Rwanda. And just let me add to that, because Esperance mentioned the importance of the leadership. Last year, during the African Union Summit, which took place in Rwanda on the topic of human rights and specific focus on women's rights, women, civil society organizations from all over Africa came to Kigali and in a wonderful ceremony honored both the chairperson Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma, whose words we heard yesterday, and President Kagame of Rwanda as the champions for African women, and called him the president of all African women, which I think is again another encouragement to work on that topic together from within Kigali, but with all Africans involved in that. So thank you, Jeanne d'Arc, thank you, Esperance, for this cooperation, and see you all 8th of March in Kigali. Helen, you want this, or you want this?
So as they say in Rwanda, murakoze, this is thank you very much. I would like to call back Helen Hai on stage that will give a 5-minute speech.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As we all know, 2015 is a historical year for the world because United Nations, as I mentioned, launched the Sustainable Development Goals. All the countries, we decided to embark these new journeys to improve the lives of people everywhere. The question is, can we really achieve it? Before we answer that question, I would say, let us look at some history. In the year 1950 to 2008, globally, there's about 200 developing economies. In reality, there's only 2 economies moved from lower income status to higher income status. That is South Korea and Taiwan. China likely to be the 3rd one in our human history. And out of those 56 our human history, those years, only 13 of countries actually moved from middle income status to higher income status. Out of those 13, 8 of them are in Europe. The original GDP gap are small. The other 5 are the Asia 4 tigers, plus Japan. So in our human history, actually, we didn't do very well because most of the countries, developing countries today are still trapped in lower and middle income. So the question is, in the next 15 years, can we really change the history? I think the answer is yes. I'm very optimistic because earlier on, I talked about this 85 million jobs are relocating out of China. And it's a great golden opportunity. If we work together, we can help Africa to get into global value chain and really change the history in our times. The question is how to do it. I want to quickly share with you 2 stories and how things are going to happen. Because as I mentioned, it's always very challenging to make the change from 0 to 1. First, let me to read you a letter actually from a girl from Rwanda. She wrote it to me about a year ago. She said, Madam Helen, how are you? Here in Rwanda, everything is going well because since January, I'm working for Madam Candy in C&H Garments as warehouse supervisor. He is a very good company, and I learned a lot in garment industry. Madam Candy is a very nice boss and a good teacher. At the same time, I have also started to speak some Chinese language, and I hope that within 1 year it will improve. Helen, I would like to appreciate you for that opportunity. Hard work is the only way I can find a way to say thank you. Without you, I would not reach where I am now, and I very much recognize whatever you did for me. Hope that one day we will meet each other so that I could hold your hand and say thank you. Warm greeting from Kigali, Rwanda, Maria. For some girl I've never met in my lifetime to wrote me something like this. Why? Because actually we set up the first garment factory down there, creating 2,000 jobs. Maria, she's the only survivor from the genocide. She witnessed her parents being killed. And last year in her Christmas wish, every year we asked the people to write it. She said, now I have a great future because I know the company is going to set up another company in Senegal. I can become an expat going there to teach in another country. This is actually when we create job on the ground, things could really change. But the question you probably ask me, Helen, out of those 54 African countries, why did you pick, to invest in Rwanda? This is actually go down to the leadership. I remember I was being invited by the government to Rwanda. And actually a group of us, first we visited the rural area. We didn't make any decision to invest. And then we saw some children that are suffering from hunger. So on behalf of the company, I wrote a check of $100,000. I gave it to the CEO of RDB, Rwanda Development Board. I asked her to say, please take this money to buy some food for those poor children. You know what happened with the CEO of RDB? She's a women leader, Claire. She looked at the check, she said, Helen, please take this back. I don't want fish from you. I want you to teach us how to catch the fish. And actually, it is because that I made the decision, to invest in that country. And that's what I think other African leaders need to learn from Rwanda. And last, to conclude, I want to share you a personal story about myself. I first came to Ethiopia back in 2011, and I stayed in that hotel. I'm pretty sure most of you stayed there, called Sheraton Hotel in Addis Ababa. It's a beautiful hotel. So after 2 days, I looked at the country. I was digesting food after dinner. So I walked along that beautiful garden, full of roses, beautiful roses. And then I suddenly hear some music. So I followed the music. I went to the back of the hotel. There's a bar called Office Bar. That was 2011. I looked around in that bar. I didn't see any local people. I see there's a lot of foreigners, people from Europe, from US, that are singing and dancing in that bar, which remind me of a personal story 30 years back. When I was 7 years old, at that time in China, there's only one 5-star hotel in the capital, in Beijing. It is my birthday, so my father took me to China, and he wanted to give me a treat, and then he wanted us to stay in that hotel. He took me to the reception, and then he asked, how much is it per night? That was 30 years back. The reception told my father, $100. My father immediately said, that is too expensive. We cannot afford it. So he was taking me away, that little girl, from that hotel. The moment I was leaving that lobby, the beautiful hotel, 7 years old, I turned my head back. I looked around. I didn't see any Chinese except waiters and waitresses. I see those are Europeans and Americans, what I say, white people. At that moment, I thought, that is a word that does not belong to me. And that is a word, it may never belong to me. Then my life changed dramatically in the last 30 years. It's nothing to do with how good I am. It is because my country find the right path of development. So the moment when I was in that Sheraton Hotel, in that bar, when I looked around, what went through to my mind is, outside the big gate of Sheraton, that beautiful hotel, there must be a lot of young girls thinking exactly like me 30 years back. What in their mind, inside the big gate of Sheraton, is a word that does not belong to them. And it's probably a word will never belong to them. But what they don't know is, if their country can find the right path of development, their life will be changed dramatically. So in summary, I want to say I'm a strong believer in Africa. I believe strong leadership, sustainable commitment, and leadership, successful examples. And I wish to work with all of you to move from vision to action, dreams to reality. Thank you all.
Excellent again, right? See how much talent that women have. Have you been tweeting? Just to remind you of the fact that the hashtag is here, WPL Summit. And also to allow one of the ladies here to be able to continue tweeting, please return her phone if you find it. It's lying somewhere, lost. If you find it, to the hospitality desk. I would now like to introduce a very powerful and inspiring woman. And to me, it's very special because in my country, in Belgium, we never had a female prime minister. I hope we will soon change the situation. Not immediately because, someone from my party is the prime minister, but his job is quite attractive. So I would like to introduce Marie Kiviniemi, WPL Award winner, currently Deputy Secretary General of OECD, and former Prime Minister of Finland. She will share her experience and vision with us. And please, all the girl to leaders that were in the room or are still in the room or following us on Twitter, all the participants, listen very good to her because you are also the next prime ministers of your countries. I will listen a lot.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, happy to be back here in this family. I was lucky to participate in the first WIP meeting in Brussels some years ago, and I have been coming back every time I have had the possibility and planning already my next participation in Lithuania. We are gathered here today really for a common cause. Many women like you have defied stereotypes hampering gender equality and have succeeded to accomplish remarkable milestones in politics and many other fields. And we want more women to have the opportunity to do the same under fairer conditions than many of us encountered. At the OECD, we really try to help countries, not only our member countries, but also the partner countries around the world, to achieve better results in gender equality. We recently published this report, Pursuit of Gender Equality, an Uphill Battle, which shows that countries have increasingly taken actions to implement the 2 OECD recommendations on gender equality, namely the one concerning gender in education, employment and leadership, and the one concerning gender in public governance. Nevertheless, progress has been far too slow. Embarrassing disparities between men and women persist, and the pursuit of gender equality indeed remains an uphill battle. At our work on gender, we don't only constrain to isolated reports on gender and on recommendations, but we aim to mainstream gender throughout many of our publications, and therefore we can observe gender inequality patterns across various work streams. As you can see here, this is from our How is Life report, which is part of our Better Life initiative. This examines people's well-being across different dimensions in 35 OECD and 6 partner countries. And these partner countries are from all over the world, from Latin America, Brazil, Colombia, Costa Rica, from Africa, South Africa, also Lithuania and Russia. As you can see here in our 4th edition of How is Life report, it shows that women remain worse off as compared to men when it comes to pay, employment, and self-reported health. But however, they on average do fare better than men, for example, concerning time spent on social activities and long working hours. And as you can see here in the picture, in many areas, the well-being is about the same for men and women in political efficacy, social support, and unemployment. But really, much needs to be improved, especially when it comes to low pay and safety. But back to the uphill battle report on gender equality. Here you see the policy priorities in countries which have adhered to our gender recommendation instrument. And you can see that the combating violence against women remains a policy priority for most OECD countries. There's really much to do, and in order to improve the performance and really achieving results, what is needed is that we can monitor the current state and also the progress. So data and indicators are needed, and Finland, for example, established the Finnish Homicide Monitor, an innovative database capturing data on femicide the National Statistics Office was earlier unable to collect. And its success led to the development of a European homicide monitor. And these long-lasting commitments, together gathering that data, developing the indicators, and also financing it, have been a key for the success of this initiative. Further, OECD countries ranked equal pay between women and men as the second most important priority. And rightly so, as we know, in all the countries, the situation is still far away from pay equality. The median full-time female worker earns 15% less than her male counterpart across the OECD, and a gap that has barely changed over the past decade. And we have countries where the gap is even much bigger, but of course countries also which perform better than the average. Encouraging gender equitable sharing of parental and household responsibilities is also a policy priority for many countries. And as we all know, that really is needed. In many countries, we have good legislation when it comes to parental leaves and maternity and paternity leaves, but then really using those from the father's side is not yet the case. Other country priorities include, as you see here, dealing with stereotype-based prejudice and the low number of women in high-level positions in politics and business, which has been very high on our agenda, of course, today and yesterday. And given the presence of prominent leaders at this forum, let me delve a little deeper into this. In 2017, across the OECD, women held only 28.8% of seats in lower houses of parliament and only 4.8% of CEO positions. And it is so good to hear from the African experience that there are many countries which perform so much better than the developed countries. So that kind of role models we really need in all the countries. But of course, when we look at the global average, it is even worse than the OECD average. Our report also takes a look at policies enabling women to participate in senior management, public leadership, and entrepreneurship. And this slide goes then really a bit deeper into the gender quota theme. It shows that 10 OECD countries have legislated gender quotas, and these are the countries highlighted with light green bars. And among these, some have achieved high representation of women in parliaments, such as Mexico, Spain, and Belgium, so the quotas work well. But others, such as Korea and Greece, still report low representation, similarly to countries that did not adopt gender quotas, such as Hungary and Japan. So what makes gender quotas success? What can other countries learn from the best practices, from successful implementation of quotas? Mexico, for example, placed itself among the top countries in the OECD in terms of women's representation in the national legislature. Mexico introduced voluntary quotas in 1993 and disallowed political parties from having more than 70% candidates from the same gender in 2002. So gradual improvement of the effectiveness of the quotas. In 2008, Mexico increased women's quota for principal candidates to 40%, and in 2014, the Constitution established the parity requirement. The quota system has been reinforced by the Federal Election Tribunal actively monitoring quota implementation and closing loopholes in the electoral law. So the success story of Mexico demonstrates that the effectiveness of quotas is contingent upon factors such as the extent of the quotas, whether there are penalties for non-compliance, the effectiveness of oversight, and the availability of incentives to comply. But our graph also tells us that other countries, such as Iceland and Sweden, reached almost gender parity in parliaments without quotas, with the help of deeply rooted egalitarian values, the systematic use of other measures such as gender mainstreaming and overarching gender equality policies. So there are many ways to achieve good results when it comes to increasing the number of women in decision-making positions. So second, what we found in our survey was that legislatures really are co-actors in the realization of gender equality, but however, women's numerical representation in the parliament does not necessarily mean that their voice is equally heard in decision-making. Most of the parliament's legislative duties are carried out in committees, as you well know, and across OECD, women's representation in committee chair positions does not always reflect their representation in parliament. And for example, in my own home country, Finland, women represent 42% of all available seats, and this result has been achieved without quotas, but only 6 committees out of 16 committees in the parliament are presided by women. So also the countries which perform well, they are not yet there. It's kind of a constant, you have to constantly be aware that improvements are needed. Ladies and gentlemen, OECD remains committed to supporting countries in fighting gender inequality and as part of its core vision for sustainable and inclusive growth. And the cost of inaction is too high. Achieving the G20 target of increasing female labor force participation by 25% until 2025 could add 1% to GDP growth across the OECD. And we have no more time to wait. And really increasing the labor force participation by many countries, like in Egypt, the increase in GDP is much higher. It really would make a difference. The availability and regular collection of data disaggregated by sex and sensitive to gender issues is crucial not only to measure remaining equality gaps, but also to demonstrate the effectiveness of policies. High-level political leadership, the effective role of parliaments, and the adoption of innovative approaches are also critical. And in our capacity as think tank, we at the OECD provide governments with the data and analysis needed to tackle gender equality head-on, but we also aim to support governments to move forward and take concrete action as a do tank. And the forthcoming OECD Gender in Governance Toolkit, which you see here, it will be launched soon, does just this. It gives very practical advice and also shares best practices when it comes to mainstreaming gender equality in design, development, implementation, and evaluation of relevant public policies and budgets. And also gender budgeting is very high on our agenda. And also you can find here concrete advice on how to achieve gender equality in public employment and also gender balance in leadership, management, and decision-making positions. And another publication which we just launched for the United Arab Emirates is a gender balance guide to public and also to private institutions, how to really make it happen, how to achieve in a concrete way gender balance in institutions, organizations, and also in companies. So these concrete examples of our work I would like to share with you. Thank you very much for your attention. I really hope that we are able to continue the lively discussion and very thought-provoking debates throughout the day and here in Reykjavik, and happy to see you hopefully then also in our next meeting. Thank you.
What happens when we invest in girls? Then we help them turn from victims to change makers. We help them refuse to become what those who hurt them wanted them to become. And this is what Katja Iversen is doing with Women Deliver. Please help me welcome her on stage to share her work with us.
Now, this is a beautiful site right here, a site of power. I like it. So, thanks a lot. You could have chosen to be anywhere, but you chose to be in Iceland. You chose to be at the WPL summit, and you chose to be right here. That's dedication to change. And I know that you're really, really smart people. But even so, all research shows that you'll only remember 3 things of what I say. And it's not because, you're less intelligent than anybody else. It's just because that's what research shows. And so to preempt that, I'll just tell you what I hope it is that you'll remember. So here are my 3 messages. 1, invest. When you invest in girls and women, there's a ripple effect that goes way beyond the individual and everybody wins. That's the first message. The second is cocktail. No, it's actually integrate. Women's health, education, economic empowerment, and political participation is a power cocktail. And we need to look at it holistically. We need to look at the whole woman and the whole girl. And 3, girls and women are drivers of development. And we need to change that narrative from women being victims to women being powerhouses and powerful. As we say a little polemically in Women Deliver and so much more than babies. They deliver health, wealth, and social cohesion. And when we invest in them, as I said, the first key message, research also shows that I need to say it 3 times, that when we invest in them, there is this positive ripple effect that goes way beyond the individual, but that really brings progress to the individual, to communities, and to whole countries. We will never achieve the Sustainable Development Goals or development in general in countries if we don't deliberately prioritize women, invest in women, involve women. We need to close that gender gap, and it is a winner case. You have heard about the McKinsey study on gender equity. But just to reiterate, the McKinsey study shows that if we could close the gender gap at the workplace, or kind of in work and labor, the economy would grow up to 28 trillion, and that was with the TR. It's trillion, it's not just billion, it's a lot of money. And that is the same as about 26% of global GDP. Now, that is not pocket money. That's not pocket change. That's the added value of the US and China's GDP in total. And it should be big enough to make some of the unusual suspects and partners listen. Women Deliver nudged. I call myself the chief nudger because we don't really have any elected power. We are an NGO. But we nudged the heck out of McKinsey to do that study, just as we nudge everybody else who can to help us make the investment case for girls and women. We championed that investment case back from 2008 and 2009, and oh man, did we get slammed for that, because we were told that we could not monetize women's lives. And I agree, we shouldn't have to, but I'm also pragmatic and know that when we come to ministers of finance and other ministers of some of the issues higher up on the totem pole than, gender, that's often down here, if we come with the rights argument, then we're not going to get far. So if you have both the rights argument and you have the social argument and you have the economic argument, we just get a little further in the door to make change happen. I wish it wasn't so, but we also got to play by that. It is so wonderful to see how the arguments are developing also on the economic side, and I must say, following the Merck Germany's Healthy Women, Healthy Economies study and program with APEC, it's really great to see how it grows. And I also want to say big kudos to some of the companies involved here at WPL Summit: Johnson & Johnson, MSD for Mothers, EY, Facebook, and Salesforce, because you're helping us develop as advocates those arguments that we need to really prove and run with it when we invest in girls and women. You get it and you do it. Thank you. So the second message, that was the power cocktail. When women are healthy and have access to education, can keep and get a job, a bank account, and credit, as well as political influence, we have ourselves that really powerful cocktail, Good dose of knowledge, good dose of health, squeeze of money, big squeeze, and a splash of power. Delicious. If we separate them and just do it in silos, we'll only get so far. So we need that integrated approach. One of the things I like about the Sustainable Development Goals that you have all been in on deciding, it's endorsed by the whole world, have to be achieved by 2030, so let's get to work. One of the things that I like about it is that it's not a menu, it's a roadmap. We can't just kind of pick and choose, it's integrated. And the discussions I've been following here the last, 36 hours is really seeing that you all get that. We don't live our lives in silos, we don't just look at it as diseases or body parts or logos or issues. We really have to look at it integrated, the whole girl and the whole woman. So it is that, and we need to work across ministers of finance, ministers of health, ministers of education, ministers of planning, infrastructure, and all of it, academia, NGO, private sector, if we really want to move that needle, men and boys, of course. And you do that. But let's also be clear and never forget. A woman's ability to decide on her own body and fertility is a bedrock of gender equality. We can talk about economic empowerment and women's political participation until the cows come home. But if a girl gets kicked out of school when she gets pregnant, if a woman is pregnant all the time and can't keep and get a job, we're just not going to make it. We're not going to reap those fruits of gender equality if women don't have access to sexual and reproductive health and rights. And we just know from too many places And I can also say, as most of you probably can, me too, sex is not always an option. Sex is not always a choice. And your body is not always your own. So we need to go beyond the hashtags, and it has to be about solutions and impact. Women Deliver always come out. We have a big series called Celebrate Solutions. We have Solutions Panorama coming out because there's no reason to reinvent the wheel. Everything we do is open source, man. You can take it and run with it, and it can be scaled up. I often meet ministers, and they say, don't tell me that I have a problem. I know. Let's talk about what we can do about it. Let's talk about what works and how we can make it happen. The third message, girls and women are drivers of development. Absolutely yes. And not victims, not vulnerable, not just weak, they're powerhouses. And I don't know about you, but I hate the term the weaker sex. It drives me nuts. And we have to change that narrative from women being weak, victims, and vulnerable to women being powerful, change makers, and drivers of development and progress for all. When we label a girl a victim, we take away her agency. When we reinforce the idea that she's powerless, when we use terms like fight like a girl, run like a girl, don't behave like a girl to a boy, oh, you pretty little thing. When we in commercials don't see women in roles of leadership, we make women the weaker sex. So we're on a global listening tour because we know that as an NGO kind of situated in New York, we need to go out and really listen hard, else what we do is not going to reflect the reality that girls and women live. So we're on a global listening tour, and I was sitting with a group of women under a tree on the mats in a very poor village in Senegal. And I just asked them to tell me about their lives. And you know, most literature would define them as poor and powerless, some of the poorest of the poor. And yes, it's true, they were without access to family planning. They didn't own land, they couldn't get credit, and they didn't have a lot of influence. And yes, many of them had experienced terrible, terrible things so that you could categorize them as disempowered. But what I saw and what I heard were not disempowered women. I saw powerhouses, just as I see it so many other places. I see strong women who get up in the morning and who get dressed and who knows what they are up against, but they fight, and they fight for a better everyday for themselves and not least for their children. Now that's power, and that's a fighter. So girls and women are drivers of development at all levels every day, and we must change that disempowering narrative. We must challenge the stereotypes. And there's great news because it's already happening. When you see some of the things that comes out in commercials today, they are changing the narrative, and it's really effective. Not only is it changing, you can be what you can see, but not only is it changing opinions, they also make more money on it. So, you know, we hope to see more of that. So there's a lot of work in front of us, and you know, kind of I and Women Deliver, we're the advocates who can help you get the arguments, the evidence, and showcase the solutions. We're pretty good at taking really dense things and making it accessible. This is the whole Sustainable Development Goals paradigm done in an infographic. We always do them so they fit in a suit pocket because we know that many of the negotiators are men, but they're also really good in the handbag. So we have a lot of that evidence. You can have it, we do it open source, you can take it, you can run with it, we update it. Because you're the power. You're the one who can change things. You're on the front line. And it's your actions, influence, and decisions that'll define not only the future, but also the present. So there's a very powerful movement for gender equality and for the health rights and well-being for girls and women right now, and for shattering patriarchy and changing social norms. It takes all of us, each and every one of us. As Obama once said, we are the ones we've been waiting for. But this does not stop in Iceland. There's so many beautiful things ahead. And I just want to close with a blatant self-promotion, if I can. 2 weeks ago, I was in Vancouver with Prime Minister Trudeau. I know it was really hard work I have. And we were promoting the next Women Deliver conference that will take place in June 2019 in Canada. 6,000 to 8,000 people, decision makers, activists, advocates, academics, journalists, royals, celebrities, heads of states, and all of that. 100,000 in offsite, but really with a focus on solutions. It'll be much more than a conference. It will be a fueling station for arguments, solutions, and evidence. So I hope to see you there. So this is not goodbye, it's an hasta la vista, baby. It's a ci vediamo, arrivederci. See you in Vancouver, and thank you.
So that was a great way of self-promotion, something that we should do more and more as women, because most of the time we forget to do that. And it's related to winning elections, to running for elections. Most of the time we are not allowed to run, and sometimes we don't know how to win. In Belgium, we have a parity law so that women have to be on the list, so otherwise parties cannot present the list. You need to have as many women as men on the list. And the places you have a man, a woman, etc., or vice versa. And yet, we still don't have as many women as men in power places. And mostly I hear men joking and saying, it's their fault, they should have managed to be elected. But most of the time, we are so much busy with other things, or a little bit bad, too humble, or bad at self-promotion. Our next speaker is an expert in winning elections, in campaigning. So we should learn a bit more from her. And Victoria Batson, so from Harvard University, will share views with us about women in politics with a focus on running campaigns. Please welcome her.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and I want to thank Megan and Silvana for convening all of us so we can be here together. Let's give them a thank you. Thank you. All across the globe, we have different lives, we have different experiences, we're from different nations, we serve in many different bodies, but what brings us together is that we're women. I work with my colleagues at Harvard University in helping to train and educate women to run. And I think that it's important to remember, why is it that we run? I believe after my 20 years at the university and working with women from all across the globe, there's only two things that give women equality. The first is statutory protection, what it is we actually do when we make equality for women. The right to own land, the right to vote, the right to stand for office, the right to have freedom of movement, the right to bodily integrity. All of these rights, and you and I together, we could make a list of the many different rights that are important for us. And those are always footprints in sand. They can always be wiped away by the next political leaders, can be wiped away by the next administrations. The second is equality comes to women through their economic empowerment. The ability of women over the arc of their adult lives to support themselves and their children, right? For each of us and our female counterparts to be free, we have to be able to leave a situation and take care of ourselves and our loved ones. And that these two intertwined goals, they create equality and can bring equality to each of our societies. And I believe everything else is an input or an output. When we are looking at politics and getting more women both engaged and helping each of us make our largest and most meaningful contribution, women, we tend to ask ourselves the following questions. Am I good enough? Do I know enough? Will people support me? Can I run for that next level of office? Will the party be with me? And these are all very meaningful questions. But I dare say the most important question is what will be lost for my not going for the next rung? What will be lost for my not having participated? What will be lost for my not bringing up the next woman who can follow in my footsteps and ensure that my political body has the voice of women? When we look at why we are in the roles that we are and the importance that lies ahead, what is so critical is that we know that even good, well-meaning people, if they haven't walked in our shoes, if they haven't lived the lives of women in our nation, the chance that they're going to get the policy right is ever diminished. And that we truly are the standard bearers who need to carry the weight and the work of ensuring that women in our nations will have better lives because we were there, because we can make the policy that will help move them forward. And as my wonderful colleague who just spoke highlighted, it really is the women who will do the work, who will ensure, and each of our societies needs to have women in positions of political leadership, or we will not make our goals of the 21st century. Our economic platform, the GDP of our countries, will depend on women's labor attachment. We will need to ensure that as political leaders, we are preparing both for the tomorrow we can see, but the tomorrow beyond. I ask each of you to think about, in addition to your career and those near around you, how will you help prepare the next generations of women political leaders? I'm here, and I know many of you have also met with my colleague Danielle Boudreau, who's with us today. And I ask that you reach out to either of us if you're interested in learning about the programming and the training that we do at Harvard. It's all open source, and we're happy to share that and to provide tools and resources that you can use. Nothing will be more important over these next decades than ensuring that we're able to hold the gains that we've made in women's electoral representation, and that we move forward to ensure that in the many places, such as my own home country, where the number of women has stalled, that we're able to catalyze and ensure that we have more women in elected office, that each of our governments, and for many our democracies, are able to fully utilize the talent, not of 49% of the population, but of 100% of the population. And lastly, in closing, I want to ask you to join me in taking a pledge. As you look to your right and left, you are surrounded by extraordinary women. You will have made friendships here that will last and sustain you when you return home. You will have new colleagues and confidants to discuss your strategy and your policy with, and a thoughtful ear when sometimes you really need to talk to someone who isn't right within your own network, but you want to talk with someone a bit beyond. As women, we support each other and we help each other. But on occasion, we don't do that as well as we could. Do you know what I mean? And I ask that you join me in saying, I will support other women. I will support other women. And when I am offered an opportunity, I will share that opportunity with other women if I will not take that opportunity myself. Can we all say, I will share opportunity? I will share opportunity. And this last one, I think, is the most important. I will not speak ill of other women. I will not speak ill of other women. When I ask you all to join me in carrying forward the incredible spirit which has been created over these many days, that we all take WPL home with us in our hearts and in our practices and in our networks. And I say thank you very much. You have all been an inspiration. I have so enjoyed being with you and learning with you over these last days, and I look forward to when we next see each other. Thank you.
And I would like to invite you for lunch now, and lunch will find place here, just not as mentioned before, but just here in the, on this side. The door will open and we'll just go there and have lunch. And please use lunch to network and enjoy all the other powerful women that are here. And after lunch, please feel free to join the policy activity session that you have chosen, and then we'll meet back here in this room at 3:30 in the afternoon.
Good afternoon. Is this working? Perfect. Thank you for being here. I know these are, it's been a very rich morning, and now after lunch, we are diving deeper into the issues, and we really want to hear from you, so hopefully we will hear from our very distinguished speakers, and also hopefully from you as well. So the title of this session is Healthy Women, Healthy Economies. And it comes the title comes from a public-private initiative that has been launched by APEC, by the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation, along with governments and with private corporations, including Merck, the US government, and the Philippines. And this is going to, the panel is going to use both this initiative and the framework of the Sustainable Development Goals that were adopted in 2015 to dig deeper into these very important issues. So we're talking about goal 3, of course, the goal of health, recognizing how much health takes a toll on the economy, especially women's health. And of course, goal number 5, which has been an overarching goal of this whole conference. So why don't we have here, we're very lucky to have representation from Bermuda, from Belgium, from Pakistan, from Rwanda, from governments and from international organizations like the WHO, and of course from the private sector with Merck. And so we're going to be able to have a multi-dimensional discussion on this very multi-dimensional issue. And the thing here is that as countries are developing implementation plans to reach the goals that have been set up by the United Nations, we all need evidence of what works and good practices of what we can put together. And everyone on this panel has been deeply involved in one way or another in making those things happen. So there are prepared statements. We will start with that, and then after that we will move to Q&A. And including Q&A from the audience. Super. So I want to start with Your Excellency Christine De Freyne, Speaker of the Belgian Senate. You have some prepared remarks for us.
Okay. So good afternoon, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be among you together. And I'm very delighted because as a I should say chairwoman, not speaker. Chairwoman is a gender equality more correct word to use. And well, we are among sisters, 195 countries with a different gender equality situation. No one is equal to the other, and sometimes, of course, the inequality is breathtaking. I don't want to suffocate you with statistics. I don't know if statistics tell the truth or not, but in the Belgian Senate, we are a proportion of 46% of women. 20 years ago, it was 12%, so we have make improvement, even if it's not perfect yet, but we have paved the way, and I think that we are on the right track, the right direction. And so I wanted also to mention that women in Belgium were granted to vote only in 1948, after the Second World War, which means that women, they have fought just as men, they have resisted, they've been resistant, and so they were only granted of the right of voting after the Second War. And so within a few decades, it has to be, we had to hurry up to have that level playing field in many areas. And so in the Belgian Senate, for instance, we set up a committee, an advisory committee about equality on chances. And we have voted a lot of resolutions, of course, but we passed many bills. And bills regarding, for instance, domestic violence, against sexism, and it has to do with the health, against also genital mutilation. So, and we fought also the glass ceiling in the socio-economic area, and for instance, in many companies where, you know, women were blocked and not being able to move forward and to go upper in the framework. So we also managed 2 years ago to set up an information report, Beijing Plus 20, to see how in our country, in Belgium, which is supposed to be maybe a model in Europe, or European countries are supposed to be models, but they are not all the time models. An information report about what happened in Belgium after the summit in Beijing 1995. Do we have fulfilled our commitments? Are we far away? What can we improve? So, and it was of course related to health of women. We made a lot of hearings, and there are, you know, many issues in our country which is supposed to have an equal access to health care. We are proud of our healthcare facilities in Belgium. But what pointed out those hearings? A few topics, if you allow me. First of all, in the previous decades, our mother, they had to take out their bra to fight for their rights, to fight for their freedom. And of course, in Belgium, breast cancer is one of the most challenging issues. The percentage, it's a cause of mortality for women between the age of 35 and 70. And the studies that we consulted for our hearings showed and revealed that 40% of women above 50 are not screened, even so the Belgian healthcare systems allow women above 50 to undergo mammo tests for free every 2 years. And so we noticed that many women didn't have access to those mammo tests, even they were free every 2 years. And we recommended that in every slice of years and every range of years, all age categories should be allowed to get those mammo tests free every year. That's one of our recommendations, because we have to sensibilize women and to urge for the prevention of this pathology. And the study, the information report showed also that the number one disability for women in workplace in the world is depression, delusion. We cannot deny it. 70% of women have more chance of more risk to have depression than men. Is due to genetic factor, genetic causes, but not only. I think that the burnout of women, because we have to balance our private life, to organize the day after the work with the children. And we don't have to deny that we have a double task of being number one of champion organizer during the day at work, and champion number one of organizer at home. So we have to be honest. The women are still the main driving force at home. So it's physically, mentally exhausting. And when we are in competition with men, of course, we suffer from a great disadvantage. So I think that healthy women are what the economy needs. And we must find a balance with, raising our children and being able to realize ourselves in our professional life. And the study also, during hearings, realized that more and more parents had flexible working hours. And of course, working in the afternoon or late at night. And there is no flexible organization to accept children, no children daycare centers during the day, during the night. And we need more flexible facilities after school child care. And also we have to plead for generalization of telework in the organization of family life. You know, as a politician, we don't have to recommend or to advise women to do something. If a woman wants to stay home to raise our children, is a right. But what we have to facilitate, what we have to improve is a free choice of woman to do what she wants to do. If she wants to get involved in the professional life, and she has to be helped in, in the private sphere, in the private sector of her life. And the challenge are still the same, to find a perfect balance. And not to find a perfect balance affects the health of women. And so I hope we have the discussion, because there is another topic which is very sensible in our Western country also. And I ended up by this particular point, is that women have fought during decades to be entitled, to have the right of disposal of their own body. And that we see today is that there are many conservative movements, many conservative attitudes that prevent women nowadays of being entitled, having the right to dispose of their own body. And I mean particularly the question of the abortion, and to struggle those very conservative movements which are providing now a very large setback in those issues, in those areas so important for women. And this is my great concern as a politician, as a speaker of an assembly, is that we realize that the fight that the generation before us, they gave us a gift, they gave advancing right, and those rights are nowadays are today's fought, and today's they are endangered, they are jeopardized. So we have to be vigilant.
Thank you, Chairwoman, for covering this much ground and for already making the link between the reproductive rights, the health, the economics, the balance inside the House and outside of it. I want to move to Your Excellency Pamela Cox. Paula, you've had many hats in your government, the last one being a premier of Bermuda. I'd love to hear from you, given all of the portfolios that you were in charge of, what do you see as healthy women, healthy economies?
Thank you for the question, and good afternoon, ladies and co-panelists. I think that following on from the speaker, I think it's very important that we're vigilant, because you have talents, abilities of women that are being underutilized. That's not efficient. It's not ideal for an economy to work. To be quite honest, if you're not using all the talents that you have, you're failing. And as a former Minister of Finance, what was one of the key issues is how we deal with the gap in terms of the affordability and access. Now, as we look at how the whole issue of gender equity and health is so intertwined, because how we look at how women can participate, and if they aren't being allowed to participate to the greatest extent, then we do our countries and the world a disservice, because there is all this talent, which is really billions of dollars that are sitting on the sideline and going to waste. So what we really have to focus on are what are the barriers? What are the barriers for us as women being able to participate in the economy? And I think there are some that have been identified in terms of the whole issue of gender violence, the whole issue of, and it's been touched on, about reproductive health. There's the issue of health awareness. There's the issue of in work. What is the work health and safety rules? And of course, there's always the issue of how do we manage our health and work-life balance. And I think until we're prepared to look at what are some of the solutions, and for us, from a policy point of view, and as a former policymaker, you look at what do you need to do so that women are better empowered to contribute. Where are the issues? Where are the pulse points for us as women? Often it's our families. We can't feel that we can work if we don't know that our children are going to be taken care of. So any progressive minister of finance or government has to look at even the issue of childcare, daycare. I remember when I was at the Committee on the Status of Women, hearing about some of the horrible scenarios that women were having to undergo in the workplace. And it required some concerted, directed action so that men who were basically abusing their power so that it made women less free and able to work, action had to be taken so that they weren't being subjected to a sort of form of sexual harassment or even by people peeping in on them as they were changing. So we've got to look at this, connect the dots. You know, the healthcare is one area, but the whole issue of labor market participation and healthcare is so key. And there are so many areas where we need to be seen to be just doing it so that we can make it safer for our sisters and ourselves. Yes?
Thank you. Sorry. No, scarcity. Thank you so much. And we're going to go deeper into some of these areas that you've mentioned. I'm going to keep moving with the prepared statements. And Minister Esperance Nyarasafari, you're Minister of Gender and Family Protection in Rwanda, would love to hear from you as well.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm very happy to be one of the speakers on this important theme, which is healthy women, healthy economies. Let me also say that health security must be considered as foundation of economic growth. Therefore, healthy populations are better able to produce, to trade and innovate. Coming to my country and the bad history of my country, over 23 years after the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, gender equality and women's empowerment was taken as a priority. So improving women's well-being and the well-being of the entire population was key for, and is still key for our national development agenda. In 1994, the life expectancy in my country was only 30 years. So we had to take measures in health sector and in various sectors so that our population is healthy and therefore can contribute to the macroeconomic growth. Now, in life expectancy is at almost 67. We still have a long way to do, but this also can be, I'm proud of this, if in 23 years only we had life expectancy at 30 years. So the work was very huge. We had, in health sector, we had taken various policies, different laws, strategies. I can't mention all of them, but we had also to take the homegrown solutions to tackle health issues. For example, we have initiated the health workers who work on a voluntary basis. They work in villages. They help population to know, to get information on health issues, and they let them know which are the services that can help them to deal with those health issues. So now we have 99% of Rwandan women who can receive the full antenatal care from a skilled provider, and the services are free of charge. We have 91% deliveries at health centers, which is a major contribution, a major factor that contributed to the reduction of maternal mortality and even infant mortality rate. So 82% of all health centers countrywide offer prevention, mother-to-child transmission, control therapy services, where targeted pregnant women can be counseled and tested voluntarily for HIV/AIDS. So worthy is to mention that all these interventions in health sector are in connection with all interventions to achieve gender equality, because gender equality helps women to enter the labor market being healthy. This gender equality enabled or still enables women to access land, which is a source of wealth. Now women, girls can have the same right to inherit land, and they can also use this land for getting finances, because they can use the land for collateral. So we have various intervention in the gender agenda, so that women can be productive, can be active in the development of the country. So maybe I will have time to respond to and to enter in details when the time of questions will come. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We definitely will. And it's clear that this is an issue that affects developed countries and developing countries just as much, just in different manifestations of it. Minister Saira Asfal Tarar, you're the Minister of Health in Pakistan, which has had some developments in the advancements in terms of gender equality, but also some gaps that persist. Would love to hear from you.
Thank you, Allah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I want to share my experience. I think I've been to a WPL meeting once before. But this time, with every passing year, the enthusiasm and the participation and, women representation at higher level is increasing day by day. And it was so encouraging that in these 2 days, what we heard from different, women, it is just, say a beacon of light for us. And in a country like Pakistan, where we are facing so many, social, security, and many challenges, and the way things are improving, and I think I must salute all of those who are here, because you are, including myself, we are standing steadily against all odds. in our respective countries and contributing to the society. Now, coming to Pakistan, like all other developing countries and Asian countries, Pakistan, we also lag behind in gender equality, in women health, in many other areas, because, you know, Pakistan is a diverse country. So there are many issues, cultural, taboos, then there are tribal system. But the good thing which I can feel in, recent year is that the way Pakistan is moving forward, first I'll tell you about the health system which we have recently introduced, then I'll come to political participation and all that. For me, health of a woman is a wealth of a nation. I always talk about that when I go to WHO also, that if you want to improve the health indicators of any country, just focus on the adolescent girls and the mothers. Because that is an area from which you can, even if you want to, now Pakistan is facing, we are going through, there are some stunting issues which we are going through. So we are concentrating on that if even the male, even the children which are going to born, if they are stunted, so definitely their intelligence, their growth will affect. So maternal, because accessibility to health facility was another challenge, because we have some very difficult trails. And then, you know, availability of human resource there. In Pakistan, 70% of health facilitators are women. We have a very large lady health worker program, which is one of a kind. So they are, you know, allocated to every 100 houses. So they are covering each and every individual. They have accessibility to their houses. So for maternal health, what we have done so far, we have introduced a new system in which there is a, we called 1122 like rescue. Then we introduced ambulance system. And now I can assure you, and I am committed that not only in Punjab, but in my constituency, in some areas, we are covering 100% mothers. So they are providing with ambulance services, and the skilled birth rate has just gone up. The second thing which is very important, we have introduced Prime Minister National Health Program. So first time private-public partnership. So the public have an opportunity to go to private hospital, and you will be surprised to know that the first bulk of patients which we received were females. Whether it's gallbladder operation, whether it's tracheotomy, whether it's urinary problem, appendix, heart diseases. Because especially in rural areas, you know, 50% of Pakistanis are becoming poor every year just because of fatal diseases, which cost more than $1 million, more than $2 million. So even they are having the primary or secondary facilities at their doorsteps. For tertiary care, they have to go to tertiary hospitals, maybe which are far away. So, and when I was just looking at the data, and I personally called some of them, and you know, they tell me, and the stories which they, narrated, they were very, you know, emotional. One of the women just told me that I was sick from last so many years, and you know, my husband was also sick. So the amount of money which we have at our house, so he preferred because there was a long queue in the public sector. Now through that program, we are covering the poorest of the poor and almost more than 11 million families, not individuals. So I think such intervention really makes difference. The second thing which we have done now, that we have done legislation also for routine immunization. Now the problem in a country like Pakistan, that demand is not there. Even if we are providing everything free of cost, but you know, we have a very laid-back attitude. Even, you know, my vitamin D level was 3. And when I was just fainting and I was feeling very lethargic, so somebody asked me that just go and check that. So, I mean, it's sometimes I know that poverty and illiteracy, adds to it. But as a nation, you know, we have a very, so what we have done now, we are also making it mandatory, you know, vaccination card, checkup card, and we are starting following up to the pregnant women once they are registered in the basic health unit, then, you know, follow up and all that. And by this, I think, by improving health and also focusing on the adolescent girl, definitely, the things are improving. Now, coming to maternal health, our mortality rate is one of the highest in the world. For that, what we have done, we have now focusing on family planning and birth spacing. We are also working on the early marriage age, that what should be the minimum early marriage age. And the good thing is that all our religious scholars tribal chief there on the board. And while making any decision, policy decisions, or so as a nation, what we have decided, and you can see it in polio also, that we are only among those countries. So, I mean, that is an area, because they have influence in their societies. For routine immunization campaign, we have made the mosque the center. In those areas where people or the women have they are reluctant to go to the health facilities. So the imam at the mosque who's responsible, he is doing that. So I always say that anything coming from international forum, whether it's WHO or our partner, the policies or decision which we make, we should keep in mind our ground realities. Our social culture, something which is, I mean, successful in maybe in your country is not in mine. So even within Pakistan, we have a very diverse culture. So we have our different plans, all the provincial governments, they are doing. It has to do with the literacy rate. It has to do with the awareness. And anywhere, we are working on men also, because, in some society, so men have their role. Now, coming to political representation, I think maybe sitting outside Pakistan, people have a different perception. But you'll be surprised to know that in Pakistan, women were a major, they were at the forefront of our freedom movement. And right from the beginning in 1947, we have a voting right. Back 1980, we had a female prime minister. And then, speaker, National Assembly, governor, at every level, finance minister, foreign minister. But let me tell you one thing. What I've noticed, that if somebody is at the top, it doesn't mean that the trickle-down effect, and we have that power even at the lower level. Everybody of us sitting here, we are empowered. It's not our issue what we are doing. We can do it, and we have already done it. But the problem is that the women sitting at the grassroots level, and keeping this in mind, we are 18% in the parliament. We have two types of seats in the parliament, one who are directly elected, and one who are on the quota system. It depends how many seats a family. So fortunately, I'm one of those who are directly elected. So I know that what actually the problem is. So when we were working on the local bodies, legislation, so we just, and not only me, even my party and leadership, now we have representation at the local level. Even a village council consists of 2 female councillors. And let me share it with you. This is my second term in the parliament. Previously, when we had local bodies election in 2005, I'm talking not back, but even in 2005, there was nobody come up. I keep on insisting to everybody that, and their men were so reluctant. They said that I won't allow my women to go into the politics. So I belong to a rural background. I was the first woman in that area who contest in politics. But this time I was so happy. I received so many applications because everybody wants to be a councillor. Everybody wants to be a district council, chairman. So, the way things are improving, I think the only thing which we want to do is, and it's the responsibility of all, there are many other points, the way Pakistan is moving forward. At the end, I just want to say one thing, whether it's Pakistan or I don't know about the developed Iceland, what we need is support from our family. Every woman, whether he's a lady health worker or she's a prime minister, we are there with the support of our families. We have so many other things to do, but at the end of the day, especially the male relationship. I got married at the age of 24. The confidence which my father gave me, the steps which we have taken, at that time, we are 4 sisters, and he sent us to a boarding house, a very good boarding house. So, it's that where it starts. So what we need is that support from our family. And I must say that at least in Pakistan, what we have not been able to achieve in last 70 years, inshallah, we are going to achieve it in next 20 years. Inshallah. And as our father of nation said, I'll end by that no nation can be a successful or make any improvement unless or until their women go side by side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And I think we're going to rebrand this Healthy Women, Healthy Nations then. Thank you for that. Let's move to the perspective from the private sector. Christine Bugos, you're with Merck, and we're very happy to have you here with us. I would love to hear from you. You have a video as well, right, that you would like us to show right now?
Not quite yet.
not quite yet. Okay, let's do the statement and then we'll do the video.
Well, some of my comments are actually have been mentioned in a way, so I think we're already very much in agreement, but I will pick up on Katja's point earlier, which was it takes 3 times to really remember something. So anyway, yes, I work for Merck, and our commitment to health really goes beyond researching and developing new medicines. And so while we may be leaders indeed in certain areas and diseases which disproportionately impact women, such as thyroid disease, MS, or infertility, we really see it as critical to invest in all aspects of women's health and well-being, and we cannot do it alone. And that's why we partner with governments, especially with NGOs as well, and really anybody who's willing and able to help us unlock the power and potential of women. So the vision of healthy women, healthy economies is really to unleash the economic power of women by bringing all of us together so that women can join, thrive, and rise in the workplace, and then live better lives. And I think this has also been referenced before, that then by extension, that would mean better lives for their families. I do have a couple points to make after the video, but I think this is a good time to just pause and watch for a couple of minutes.
Across the globe, our mothers, our daughters, and our sisters are held back from reaching their full potential. Nearly 1 in 4 women worldwide has the potential to contribute more fully to the global economy, but can't because of her health. In fact, each year 18 million women worldwide die from thyroid disease, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, autoimmune diseases, and forms of cancer. The World Health Organization calls these non-communicable diseases the biggest threat to women's health worldwide. These are diseases that in many cases are preventable and treatable, but women need access to quality health care. Without quality healthcare, they encounter difficulties entering and remaining in the workforce. And that creates a ripple effect that impacts their families, communities, countries, and future generations. This is why Merck is a founding partner of Healthy Women, Healthy Economies. We are proud to be involved in a program that links the issue of women's health and well-being to economic growth. Just think, if women participated in the global economy at the same level as men, an extra $28 trillion could be added to annual GDP growth worldwide. That's the GDP of the United States and China combined. Imagine if that money was used to improve the global healthcare system by funding screening for and treatment of these preventable diseases, leading to a healthier future for generations of women to come. Through public-private partnerships, the Healthy Women, Healthy Economies initiative supports changes to policies that will break down barriers to women's economic participation, from access to healthcare to broader issues like work-life balance. If women are healthy and well, they invest their energy on the activities that allow societies and economies to grow. Because when women are healthy, they do better, and the world prospers. Healthy women, healthy economies.
Great. Thank you. I think that was a good summary of healthy women, healthy economies. But there are indeed many obstacles that we still need to overcome. Something that hasn't really been mentioned is really that greater gender diversity in the workforce, in leadership roles, in the boardroom, actually leads to better financial performance as well. The Boston Consultant Group had found that for every 1% increase in gender diversity correlates with a 3% gain in revenue. And yet only 21 of the Fortune 500 CEOs are women. And while women earn the majority, 57% of undergraduate degrees, 60% of master's degrees in the US, they hold only 14% of executive officer positions, 17% of board seats. And furthermore, I think this has been mentioned, the World Economic Forum Gender Gap report indicates that it will take 217 years until women have equal pay and representation in the workplace. There's a lot to do. Another obstacle we have already mentioned here, and I guess myself as a mother of 3 young children, as a daughter of elderly parents, is really this dual this dual commitment to family and to work. And it has been shown by data, indeed, that women carry more of the burden of that work, even when they have full-time jobs. And this is increasingly being recognized as unpaid work, the double burden of work, which does lead and also has been shown, for example, that women who provide care are 6 times more likely to suffer from depression or anxiety. So there's a lot to do, but the case has been made. And if we really work together, we really can make a reality. We must support policies that create workplace parity, that really reduce the detriments to health caused by this double burden of work, and also allow policies for women and actually men to fully participate in all aspects of their lives, whether work or whether it's their families in their homes. And of course, ensuring that we all have adequate access to health care and actually are also aware of the options available to us. So if we make progress on all of these points, we'll actually also make great progress on the Sustainable Development Goals related to gender and health. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to move last but definitely not least. Tana Wuliji, you had the health workforce at the World Health Organization, and now that we've gone kind of a world tour of government and the private sector, I'd love to hear your perspective from a global international organization.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here. You know, I think as we talk about healthy women, healthy economies, and we talk about that connection between these two aspects, we may not consider the fact that actually 6 billion odd people have access to health care, largely thanks to the work of women, because 71% of the health and social workforce are women. So when we talk about unleashing the economic potential of women, we're also in the health sector talking about unleashing the power of health workers. I mean, this is huge because the other thing is that as we look to the future of work, the fourth industrial revolution, we know that job creation opportunities are shrinking in many sectors. It's on the decline in agriculture, it's on the decline in manufacturing, but in the health and social sector, it's increasing. In fact, if you look at OECD countries, the high-income countries, it's gone up by 48% between 2000 and 2014. And this is massive. The World Bank is projecting that there is going to be the creation of around 40 million new health worker jobs by 2030. Every health worker also stimulates the job creation of 2 other jobs. So this is 120 million jobs by 2030. Most of these are going to be for women. So when we talk about healthy women, healthy economies, how do we take advantage of the investment in health workers? Because the other aspect is that these type of workers, particularly female-dominant workforces, have been chronically underinvested in, to the point where we're now facing this very scary shortfall of 18 million health workers by 2030. We've been sitting in this room for a while, but I want you to think about this for a minute, and I want you to stand up. If you know of someone whose lives have been saved because of the work of a health worker, stand up if you can. Think of a personal story where someone you know, their lives have been saved because of the work of a health worker. You know someone who, yeah. So we know that health workers save lives, but we forget, you can sit down now, stretch a little bit, but we forget that actually the work of health workers is important to the economy. In low and middle income countries, we've heard about the dramatic improvements in Rwanda, in Pakistan, in Bermuda, and also the improvements in Belgium. But did you know that 1/4 of economic growth improvement in low and middle income countries is due to improved health? So we can't afford not to invest in this. So I would urge us to consider this aspect. Also, because of the gender dimension, actually we know about the gender pay gap, but did we know that the gender pay gap is more pronounced, is higher in the health sector? So this is crazy. We're talking about a workforce that is predominantly women, but the gender pay gaps are higher. So globally, it's 20%. It's 26% in high-income countries in the health sector, and it's 29% for middle-income countries in the health sector. We don't, unfortunately, have data for low-income countries. We know that there's growing political commitment around this. We need to have more action. We have a new approach with the World Health Organization. We're working side by side with other sectors, with the labor sector, together with the International Labour Organization and also with the OECD, that economic angle. And we have a new program called Working for Health, and it's all about stimulating the action, stimulating the investments into the health workforce for economic growth, for the health SDGs. Because if we don't do it, we just all stood up in the room because we know of someone's lives that have been saved by a health worker. We don't want to see a reality in 2030 that people don't have those stories to tell because of a shortfall of health workers. Fundamental to this, what we're really pushing for is using that approach to be gender transformative. So not just addressing a few inequities here and there, but as countries are stepping up to really invest in health systems, to really invest in the health workforce, we want to use that as a way to move the dot on gender equality. Because as I mentioned, there's no other sector that employs more women than the health and social sector.
Thank you, Tana. Very different perspective and so very important. We want to do a round of questions, but before that, we have a special person in the room, Katja Iversen. You're the CEO of Women Deliver. I know you need to leave at 2:30, but I thought it would be great to hear from you if you have a short remark or a question for the panel, given all the work that you do in this era, thinking of women's health as much more than just a healthy body in a way.
Thanks a lot. I want to say that the tagline, healthy women, healthy economies, I almost like as much as Women Deliver, and she decides. But yeah, thanks a lot for taking this up and for not shying away from the connection between women, health, and economies. And I think we need to make that case so much better. When we look at politics today, health is often a big part of the public budget, and it's important, but we also know that it's still extremely underfunded. And our theory in Women Deliver is, if you look at it through an integrated lens, if you look at it not just as health, but as health, education, planning, infrastructure, agriculture, all of that together, that's also how we can drive better budgets for health and get much better outcomes and healthy, not only women, but healthy populations. So it's a big peg for the integrated approach, and it's a big peg for a gender lens to the national development plans, to the economic plans, health plans, of course, but also to, when we look at it in the broader global sense, to the SDG implementation. I see countries that are starting on SDG implementation, the Sustainable Development Goals, who, one, forget health, two, forget women. And it's going to 50%, the 51% of the population ain't really going to go. So get that gender lens into the different aspects. Just a peg for that, and thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. That was me cheating, but I thought this was too good of an opportunity to pass. Let's go to the round of questions. Chairwoman, please, can we start with you, Christine? Yes. According to the OECD, female labor force participation in Belgium is currently 53.1%. That is much higher than the world average, but also lower than the man's labor force participation in Belgium. What do you think is the biggest obstacle to increasing the share of women in the labor force, given that we've talked about how linked those issues are?
Maybe a few statistics. Well, you're right, it's currently 53.1%, but given that women account for 51% of the Belgian population, this has a direct impact on GDP. As we mentioned, the United States economy would have produced additional income of 512.6 billion if women received equal pay. And well, this is a lack of 2.8% of 2016 gross domestic product. In Belgium, the gender pay gap is 9%. The average pay gap in Europe is about 16%. So we are, well, in the better average, but it's not perfect still. And I want also mention the proportion of female part-time is very important, 44.9%. And for men, in comparison, this is much lower, is 10.8%. So there is a very typical stereotype in the division of labor in the household in Belgium, I think. I think this is a question, the core issue for me is a question of social and maybe cultural conception. There is still a pressure to think that women are much more willing to accept part-time job because they want it to raise children. And I think that's the cliché, the stereotype, that leads to a vicious circle. Women, they are supposed to be willing more part-time job, so employers give them part-time jobs. And of course, this has huge aftermath in terms of pensions consequences, lack of pensions, and this is for me a vicious circle due to, I think, social conception, as I mentioned in the first statement, that we don't find the right balance yet between private life, private organization. This is also a lack of public, I think, structure. We have childhood structure, care structure, but well, it's not linked to the schedule of work, and it could be more organized. But I think that the core issue is not only the gender pay gap. It's also to value, the main issue for me, it's to value women work. And we have to change the mentalities. For instance, we set up the parental, for the father, day off after birth. It's nowadays 10 days. We plead that it should be 10 days that has to be taken within the 4 months after the birth. But we think that it should be maybe 15 days, well, 5 days more. But I think that is more in the mentality to value women work. It's in terms, of course, of equality of payment, equality of wages, to shrinken the gap, but not only. We have to plead for women work, but also, as I said, we have to let the freedom of choice. We have to help, family helping, public surrounding, but to allow the freedom of choice. And to say, what will a woman choose will be good. And not to say women want only part-time jobs. This is not true. But if they choose to have a full-time job, they have to be helped by the society, by public organization, childcare, and also by the family, but by the general mentality.
Thank you. I want to go back to you, Premier Paula Cox. You've been Minister of Finance, of Education, of Labor, and even though the linkage between women's economic empowerment and health is very apparent on this panel, it seems like it's been harder to make that connection at the government level. I would love to hear from you, with the breadth of your experience, what has been your experience in terms of linking those two issues and translating that into policies?
I think that from a Minister of Finance perspective, the conventional approach is to deny funding to many of the areas which are social services. I came from a party which was very progressive, And while you will also get the criticism of being more of a spending government, we very much thought it was important to have child-friendly and family-friendly policies. And there was a bright health minister who invited me, I think, to go to a CPA conference where you had ministers of finance with the social service ministries, because they wanted them to be sensitized to the importance of providing adequate and appropriate funding to these key areas. It's not easy, I think, in the wider spectrum of the world, but in Bermuda, remember, we were a small island, and it so directly impacted policies that you couldn't, as a Minister of Finance, live in a silo. So we tended to fund health and also with regard to education. And for us, part of dealing with providing for the needs of the country meant that you had to put some dollars where it was going to be felt. That's why I mentioned the child care, because we provided some grants for those who had children and who needed, based on a sort of tiered system in terms of their need of affordability, we had to provide. You don't want to become a welfare state, but you also had to look at the needs of the country and realize that you had to direct resources where it would make an impact and where you could help to, I suppose, spur economic development, because you're taking off a burden off somebody's, an individual group's back by providing the necessary funding. But it certainly isn't easy, and it wasn't the traditional approach. I remember that I served as Minister of Education when my father was the deputy leader and the Minister of Finance, and I certainly had to advocate very strongly on the behalf of education, because you didn't want preferential treatment. But the social services is where we tended to put the funding, because there had been an underfunding gap by prior governments and administrations. But I appreciate that that may not be the usual model, but I think that people are starting to recognize that for their countries to advance, they're going to have to invest in areas which actually touch the people, because that's how you're going to be able to propel your country further. And it's good to see also more leadership at the ministerial level and at the head of government level by women. I'm not knocking men, but I think that women, because you've had to manage a family, and I think some of those skills, special skills and sensitivities are an asset when they're also looking at balancing the needs of the country.
And obviously, it took a female premier to to balance the budget back to education. So it's not a coincidence. And I think that, as you were very well saying, having a gender-lensed approach to budgeting is the first step, especially as a sitting Minister of Finance who gets an allocation of that budget throughout. So thank you for that example. Minister Tarar, one thing that struck me is that both you and Chairwoman Christine, you both mentioned that there were programs where you gave access to services for free, and yet there wasn't that much uptake of that service. And I'm really curious to hear, you started talking a little bit about bringing the political and the social aspects and working on the ground and working with the local leaders to increase that uptake. But I'd love to hear more about the policies and the initiatives that you've built on and what types of success you've had, or challenges as well, of course.
So I think our challenges are not different from the rest of the developing world, but definitely, I mean, being Pakistan, we fought, against terrorism and extremism. And let me tell you that wherever there's a law and order situation is not, up to the mark, the social indicators step like this. So our main challenge was accessibility to those areas. And with the recent army operation, which is we just had, the accessibility to each, corner of Pakistan. Now the problem is that whenever there is anything coming from WHO like MDGs previously we have. This time for Sustainable Development Goal, I sit with the Speaker National Assembly, and we were discussing, and I said that what we have done with MDGs, we are not going to do it with the SDGs. So for that, we constituted a task force in the Parliament, linkages with the provincial government, not only at upper level, and then even at district level. So we are going to review what we have achieved, a quarterly review, and then definitely after 1 year. The second thing which I mentioned is that while making any policies or while drafting any law, we always sit with our religious scholars, with the people who have, some influence in different areas. And this is the reason that while drafting law for women, domestic laws, like sexual harassment at workplaces, domestic violence, inheritance law, women empowerment, age throwing, there are many issues which we are facing. So all are affairs of life, different political parties. Because, where we lack, that is not legislation. We lack in implementation. So this time we worked on policies, and then we make action plan and also allocated resources. We always talk about that political commitment is very important. This is a very vague statement. If I, as a health minister or as a prime minister, I keep on saying that we are going to do for that, we'll achieve SDGs and we'll achieve, we are coming, and we are not allocating a single penny, so how it will go implement, as my colleagues mentioned. So for this time, I just want to say that while making policies, and then we make costed action plans for universal health coverage, for births, for family planning, for nutrition. And then definitely I asked our role, health is a devolved subject in Pakistan. But what our role is coordination and making guidelines and policy documents for the provinces. And we developed each and every document. We have developed a vision, national vision, which includes health, which includes education, infrastructure, energy. And in that, for that, we sit with our provinces and we make a consensus document. And definitely I feel that still in health sector and social sector, we spend very little of our GDP. But at least we have taken some steps and we have started doing that. And I think what I feel as far as Pakistan and all developing countries, what we need, we have to make our own plans. Health ministry was dependent on donors' money. It was a donor-driven ministry. So the ownership of the government was not there. If I'm not spending anything from my own pocket, and there'll be no mechanism of monitoring of governance. So the first thing which I did was still, we have so many vertical programs, TB, malaria, AIDS, which is funded by, all these programs are funded by Global Fund. We are getting vaccine from the Gavi, but at the end of the day, it's our children, our nation. So we have to invest our own resources. So when we started investing our own resources and the provincial government, we have made a costed plan, locked family planning. We used to get commodities from USAID, from DFID, but now for the first time, all the provincial government have procured commodities because demand is there. There's a difference between demand and supply. So I think these are some steps which we have taken. And this is, and it's not on, I've been attending WHO regional committee meetings, different international partners. But the good thing, what I can see in the world is that in recent past, from some years, there's a awareness and there's a sensitization even in the developing world that they have to invest in social sector, in health of our people. And this is what we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And it's so important that additional dimension of we've been talking about public-private cooperation, but it's also about the cooperation with the donors for the countries that rely on donors and how that money is allocated. Thank you for that. And Minister Nyara Safari, Rwanda has also moved from being more donor-reliant to less donor-reliant in the past few years, thanks to the economic progress that has happened there. And we always look up to it as one of the best countries for gender equality, especially in representation in the political sphere. I would love to hear from you more about the policies that you believe have had the most impact on increasing gender equality.
Yeah, thank you very much. Before I respond to the question, I would also want to agree on the previous speakers that we have to invest in the health sector or in social sector, because this help a lot to get healthy populations in the labor market. So one additional example that I can give in my country is this health insurance coverage. So for Rwanda, we have decided that all population has to have medical insurance. And even for the poor families, the country is paying for them so that they can get health services for free. So this is very important that we invest, we allocate a big portion of the budget in the social sector, especially in the health sector. So for gender equality in my country, it has been a combination of multiple factors. First of all, there is a political will from the highest level. Second, we have a legal environment which is conducive for gender equality, starting from our constitution, which guarantees equality between Rwandans and specifically between men and women. Earlier I've talked about the quota which is provided for in our constitution, where women have to be at least have to be guaranteed 30% at least of these decision-making positions. But also we have a family law, which is, yes, recent, which was amended to allow spouses equal responsibilities and equal rights during marriage, even after divorce. Previously, man was the head of everything. So we have a legal environment that is conducive for gender equality, and we make sure that what is provided for in the laws, in the policy, we have different policies. We have family policy, we have gender-based violence policy. So all of this, we make sure that what is provided for in those documents is being implemented. And for that, we have institutions that have to monitor the implementation of this. We have a gender monitoring office that has to make sure that what is provided in all government or international agreements are being implemented in my country. So we have a ministry in charge of gender equality. We have set up a national women council from the national level up to the grassroots level, which is composed by women. We have committee of 7 members from the national level, provincial level, district level, and up to the village level. And those committees are in charge of mobilizing women, informing them on what is going on in the country, what are the policies, what are the opportunities for them. And we have also a National Children Commission that advocates for children's rights. Frequently, women and children are always together. If, for example, a woman doesn't have where to leave her kid for going to work, it will it will refrain a woman to freely work and to work with assurance that her kid will not be, for example, abused. So we are now in progress. No, we have already adopted an early childhood development policy that will enable women and the families to have centers in every area we are intending to have one center per cell, so that these women, especially rural women, can have the secure environment where they can leave their kids and go for work. And this is being driven by government together with the other partners. And we think that if we tackle issues of children, women will be also will get sufficient, and they will be secured. And but we have challenges. We still face in my country this gender-based violence. Yes, women are more occupied by this unpaid care work. The burden is not equally shared. So we have set up response mechanisms. For example, for this gender-based violence, we have what we call Isango and Stop centers, where a victim of GBV can go and receive all services together, medical, psychological, legal, together. So we have these mechanisms, and we really encourage our community to help women to understand that if we advocate for women's rights, it's not for their favor. It's, as it was being said, it's a human right. They have to contribute to the development of the country. And we have managed even to engage men on the grassroots level, men who are now championing these cause. So we have changed the strategy. We are using men to be advocates for women's rights. So in one word, I can say that the political, the legal, institutional frameworks which were set up made us to achieve the achievement we are now witnessing. But the journey is still long. That's why we are here to learn from each other and to get new and best initiatives that can be implemented in our respective countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, for this very institutional approach to things that goes all the way from the very top to the very grassroots. That was, thanks for this illustration. And if there's anything that we learned from being here in Iceland is that everyone has something to learn from everyone. Even Iceland has some issues that it's still grappling with, and it's good for all of us to be very impatient about achieving them. I want to go back to you, Ms. Bogos. You made the case for healthy women, healthy economies before, and I want to understand from a perspective of a private company as big as Merck, what is the importance of that for you as a company, and how you're implementing that?
Excellent. Thank you for the question. Actually, what I'm going to do is first share with you all these tools that we've actually developed working in partnership with the different governments that are part of APAC, the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation. And the first thing that we did was really launch a policy toolkit, which can be utilized by governments all over the world, which can be utilized by private sector all over the world. And there are actually copies of the toolkit on the first rows here. So I really urge you to take a copy of this toolkit, which really identifies policies to address barriers to women's ability to fully participate in the workforce and in the economy. And the toolkit specifically looks at barriers and respective solutions within each of the 5 following categories. And I think you mentioned some of them: workplace health and safety, health access and awareness, sexual and reproductive health, gender-based violence, and work-life balance. We also developed actually an economic case for use by governments, but also an economic case for use by businesses. Again, there are copies on the table. I really urge you to grab a copy and look at those when you get home. We're also in the process of actually implementing annual workshops, implementation workshops with the governments, with the private sectors who are actually companies who are implementing the toolkit. But yes, this is what we are doing together with our external stakeholders, but we actually also as a company have to walk the talk. We really feel that we have to set an example. And so we're doing a lot of things inwardly as well, looking. We did an internal diagnostic of all our policies, our kind of women, let's say, friendly policies, to come up really with solid recommendations where we need improvement. We also looked at, our workforce is about 46% women. However, only 1/3 of those women are in leadership positions. So we've launched an action team to really look at, okay, we want parity here. So we're going to come up again there with recommendation. That work is all ongoing. And then we mentioned caregiving earlier, and knowing that 2/3 of the caregiving is actually done by women. We recently launched a program partnering with caregiving organizations called Embracing Carers. And here now we are going to raise awareness around the crucial role of unpaid caregivers to encourage programs and incentives which enable both women and men to support the family well-being. So, the final point that I wanted to make is coming back maybe to what our colleague from the WHO mentioned. We need to add to the research, we need to add to the evidence. And so we've been working with Felicia Knoll, if some of you may know her, from the University of Miami, to really quantify and put a value to the work that women do, which is paid and unpaid. And so we started with case studies. We started with Mexico and Peru. We're now working on Canada and China, and we're going country by country. And we are finding that there is a lot of unpaid work in the health sector, that a majority of the health sector is actually provided by women. And unfortunately, that gender gap is there. And so we are quantifying all of that and providing the evidence, working with Felicia Knoll. So these are just examples of how we're trying to implement healthy women, healthy economies.
Thank you. Thank you. And then that's another one where you have really a multinational view of the issues, which might be very helpful for best practices across. Tana, I want to go back to you, and Christine was just mentioning your work as well. You sit at the intersection of ILO, OECD, and the WHO, and so I want to, two questions into one, if you may. One is, what is missing from this conversation? You already gave us a bit of a different perspective earlier, and I want you to get to hear more from you on that, and also if looking into the future, what is, within the research that you're doing and the WHO's work, where are we going towards? What should we be preparing for?
Thank you very much for that question. I'm going to wade into a bit of controversy, if I may, and it's been touched upon by several of the speakers here already around how do we value the work of women, and why is it at a macroeconomic level or at the highest levels of decision-making that investments into sectors like infrastructure, manufacturing, agriculture that tend to be dominated by men are prioritized over investments into the social sector, including education, health, and social care? And does it have something to do with the labor force makeup of those sectors? Because the education, health, social care sectors are predominantly staffed by women the world over. And the evidence is extremely clear. If, as many of you have said from your own national examples, if you invest in these sectors, you can actually really have a boon and a boost to your economic growth because of various pathways that are in action. And so if the evidence is clear, why is that not followed then by the money? Is there a gendered component to that? So that is, I think, the part of the conversation that is missing. Half of women's contribution to global wealth is in the form of unpaid care, and that's something we have all touched upon, and this affects every woman in every country. It's something we have to take very seriously. Another aspect of our discussion that hasn't been mentioned so far that I want to introduce is this concept of decent work, which the ILO, the International Labour Organization, is very much pushing for. And if we look at what does decent work mean, quality work mean, we're all here talking about healthy women and the impact on the labour market and the impact on the economy. We can't avoid this discussion of what decent work is. And when you look at what decent work means, it's really about the equity of opportunity to progress, the rights of workers that are equal between men and women. And there are huge gaps there. If we look at it from the health perspective, we want to look at the sectors that employ women and use that as a lever, as a push to really advance this area in a very practical, tangible way. Because we can say, yes, we want to increase women's employment. How are we going to do that? It's by investing in the very sectors that are going to contribute the most to the economy, that is actually going to boost women's labour participation and their economic empowerment. There's a couple of studies done last year by the International Trade Union Confederation, the ITUC, and they found that if countries were just to invest 2% of their GDP, that's all, 2% of their GDP into the health, education, social sectors, that would increase women's employment nationally by 3 to 8%. That's huge. That's absolutely enormous. This is an opportunity that every country should be jumping on. As Christine mentioned, and as we saw in the video, this kind of boost would contribute, more to the economy than the economies of China and the US combined. So going now to your second question about what are we doing going forward, as I said, we've started this new program earlier this year called Working for Health. We have already, over the last few months, 30 countries stepping forward saying, yes, we are going to do this. And actually the bulk of the leadership is in the African region, which is really exciting to see. We've also been talking with countries in the Asia-Pacific region as well about taking this forward, but really working through economic zones to unleash the investments into these sectors. That's going to be good for the economy. It's also going to be really good for women's health and women's employment. One thing we're also just starting to do now, and WPL was at our big forum in Dublin just 2 weeks ago. We had over 1,000 people from 90 countries, and Merck was there as well. Discussion about a new gender equity hub. We want to tackle these inequities head on at the country level. We're going to be issuing next week a call for submissions and a call for evidence, so we can map out what does the evidence say about addressing these inequities, how can we practically move forward, how can we build on what we have developed. And through this equity hub, we would like to work with you, with all the partners, with parliamentarians, with politicians, ministries across sectors to make the change. Because if we can do it in these sectors, we can really practically move on SDG 5 and beyond.
Wonderful, thank you very much. I'm going to very swiftly, because I'm not going to even try to summarize everything that we've talked about, but I want to move very swiftly into Q&A from the audience. So if you have any questions, yes, a question all the way there. Why don't I go and would you like to come up here so that I can give you the mic? And please introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Carla. I'm a doctor. I'm from Chile, South America. And I don't speak English very well. Excuse me.
Doing great so far.
But I will try. Thank you so much at all for this possibility. Now my question. More than 20 Latin American countries have significantly increased their obesity rate for women. Norway's, it is more than 10 points higher than the rate for men, having an impact on both women's health and self-esteem, and even suffering discrimination for this reason. What should we do about it? Thank you.
Thank you. And you do, the point that you raise about the gendered aspect of some of the diseases also resonates well with what, Christine, you were saying about depression being affecting more women. And it's not the only one. Who would like to address this question?
I can defer to and will defer to the health minister, but what I will say that in Bermuda, there's been a survey which corroborates what you've said. It said one of the key issues is obesity, particularly amongst women. What you've had from the administration in terms of the government is that they've initiated a couple of programs in terms of Operation Move, and they've also done some links with the TB and cancer for breast cancer, and they've had sponsored walks, and they've just increased the communication about dietary habits, and there's also a concept or the idea, which I suspect you'll see in the budget in February, of introducing a sugar tax so that there is a penalty in terms of when you are bringing in food that is not seen as healthy and that is very high in sugar content. So it's a multi-pronged approach. It spans, it's a combination of Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Health, but it's in terms of customs duty and sugar tax, but also health with Operation Move, probably working with the sports ministry to encourage and incentivize people for getting active. And of course, there's also preventative measures by the insurance companies whereby people who are doing wellness programs will have their health insurance premiums reduced because of the fact that they are seen to be taking some self-help prevention strategies. So that's what I can share in terms of what is happening here, but I'll now pass on to the health minister.
Maybe a few words. Obesity is not the only disease linked to women's situation and women health problem. I mentioned a few, but I could also quote osteoporosis as well for elderly women, diabetes, you mentioned it in your short movie. So I think this is a question of prevention, education to health, because education to health is very important in nutrition, the way you're eating, and it should start from the beginning, from the young children. They should be raised in how to eat good food, to change the habits of eating, also in the school. In the school, we have to introduce very strict policies to educate children to the good food, not to the fast and oily food. I think that education, prevention are very important, because also the cost, the price the society is paying for the disease, it's not only the concern of women, it's a concern for the global society. It's also the concern for the men, for the family, and so we have to pay a very huge attention to education and prevention. and in all the sector of the public life in the school, and it begins very early.
I think the point here is that any disease, like cardiovascular diseases in Pakistan, are more in men. But as I mentioned earlier, that women have so many other responsibilities, so I can see that they are the most neglected one in all that system. So what they have to do is that definitely they'll go for checkup. And in diabetes, I must say, that if you have one of your parent or grandparent with diabetes positive, so you have to be more, vigilant. And as far as women are concerned, I think it's also the family, but the state responsibility. Because, in Pakistan, I can see that in most of the areas, there's a huge difference in attitude, in behavior. So what we have to do is for this, that I think in our society, male are more fond of eating different things. And as mentioned by the finance minister, I think we have to go for a multi-sectoral approach. Taxes on, junk food and all that, on, all these sweet things, and then also prevention, on prevention side, and then on cure side. But let me tell you, I always call them a mafia. It's not easy to raise tax on these things. You have to do, a lot of advocacy.
One very short comment to add. We talked about the double burden of work, and that has also been shown to really raise the level of stress and less, let's say, self-care by women. So, there are many causes indeed, and agree with all the points made, but the double burden of work doesn't help, definitely in the case of obesity, I would suspect.
It's harder to eat well when one is stressed and tired.
Has a huge influence of your weight.
Tana, there's a mic right there.
Thank you. Yeah, I think all of this is making me reflect as well on the social determinants of health, which we know underlying all of that are the power imbalances and power asymmetries. And so when we look at the gendered aspect of health issues, what are the social determinants behind that, and what are policies, as you've said, working across sectors, but also looking at housing, employment policies, social protection policies that can better position women to attain better health.
Great. Let's take another question.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the great women for their very, very informative presentations. My name is Beatrice Rwachimari, Member of Parliament from Uganda. And mine are like observations. One, that when we talk about health, we are not merely talking about absence of disease or absence of infirmity. We are also talking about the psychological, emotional well-being of this woman. So if we are talking about healthy women, what is their psychological, emotional setup? Because all these will affect the economics you are talking about. In Parliament, back at home, I have seen so many women who are battered, who are beaten because they have gone back home late at night due to the many meetings we have held. And this, in the end, affects their performance, affects their health. Also, we have this saying back home that health is made at home and repaired in the hospital. So what efforts are we putting on the family, at family level, to ensure that the woman at family level is healthy? Because once a family is healthy, the community will be healthy. And healthy communities will lead to healthy nations. We have not talked about the cultural, the religious issues that affect the health of women. Female genital mutilation as a cultural norm that affects the health of women. religious cultures, like in the Catholic women, women are not allowed to take contraceptives. And in the end, the women produce many children, they produce early, they produce. So those are some of the issues which I think, in my view, should have been talked about that affect the health of women and in the end curtail the economic performance of our countries. I thank you.
Thank you. It's certainly been touched on. And
yes, as I said, we voted a law in Belgium against genital mutilation, which was rather courageous because we have a lot of communities in our country with, of course, different religious convictions and different beliefs. So we had to take our responsibility and to say, okay, if you mutilate a woman on behalf of your religious conviction, this is, you'll be punished. It's a crime, and we cannot allow in our way of living, socially way of living, together way of living, we cannot allow such practices. And so it was difficult to do so, as I said, because Belgium is a country of diversity. And if you take such a decision, if you pass such a law, some believer thinks that it's against them, but it's not against them. It's to say women have to be protected, and women cannot be wounded on behalf of religious or cultural tradition of conviction. So we did it, and this is very important to recall, to emphasize that it's a punishment required if some do so. So there is one legal order. We cannot allow a parcelization of our society.
Thank you. The FGM example is a really interesting one because it's different countries are grappling with it in different ways, and certainly making it punishable as a crime is one. What I find interesting about it is the cultural and social aspect to it rather than the religious one, because many Muslim countries do not practice it at all.
I just...
Yes.
Hello. I think...
And it has to be repressive and punished.
Hello. I mean, I think I mentioned in my opening remarks the challenges which Pakistan is facing. I think here where the responsibility of the state comes. Whenever, I don't think that there is any, maybe in some, say, but any religions, teaches us to torture a woman or to victimize a woman. So here the responsibility, and here the responsibility of the legislator to make such laws. And we have, I think now everywhere in the world, at least I can say in my country, I mean, there were many social taboos, and there were so-called social cultural things on which, and then after legislation, because what happened previously, that if somebody is reported, there was some report in the police and FIR, which we called, is launched. So there was no law that how we can punish those people. So the first thing, when we were under British rule, so there was a law when somebody, a dog is missing, but there was no law that if somebody's wife was kidnapped. So what we did, and we have a law, everybody does it, and we have now our one Pakistan Penal Code book in which each and everything is mentioned. So after legislation, now it's the responsibility of the courts and the governments to implement that. And I still feel that it's a long way to go. We still have certain areas in the world where there is no law, where there is no government, where there is no constitution is implemented. But I think the way things are moving forward, at least we should do it.
Yeah, just one very small comment. I did not go into the details of the policy toolkit, but actually some of the areas in the toolkit and the policy recommendations very much address some of the points that you raised. So maybe we can connect afterwards, and I'd encourage you to look into that toolkit. Thank you.
I want to react on family issues that have to be tackled so that a woman, mother, can be secured in the family. If I give an example of my country, we have mechanism for prevention of these things to happen, such as evening parents at the village level, where all men and women gather and discuss. They talk about family issues, how they can live in harmony in families. And when it happens, it's a crime in my country. A woman should not be beaten. It's a crime. And we have the hotline in police, in prosecution, in our gender monitoring office, where a beaten woman can call for emergency help. And these Isange One Stop Centers, which are, we have now 44 at a district hospital. When you are abused, you can go there and receive these support, medical, legal, even psychosocial support. So I agree with you that at family level, we have to secure the family environment. And if there are, we have cultural and religious barriers for women's rights. For example, in Africa, there is few countries that can punish marital rape. And yet we know that this can happen. And we don't even talk about this. So it's time that we talk of all this violence related to sex, which in my culture or in various cultures, we are not conversant with these sexual issues. And it is around this where the problem lies. So we have to talk and we have to punish this bad behavior because it is hampering the women's rights and the women's well-being. So this was a few examples of what we are doing in my country.
Tell you one thing. If state provides her security, so once she launched a complaint and whatever, but ultimately, it's very difficult for a woman to live without their families. So it becomes very difficult for them to go back. And there are some bitter realities in the world which we have to face. At the end of the day, despite all these things, she wants to go back to her families. So we must have some mechanism that how we can protect these women and provide them in the mainstream so that they can survive even after that.
Definitely. If all the noise in the room is any indication, there must be a lot of questions. But actually, we are almost out of time. So I want to do a quick tour and make sure you get one more chance to say very briefly just one last, a few thoughts, one highlight from this conversation, one thing that you'd like to leave your audience that I would ask to be attentive with. Thank you. Let's start here and then just go this way.
Okay. Great. So I think my one sentence is really it's critical that governments, private sector, everybody work together to create a policy environment that really maximizes the ability of women and men to really fully participate in all aspects of their lives, whether at home, with their families, or in the workplace.
There's an author, Leslie, I believe, Adula, And she said we need to have a she revolution. And by that, she said we need to disrupt the process throughout. And we need to look at every policy, every process, every program, and look at it through the prism of how it impacts women, and take some real action and construct some strategies to change it up. Because it's not going to happen just by talking about it. We actually have to move into concrete action.
I think that women's health is very critical. When we talk about nation, we talk about country, we talk about communities, it's the mother who gives birth to he or she, or even to it. So her health, her psychological state of mind is very important. And I think we must start investing on mothers, on girls, or even on women. Because the adolescent girls, later on, they'll become a mother. Thank you.
Well, we should all support gender equality because it's fair, because it's just, because it's right, and because empowering healthy women is empowering our economies. And maybe I should quote, finish with a quote from a man, not the least of them, Albert Einstein, because men should not be forgotten from the equation, because if we want gender equality, we have to engage, to commit men, I think so. And Einstein, so we have to do the best we can. This is our sacred human responsibility. And I'm sure, I know perfectly that every woman in this room does the perfect, the best she can, her best. And our best is to take our responsibility.
Thank you very much. I want to say that everyone must know that women's rights are human rights. So we have to take all necessary measures to make this happen so that we can enjoy and aspire to a sustainable development. Thank you.
I love the idea of a she revolution. I think that's just fantastic. And we have to realize the rights. And if we're looking for a very concrete way to do this, I really urge everyone to consider invest in the health economy. That is an investment into your economy. That's also an investment into women because of the women health workers.
Thank you. So it really, healthy women, healthy families, healthy communities, healthy economies, healthy nations, and a healthy world. Thank you so very much for being part of this conversation. Thank you for your questions as well. Please give us a big round of applause. The plenary and the closing will be happening here within 10 minutes.
Honorable guests, welcome to the plenary again. We hope you had a fruit and good policy focus session and you've learned something new. We are going to continue with our program. I know that some of our delegates have had to sort of return back to their home. We understand that, but this is a really important part of our annual summits always. That is the national delegations, and we have statements from them here today. Those that have already left, we will read out the names of their countries just to make sure that if there is somebody that we don't know that is in the audience, people can raise their hands. But we have already lined up those that are still in the plenary with us, and to help us do all of this, we have the great experience of the Speaker of Alþingi. You've met with him before, Steingrímur J. Sigfússon from the Parliament of Iceland. And although he just wanted me to introduce him as the Speaker, he of course is. But now that a new coalition is in place and new government, they of course picked him again. So he will be our Speaker for the coming 4 years. So give him a good round of applause.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon. It's nice to see you all again. I have the pleasure of trying to lead you through the next part of the summit, which are the statements of national delegations, and I will do my best. We have a long list and very little time, so we can only allow for 2-minute statements at the absolute most. Shorter statements are welcome, and they are actually often better. So that will be seen very positively. But let's not waste any more time on that. We will read up the countries in alphabetical order in case we have missed someone that wants the floor on behalf of a national delegation, of course. But otherwise, those who are already confirmed will take the floor. And as possible, can the next speaker be ready so we use as little time for the change as possible. I want to tell you that we are working on a surprise change of the program, and that is to have our new Prime Minister to call in, if possible, before the end of the summit. This is not confirmed yet, and she has an extremely tight schedule with the press and the president and all that stuff. But if it's possible, she will come here and so you can see her and hear her. So those who want to be in place when she comes, hopefully should be here before 6 o'clock, before we stop. Okay, so let's get started, and the first country in the alphabet is Afghanistan. Do we have any statement from Afghanistan? If not, we move to Algeria. Leila Brahimi, the floor is yours.
Mesdames et Messieurs, chers amis, je voudrais tout d'abord adresser au nom du Parlement algérien mes vifs remerciements au Forum mondial des femmes leaders en politique, au Parlement et au gouvernement islandais pour l'organisation de cette rencontre. Pour l'Algérie, je peux dire que depuis les années 2000, la situation de la femme a connu des progrès significatifs, grâce aux efforts conjugués d'une forte volonté politique et d'une mobilisation soutenue de la société civile. Des réformes politiques ont été menées et abouties à l'adoption d'une série de lois en faveur de la femme. Je citerai en particulier la loi électorale parue en 2012 qui instaure le quota pour les femmes dans les assemblées élues, la loi de 2015 qui criminalise la violence faite aux femmes et la révision constitutionnelle de 2016 qui inscrit la parité entre les hommes et les femmes sur le marché de l'emploi et encourage l'accès de la femme aux postes de responsabilité dans les administrations et institutions publiques ainsi qu'au niveau des entreprises. Si l'accès gratuit et obligatoire à l'éducation a permis aux femmes d'acquérir des diplômes et d'investir plusieurs secteurs de la fonction publique, tels l'éducation, la santé et la justice, avec un autre quota qui approche la parité, il n'en reste pas moins que dans la sphère économique, le taux de femmes actives ne dépasse pas 19%. Pour promouvoir l'entrepreneuriat, l'État a mis en place des dispositifs d'octroi de crédits avantageux en faveur des jeunes et des femmes. Malgré ces mesures incitatives, 14% seulement de femmes universitaires ont pu créer leur propre micro-entreprise, alors qu'en milieu rural, plus de 60% de femmes ont pu lancer leur PME grâce à ces microcrédits. Aussi, beaucoup d'efforts restent à faire pour permettre aux femmes actives de concilier la vie professionnelle et la vie familiale. Grâce à la constitutionnalisation de la parité, des perspectives prometteuses sont envisageables pour la femme en Algérie. Nos pensées vont aux victimes de traitements inhumains et nous condamnons avec fermeté toute forme d'avilissement de l'homme, notamment l'esclavage. Pour finir, mes félicitations à l'Islande, championne de l'égalité entre les sexes. Mes félicitations à toutes les femmes leaders qui ont été honorées lors de cette rencontre. Mes félicitations également à toute l'équipe de WPL pour la dynamique insufflée au forum. Merci pour votre écoute.
Thank you. We move on to Andorra. Do we have a statement from Andorra? From Argentine? If not, it's Austria. Nina Tomaselli. Next speaker is the delegate from Austria, Nina Tomaselli. Ready? After her, it's Bahrain. Please be ready when the previous speaker has finished.
Hi, sorry I didn't prepare something. I haven't knew that I'm the delegation leader, but it seemed to be logical because I'm the only one from Austria. So hi everybody. I just want to say thank you for being here. It was very, very interesting. I learned a lot and I will take this very important information home to my country, and I hope I see you soon, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bahrain, Fatima Al-Kohechi. Al-Kohechi, the floor is yours. And after that, it's Belgium.
Good afternoon. Dear audience, good afternoon. I'm going to read it very fast because there is no time. It is my pleasure to participate in this gathering to talk and to exchange our experience. Wishing the best for all, expressing my deep gratitude to the leadership of Iceland. By speaking about women in the Kingdom of Bahrain, let me highlight her distinguished role, her effective contribution to participate in building the modern state of Bahrain today, the challenges she faced to achieve a number of accomplishments of which we are proud. Women in Bahrain has a significant role to perform for the country's progress and development. It is a fact in our time that the political participation is a fundamental issue necessary to exercise democracy. The reform program of His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa, the Bahraini woman positively and effectively participated in comprehensive development plans conducted in the kingdom by utilizing the social, economical, and political evaluation, which were the immediate features of that ambitious program, which widely opened the doors for the woman to enhance her status and to position her as an active partner in the country's development by way of empowering her through the National Action Charter, the Constitution, and the law. Through the Charter, the Bahraini woman was granted her full political rights by taking her as a partner in the decision-making process through achieving her role in the changes to democracy and integrating her in the positive and political decision making, including the National Assembly when the kingdom witnessed since the 2002 general elections a wide participation of women and candidates as voters. The amended 2002 Constitution of the Kingdom was considerably developed to include... Sorry?
Time is finished.
Is it? All right, just this paragraph, please. Okay? The amended 2002 Constitution of the Kingdom was considerably developed to include a number of principles which supported to the women political, civil, economic, social, and educational rights, the example of which is the concept of equal opportunities with the man. Accordingly, the Bahraini woman became minister, ambassador, judge, and a member of parliament. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And next it's Belgium. After that, we have Bolivia.
So, gender equality is a non-ending story. We have to be vigilant, we have to be persistent. Belgium, as other European countries, is supposed to be model on paper, but the gap between the law and the reality may be huge. The representation of women in the political, social, economical arenas is maybe high in statistics, and health access is considered to be good in our country, but the way is still long. As a politician, as women involved in politics, we have to pave the way. And optimism is a moral duty. If you allow me, I'll switch into French, et je voudrais insister sur quelques exemples de réalisations que nous avons pu obtenir en Belgique. J'ai parlé tout à l'heure des lois contre le sexisme, des lois pour réprimer les mutilations génitales. Je voudrais dire que la Belgique a instauré un système de quotas avec une parité exemplaire sur les listes, avec une alternance sur les listes électorales, bien qu'on constate qu'il y ait effectivement une différence entre la présence des femmes, leur élection et leur présence à des postes importants de responsabilité. Je voudrais insister aussi sur quelques réalisations concrètes qui touchent la vie de tous les jours et qui touchent aussi nos enfants. Par exemple, dans les manuels scolaires, nous attribuons une attention particulière à la vérification que l'égalité des genres est bien promue, parce que ça concerne aussi nos garçons que nous devons élever dans cette optique-là. Nous tentons d'éduquer nos jeunes à la vie relationnelle, affective et sexuelle. Nous avons aussi établi en Belgique francophone, mais aussi en Belgique néerlandophone, ce que nous appelons un master en études du genre, c'est-à-dire que nous étudions spécifiquement ces questions à un haut niveau universitaire. Alors je voudrais aussi ajouter que les quotas, ça ne concerne pas uniquement la vie politique, ça concerne aussi la vie économique, la sphère du business. Je termine, et c'est quand même pas un homme qui va m'empêcher de terminer mon discours. Parce que nous avons aussi instauré un certain nombre de quotas dans certaines entreprises particulières. Et enfin, pour terminer, je vous précise que la délégation belge supporte pleinement l'engagement des femmes dans le processus de paix, parce que nous pensons que là où les femmes sont intégrées dans les processus de paix mondiaux, là est plus accessible la paix. J'ai dit, je vous remercie, monsieur.
Thank you. Benin, do we have a statement from Benin? If not, it's Bolivia.
Good afternoon. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. Bolivia women's rights vote dates from 1952. In 1990, we established the quota system of 30% of women in politics. In 2009, the Constitution set up the constitutional principle of parity in our democracy. In fact, the judiciary, the electoral, and the legislative power have a minimum of 50% of women. In the parliament, we are 53% of women. Due to the zipper system, we have women, and we are the second country in the world with the largest women participation in legislative power. But there is a challenge. We have to be there. Numbers are important, of course, but that's not enough, because when it comes to decision-making, Bolivian women are not in the same conditions as men. Even though our Speaker of the Parliament, it's a woman, Gabriela Montaño, myself, I've done an academic study on how many women are chairing parliament commissions and committees, and the findings are not encouraging. Less than 30% of women are leading committees and commissions. That has motivated me and some colleagues that are here with us, Jimena Costa, Isabel Bustamante, to submit a bill to achieve parity in executive power. In the vice president formula, that one woman must be part of it. And that's the bill that we're hoping the Parliament will approve it soon, because, well, it caused quite a political earthquake in Bolivia, but I think that's very important for women to be in the decision-making. Some of the legal framework is there, but we still have to change the society mind and the patriarchal system. A woman in politics in Bolivia has almost always to face harassment and political violence. 75% of MPs in Bolivia suffers or had suffered in some point of that. And we have to deal with it, a lot of challenges, but we can do it. Together, networking among us, and gender equality is not, it's a matter that goes beyond political differences, because every woman counts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we go to Bosnia-Herzegovina.
Good evening. I meant to speak in my own language, because my English is not so good, but I will read it in English because I can do it. My name is Zdenka Jambas. I am a delegate in the House of Peoples, and here I represent a parliamentary assembly of Bosnia and Herzegovina. It is 2 chambers, and out of 57 parliament members, 12 members are women. Our speaker is a woman. The representation of women in legislative power is ensured by the electoral law. Our country has 2 entities, so the Prime Minister of the entity is also a woman, the first woman in that position. Therefore, the executive level is also trying to respond to the principle of gender equality. During these 2 days, the participation of women in the defense sector was also discussed. I especially note that Bosnia and Herzegovina is one of the few countries in the world that has a woman as the Minister of Defense. Also, women's representation in the defense sector is constantly increasing and currently stands at more than 40%. The number of women in peacekeeping mission is also increasing, and the percentage of women in police peacekeeping mission, 30%. Women should invest in their education. whether they focus more on family or careers, knowledge is something that no one can take away from them. And knowledge is something that builds their personality and also their societies. I agree that it is necessary to increase the number of women in the field of STEAM. I am a mechanical engineer and spent most of my professional life in educating young people in that field. I'm glad and thankful of an opportunity to participate in this summit and to visit this beautiful country. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Call me again.
Thank you. Do we have a statement from Cameroon? If not, Canada is next on the list. Canada? After that, Chile.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, je vais m'adresser à vous en français, puisque je suis la vice-présidente de l'Assemblée parlementaire de la francophonie. Alors, c'est un devoir pour moi de vous parler en français, même si au Canada, il y a 2 langues officielles. Alors, c'est ma première expérience ici en Islande, première expérience avec le Women's Political Leaders Summit. J'ai rencontré des femmes exceptionnelles, des femmes avec des idéaux qui ressemblent beaucoup aux miens, qui ressemblent beaucoup aux 37 femmes du Parlement du Québec. Et j'ai un message à vous lancer. Il faut que nous soyons plus solidaires. Il faut que nous soyons plus solidaires dans nos parlements, mais aussi entre nous. Et je crois que c'est la clé. C'est ce que nous avons entendu toute la conférence et je crois que c'est ce que nous devons ramener chez nous auprès de celles qui n'ont pas eu le privilège de vivre ces 2 journées. Alors, la solidarité, pour moi, c'est très important. Je vais ramener aussi le programme Girl to Leader dans mon Parlement, puisque c'est le plus jeune. Nous sommes initiés à la politique et le plus longtemps, on va y être engagés. Et écoutez, je voulais aussi vous dire que pour mon message s'adresse aux parlementaires francophones. L'Assemblée nationale a mis en place un atelier de leadership pour parlementaires francophones. Madame Helen Clark l'a bien mentionné hier. Ce n'est pas tout de se faire élire. Une fois arrivé dans les parlements, il faut bien mener nos messages. Il faut convaincre aussi les hommes d'en arriver aux mêmes objectifs que nous. Alors, si vous êtes intéressés, la formation est gratuite puisqu'on a des partenaires. Alors, si vous voulez avoir de l'information, vous pouvez aller sur le site de l'Assemblée nationale. Merci beaucoup. Et si vous venez au Québec, faites-moi signe, ça va me faire plaisir de vous recevoir au Parlement. Au revoir.
Thank you. And we have Chile next on the list. Representative from Chile.
Buenas tardes, junto con Carla Rovilar y yo, Clemira Pacheco, que venimos a saludarlo desde el otro extremo del mundo, desde el Polo Sur, desde Chile. Para los asistentes de este foro de mujeres que reúne a líderes de muchas partes del mundo, la presidenta Michelle Bachelet es una inspiración y un orgullo para nosotras. Nosotros hemos sido parte de manera directa como diputadas, como parlamentarias, en todas aquellas reformas legales que ha impulsado en beneficio de las mujeres, con claridad, decisión y horizonte claro de acabar con todas las formas y desigualdades que afectan a las mujeres en el ámbito político, social y económico. En sus 2 periodos de gobierno ha impulsado leyes que apuntan a disminuir la brecha entre hombres y mujeres. Crea el Ministerio de la Mujer y Equidad de Género, modifica la jornada de descanso, extiende el derecho de las madres trabajadoras para amamantar a sus hijos, resguarda la igualdad de remuneración entre hombres y mujeres, otorga los derechos a las salas cuna y además la educación gratuita para los jóvenes de la educación superior, entre otras. Pero quiero reconocer 2 leyes que reconoce la autonomía de las mujeres sobre su cuerpo y el derecho a decidir con la ley de la despenalización del embarazo entre causales, que es viabilidad fetal, riesgo de la vida de la madre y en caso de violación. Y la otra ley es la modificación del sistema electoral que crea uno mucho más proporcional e inclusivo que la ley de cuotas. Por lo tanto, recién este mes, el 19 de noviembre, han sido las elecciones en nuestro país donde se han elegido parlamentarias y hemos pasado de tener un 15% de representación de mujeres en el Parlamento a un 23%. Por lo tanto, hemos aumentado para el próximo periodo del año 2018. Sin duda, esto es un avance efectivo de equidad, pero tenemos un desafío como mujeres de liderar estos procesos, seguir fortaleciendo y profundizándolos y seguir aprendiendo de nuestros países internacionalmente y en un tiempo no muy lejano la equidad en Chile abarque todos los ámbitos de nuestra sociedad. La presidenta Michelle Bachelet fue ministra de Salud, ministra de Defensa, directora de la ONU Mujeres, además 2 veces electa presidenta de Chile. Termina en marzo del año 2018. Queda demostrado que podemos hacerlo. Con la unidad y fuerza de las mujeres lo podemos hacer. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Thank you. Do we have Congo, Costa Rica, Croatia, and Czech Republic? Anyone that wants to take the floor on behalf of any of these delegations?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm from Czech Republic. Czech Republic is a small country in the middle of Europe, and it's a post-communistic country. Already we had a democracy in from 1918, a successful democracy, and after the Second World War we became in Soviet bloc, which was disrupted democratic movement. Also, after 1989, we became a democratic country, and to the democracy belongs also to gender issues. Gender issues are not well perceived in the Czech Republic in political areas, but we have a lot of actions in academia. I'm a senator, and I am also a medical doctor and professor at Charles University, one of the oldest universities in Europe. And I believe that the women which made some contribution to the different areas of the society should also go to politics, because this is what is important. And I'm very much worried about the half of the salaries which some women have for the same functions in academia, in US, in Czech Republic, in Sweden, everywhere. So I think this meeting is very important. It should be a very important issue, education, and that I would also very much like to congratulate all organizers here, which did an excellent job. Thank you very much. And I would like to congratulate you all here, all women's, important women's, and here, which are interested to improve the life of all of us and society. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And then we come to Denmark. Det nogen, som ønsker at snakke på vegne af Danmark her? Carolina? Nej. Så går vi videre til... Nej, okay. Then we go to Ecuador. After that, we have Egypt. And after that, España. Yes.
Thank you. Let me help you, and let me please tell you about a very important legislative change in the Spanish National Congress. Listen to this figure. In my country, in the last 15 years, more than 850 women has been killed by their husbands, their ex-husbands, or their boyfriends. And this figure is not better or worse than other countries around Europe. So we decided to work together and pass in the Parliament a real state agreement against the gender violence. 4 different goals. Number 1, new measures improving the possibilities of the victims to sue their abusers and improve also the benefits for the children. Number 2, not only helping the victims, but also avoiding new examples of gender violence. So we need to change our educational system in order to improve the values of respect between boys and girls. And of course, number 3, not only words, but also economic compromises. More than 1 million euros in this state agreement. And number 4, more important, we decided to work together. All the different political parties in Spain, united, left and wing, the small parties and the big ones, all together. So we don't care if there is a change of government in the future, because this state agreement will prevail. So a modern country with citizens really love democracy, really love freedom and equality, cannot afford any other victim. So we need to work together, but we need to work together, men and women together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And then we come to Estonia. Do we have a representative of Estonia? Yes. After that, we might come to Georgia.
Excellencies, ladies, gentlemen, I'm honored and delighted to be here and share this event with you. As quoted many times in previous days here, when one woman is a leader, it changes her. When more women are leaders, it changes politics and policies. And it is indeed true. By now, the benefits of promoting women in positions of power are very well known. It is both true in politics, but also other areas like entrepreneurship. In teams with more than 50% women are higher collective intelligence, gender-diverse companies are more likely to earn above-average revenue. Gender diversity improves reputation, improves performance, and widens talent pool. Women leaders in politics are more responsive to public needs and tend to cooperate across party line. So, why we still have only 19 female leaders of state or government in 2016, globally from total number of 195? Why women hold just 25 of all leadership positions globally and even less in senior positions? It is not only individual issue, it's not only national issue, it is international issue. We all have to double our efforts to increase the awareness of the benefits of gender equality. We have to triple our commitment to increase the number of women in positions of power, because gender equality must be reached as soon as possible for benefit of all. We have to proceed our combined efforts to promote empowerment of women and inspire women around the globe to take responsibility of leadership. We have to stick together and support each other, as women in leadership positions are still very much alone. This is indeed our duty to girls, duty to ourselves, and duty to the world. If not us, who else? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then we have Finland, France, Gambia, and Georgia. Yes, please. Sophie, the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear participants, I would like to once again use this opportunity to thank the organizers of this wonderful forum for a wonderful organization of the conference, for getting us together, and of course a very warm welcome to our hosts in Iceland. Going back to Georgia, I would like to probably focus on key highlights and trends in terms of what we have achieved on a very challenging way, which is gender equality, given that I do not have much time. Gender Council, which exists in Parliament, seeks to address the issues of violence against women, women's political participation, their economic empowerment, sexual harassment, women's labor rights and paternity leave, etc., through different means, through legislative changes. Currently in Parliament, we are about 28 MPs, which makes up 15% of women in the total number of Parliament, out of which I should note that 2 of them are Vice Speakers of Parliament and 5 are holding the key positions such as the chairs of committees, including myself. But we are not happy with the number that we have in Parliament. Precisely because of that, currently the Georgian Parliament is discussing a legislative draft on the mandatory gender quota for the party list, and we hope that once it gets through the plenary session, we will achieve 25% of women in Parliament in the next parliamentary tenure. One point also worth noting is the Istanbul Convention, the Council of Europe Convention on Preventing Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence, was signed in May 2011 in Istanbul, and now has been ratified by more than 20 countries, and Georgia ratified it this year, which has got an impact on 21 legislative acts and numerous changes that have been made to Georgia's criminal criminal code. This is in a nutshell, of course, but as I've noted yesterday, I want to use again the opportunity and say that education is number one. That would raise the awareness of gender equality, and education remains high on Georgia's priority in the process of consolidating democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We then go to Germany, and after that is Ghana. Germany, please.
Good afternoon, dear Excellencies, Prime Ministers, Member of Parliaments. It is so great to be here, and I had the pleasure to meet and to listen to so many extraordinary women here, so thank you all for being here. It was a great time for me. What I will keep in mind especially is what Laura Liswood said. First, things seem to be unthinkable, then impossible, then inevitable. And also that Victoria Batson also keeps, we remember this, who let us take the pledge, I will support women. Mrs. Batson's aim is to increase the number of women in politics, and the number of women in politics, in society and in economy has been a topic in many speeches at this day. Dear sisters, I am deeply convinced that we need laws, regulations to guarantee the equality of women in all areas. I don't believe in voluntariness. For example, in German Parliament, in total, we have 30% of women at the moment. In my group, in the Green Parliamentary Group, it's 58% women. Why did we achieve that? Is it because green men are better men? No, it's because we have a quota in the party. And I think this would be a good path for all parties. But there are other examples. We've heard during the lunch from Frida and Torgedur about the different areas that make Iceland a gender champion. So we need good legislation, for example, for the topic of maternal leave, and we have to tackle the gender pay gap with laws. In Germany, we've also been having a gender pay gap of about 28% for years. It hasn't changed for years. So I think we have to force the companies to give us transparency why they discriminate women in that way. And there are so many other topics and areas where we need legislation. And the good message is, the legislation is in ours, is in your hands, so we can make the difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Ghana? The representative from Ghana is next, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, WPL. I want to recognize my other delegates, Ms. Joyce Okodai and Ms. Felicia Ejay, who are all members of parliament from Ghana. In Ghana, 51% of our population are made up of women. And in parliament, out of 275, we have 37 being women, representing 13%. We are doing well, but we're still crawling, and we can make things better for women. We have a Chief Justice who succeeded a woman Chief Justice, and for the first time in our history, I have been made the Deputy Leader of Parliament, and that's the first time a woman is occupying that seat. We have our Chief of Staff for the first time being a woman. Ghana has gone a long way when it comes to women empowerment. 10 years ago, we established the Ministry for Women and Children, and that is to fight for the cause of women and for the protection of the rights of women. The current president has 27% of his ministers and deputy ministers being women. Although many of the political parties have it in their manifesto that they will give 30% of the appointments to women, we haven't reached the 30% yet, but 27% is close enough, and we can do it better. Our foreign minister succeeded a previous woman foreign minister. Our attorney general is a woman who succeeded another woman, and so I think that Ghana is doing well. Out of the local representatives in our local government, we have 36 of them being women out of the 216. We are yet to pass the affirmative action bill. That is before Parliament now. We believe we can do it just as Rwanda and Kenya has done it, and that will empower a lot of women. I believe that mentoring is the way to go. We need to empower and mentor our young girls to take up positions of decision-making to make a difference. We need to be economically empowered as women to make the difference that we need to. And so I agree very much with the theme for this year's WPL Forum, which is that we can do it. Indeed, we can do it. I want to end with two quotes, briefly. One by Margaret Thatcher of the UK, who said, if you want something done, if you want something said, ask a man. If you want something done, ask a woman. And finally, by Hillary Clinton, who said, human rights are women's rights, and women's rights are human rights. Once and for all, that is the way to go. I thank you for giving Ghana this opportunity. Together we stand, and divided we fall. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I have to inform you that quotes are also included in the time. From Greece, we will have a written statement. Do we have Guatemala? If not, it's Guinea. Guinea. Yes. The floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs. L'honneur m'échoit en ce jour solennel de prendre la parole devant cette modeste assemblée au nom de toutes les femmes guinéennes, au nom du peuple guinéen, d'exprimer d'abord nos sentiments de gratitude envers l'Islande et le WPL pour nous avoir invités à cette rencontre de femmes leaders. Le monde est en proie aux transformations de tout genre. les sociétés subissent des mutations, des traditions évoluent. Les femmes, jadis confinées au rôle social, de reproduction et aux tâches domestiques, voient leur situation devenir une préoccupation au niveau international, régional, national et local. Il est important que les femmes et les hommes sortent de leur rôle conventionnel et travaillent conjointement à l'établissement des rapports constructifs pour l'édification d'une société harmonieuse, juste et équitable. Cela nécessite un changement d'attitude à tous les niveaux. En Guinée, les femmes constituent la force numérique, 52% de la population, et contribuent à la survie des familles, au bien-être des communautés, à la sécurité alimentaire et au développement de notre pays. Elles ont joué un rôle instrumental lors de la lutte contre Ebola dans notre pays. À l'Assemblée nationale, nous avons 144 députés et seulement 25 femmes, ce qui représente à peu près 21%. Confrontées au quotidien à divers problèmes de survie et des stéréotypes de genre occupés dans les rôles productifs et productifs, les femmes aspirent à l'amélioration de leurs conditions de vie pour leur propre épanouissement, le bien-être de leur famille et le progrès social. Maintenant, les bonnes nouvelles. Il n'y a pas seulement que des défis, il y a aussi des solutions. Et les femmes guinéennes ont pris conscience que nous devons penser solutions. Une des solutions, c'est la mise en place d'un fonds pour l'appui des femmes entrepreneurs par le président de la République. Deuxième solution, c'est l'avantage du digital, que les femmes ont compris que pour être émancipées, elles doivent avoir le pouvoir économique à travers le digital, à travers l'agrobusiness, et pourquoi pas ne pas s'impliquer dans les domaines dénommés des domaines des hommes, comme les mines, comme l'industrie et comme l'agrobusiness. Au nom de toutes nos sœurs guinéennes, nous vous disons que nous sommes prêtes. Nous sommes prêtes pour prendre notre destin en main. Avec votre aide, avec vos mains tendues, nous pouvons y arriver. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Haiti, do we have Haiti? If not, it's Iceland. Do we have Iceland? Okay, they're gone home. But no. Okay, the representative of Iceland seems to have gone out for a minute, so we'll keep on going. Indonesia. Do we have Indonesia? Yes. Please, the floor is yours. After that, we have Israel.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to express gratitude to WPL, the Parliament, and the Government of Iceland for hosting of this great and inspiring event. Please allow me to take this opportunity to congratulate the Speaker of Helsinki for your re-elected, and to the people of Iceland who has just have a new woman Prime Minister. Indonesia believes that the promotion of equal rights between men and women in politics should be translated into norms and special measures in the prevailing laws and provision to provoke their right as stipulated in our national constitution. Today, we have enacted laws that adopt mandatory quota of 30% for women legislative candidature through zipper system, as well as for membership in political party. We are making progress. More women are being inspired to take the center stage of political activities. More youth, especially girls, have spoken eloquently on their position on issues that affect their daily lives. Dear colleagues, we still have challenges indeed. Women participation in terms of voting and to be elected is considerably low compared to men, but we are moving beyond numbers. As the chair of Democratic Party faction, the largest faction with 148 members of parliament, I'm fully aware that we need more of such action to boost women participation in politics. While we are discussing the national progress on what we can do to close the gender gap, we need also to look for women who receive disproportionate treatment due to the occurrence of violence and conflict. I would like to throw your attention to the plight of Rohingya, those who are deprived and fled from violence in their homeland, the Rakhine State, Myanmar. Therefore, we are here instead of...
Thank you. Time is up.
One more, please. Sorry. All these specialties in terms of political may not be meaningful if we are lost in defending our right. Democracy cannot truly deliver its impact to all the people if half of the population remain underrepresented and marginalized in all areas. Therefore, it is important for us as policymakers to map, track, and close the loophole of gender inequality. I thank you.
Thank you. From Iran, we will have a written statement later. Do we have Iraq? Ireland? After that, Israel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And shalom. And thanks, WPL, for bringing us together. You don't have to leave the room. It's short, 2 minutes only. So thank you very much for the energy and for the experience that we share together. And I'm really happy to speak in the name of the Israeli delegation. Unfortunately, we didn't have, any more Prime Minister from Israel yet, since Golda Meir was elected in 1969, but we are working very hard to change it. So it's my pleasure to address my colleagues here an action that Israel has taken to implement a process of gender mainstreaming and equal division and allocation of a government budget to both men and women. As we know, allocation of funds can also be used as a political tool, and we have come to understand in Israel that unless budgets that are equal distribution to all sectors of society, then inequality and lack of opportunities for women will remain. On my arrival to the Knesset in 2014, we started with the gender budget, and the process is very slow, but we have some consideration that we succeed. I don't have the time to share with you, but we are doing very well to understand what's going on with the budget. As we know, the budget is a political issue, and we would like to change it. And as we have not introduced a series of tribal guidelines to insurance that there is a completable system of the mainstream across the board. So this afternoon we learned from each other. It was a good opportunity for us to learn how to elaborate this change. So we in Israel hope that by championing the use of gender mainstreaming, we will educate policymakers to direct the equal allocation of funds, in turn educate the general population of the importance of treating of all sector equality. And we can do it together. And thank you very much for hosting us and learning from each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have a statement from Ireland, after all. Please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. I'll be very brief. Senator Rose Conway-Walsh, I want to thank you, Iceland, for a wonderful summit, and to thank you for tackling, or at least attempting to tackle, white-collar crime as well. The economic and global cost of gender inequality stretches far and cuts deep. The cost on the underrepresentation of women in the decision-making process is far too big. Let us continue to share our learning, to celebrate our successes, and to climb the barriers for the sake of womankind, mankind, and for future generations. Next year in Ireland, we commemorate 100 years of women securing the right to vote. We will use that year and the years after to encourage more women into political life and to ensure that more women are in the decision-making process. Today in the Seanad at home, we passed the long-awaited domestic violence bill. This will give us the legislative framework to ensure the safety of women and children in our country. I want to wish you all very well on your journeys through political life and wish you all a safe home. Slán Abhaile.
Thank you. Then we come to Italy, and after that, Jordan. Italy. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I am representing Italy today, and I am the youngest woman in the Italian parliament. When I was elected in 2013, our country saw a radical change in its legislative assembly. 30% of the current parliament are now women. Since 2013, we approved the Istanbul Convention, a law against feminicide, and one against pre-signed blank resignation letters. At the same time, our country has seen the election of 2 women as first female mayor of 2 big cities, Rome and Turin, with Virginia Raggi and Chiara Appendino, as a demonstration of a cultural change of the electorate, as well as a real feminine empowerment. There's still very much to work on, as social and welfare policies and employment protection, but we are not backing off, and for sure, I'm not backing off. Thank you.
Thank you. We next have the delegation of Jordan, and after that, Kenya.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. We hope as Arabic delegations in next summit there will be translation into Arabic language. Dear distinguished guests, ladies, and very few gentlemen, on behalf of Jordanian delegations, I want to thank WPL and my friend Silvana for this invitation, and also big thanks to Iceland for warm and generous hosting. Iceland, ice weather with very warm hearts. I want to share with you some of our successful things that we achieved during this year. 1, adopting a new law for protections from domestic violence. 2, cancellation for Article 308. So now the victims for rapes can get more justice. Bylaw for flexible work. A new motherhood insurance in our social security law, and criminalize all types of harassment in Article 306. And finally, new regulations for the early marriage. Women leaders, please don't forget to keep the doors open for all and new generations of young women leaderships, and please help them. Without strong women, the nations never be strong, and thank you all. And allow me to send best regards for Palestinian women who are not with us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Kazakhstan? If not, we go next to Kenya.
Thank you very much. Good evening, delegates.
Kenya has made a lot of strides in its gender agenda, and in its promulgation of the Constitution 2010, it provided special seats for women that has brought on board 47 women from each and every county. And therefore, Kenya that has got 2 houses, the upper house and the lower house, right now has got 21 women senators out of 67, and 72 women in the National Assembly, the lower house, out of 349, and 800 members of county assembly in the counties out of 2,000 men. And Kenya was able to have in the just concluded election 3 women governors who were elected to represent the county. And I want to say Kenya is still championing issues of gender agenda, and in this case, we have 5 women ministers, and notable among these is that we have 1 woman minister in the Ministry of Defense. And finally, I want to say that our stay in this forum has been very interesting, and I want to say that problems that affect women are the same worldwide. So we must stand up together as decision makers in our countries to influence policy and legislation to men and women, girls and boys, to promote the gender agenda. And finally, I wish to express our gratitude to the government and the people of Iceland for their hospitality, the organizers of this year's WPL Summit for the opportunity to share a network with women leaders from all over the globe. This is a perfect opportunity to network and change the lives of women globally. Let us work together, because history will judge us individually and collectively. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Then we come to Kuwait, and after that we have Latvia.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Excellencies. Well, let me start by saying that ever since the independence of Kuwait and the history of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I am the first appointed woman as Assistant Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Americas. And I'm very honored to be here today. Women in Kuwait have been elected to the National Assembly and the Municipal Council and have been appointed to a number of ministerial posts. In fact, the post of Minister of State of Planning and Development was held by a woman in the last 3 cabinets, which reflects the important role played by women in key decision-making at the highest levels, including holding key high positions in the private sector as CEOs and board members in banks and companies in Kuwait. In 2010, women held only 7.6% of leadership positions below the level of minister within the public sector. But that percentage has grown steadily, and recently women in the public sector held 23% of leadership positions below the level of minister. Education is empowerment. Within and without the political sphere, the Constitution of the State of Kuwait guarantees the right to an education for all citizens on an equal basis. In fact, there are more women than men enrolled in primary, secondary, and higher education in Kuwait, and ranked highest in closing the gender gap in high school and university enrollment in the MENA region. Women are active participants in the labor market, holding 46.5% of positions in the public sector and 58.6% of positions in the private sector, and a 3.5% unemployment rate as of 2015. Kuwaiti law guarantees equal pay for equal work and prohibits discrimination in wages on the basis of gender. Finally, the many challenging challenges facing our world today, including armed conflict, unprecedented numbers of refugees and migrants, extremism and terrorism, can only be confronted through the united efforts of all stakeholders, including women. Thank you, WPL. Thank you, Iceland. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And then I have the pleasure of giving the floor to my good colleague Inara Muniz, speaking on behalf of the Latvian delegation.
Thank you, Speaker, and congratulations for election. Well, dear colleagues, first, on behalf of Latvia delegation, let me thank all organizers of this great, great event. We all will go home inspired. And dear ladies, my colleagues, you all are role models for your societies. I admire you all. And what are our conclusions from this conference? Women's role in politics, it's irreplaceable. Our society, it makes our societies much better, but it doesn't come for granted, and we must strive for it. What we need is education, networking, dedication, and, of course, courage to go into politics. Both women and men must work together and to strengthen each other and our societies. I wish success to all of us. And in politics, stay yourself. Be outspoken. Be brave to say no, and be even braver to say yes. And we draw inspiration from each other. And good luck to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have Lithuania or Luxembourg? Oh, okay. The delegation from Lithuania, please.
Good evening, everybody. Bonsoir for the French speakers. I'll be very brief. So, first of all, thank you, Iceland and WPM team, for the great event and all the work you did. And I want to thank all of you for the energy you brought here from all over the world. I really enjoyed that, and I really got inspired by you. So thank you for that. As our president yesterday, Dalia Grybauskaitė, indicated, next year in June, this summit will take place in Vilnius, Lithuania, in my hometown. So all of you are very welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania. I'm looking forward to, well, hosting you in my home country. So please plan your journey, and good luck in your work back home, making this planet a better place for women and girls. See you in June in Vilnius.
Thank you. Do we have Luxembourg? Luxembourg.
I'm convinced you know all Luxembourg as a small country, very famous on Europe level, but probably you don't know that Luxembourg has a long way to go for gender equality. But be assured that we won't wait 170 years to reach parity. We are very proud. We have created a ministry for gender equality on its own with a very, very passionate female minister. So we hope and we are convinced that the recently voted quota law will be a very efficient instrument, and I'm also convinced that if we all herein and all over the world serve as a good example, being a role model, many girls and women will be motivated by politics and other leadership positions. Yes, ladies, the political suit fits the women too. So give us all the chance to try it on. I will leave this great summit with a lot of business cards in my pocket, with a lot of links I've created on virtual and real life, and I look forward to cherish these new friendships, and maybe, and I hope so, that I will be very soon back on the next summit in Lithuania. By the way, you have a great cake. I enjoyed it. Thanks for the organization.
Thank you. Then we go to Madagascar. Do we have yes. After that, it would be probably Morocco.
Merci de me donner la parole. Honorable assistance, je citerai en particulier le bureau de WPL, que je remercie ici sincèrement d'avoir invité Madagascar. Je citerai aussi les postes présidentes de tous les pays qui sont présents ici et les postes premiers ministres. C'est la première fois de ma vie que je suis en contact rapproché d'autant de femmes chefs d'État et premiers ministres, et ça me fait vraiment quelque chose. Et j'espère que c'est le souhait de tout le monde que ce chiffre va augmenter dans le temps et dans l'espace. Je voudrais vous citer un proverbe malgache qui dit « Quand on a un cadet, on est exempté de transport de lourds fardeaux. Quand on a un aîné, on est exempté de porter la parole. » Et c'est dans cette optique que je prends la parole ici, parce que là, je suis une délégation, nous sommes une délégation de 2 personnes, et ma cadette, qui est la députée, voilà, la députée qui est notre ambassadrice de WPL à Madagascar, elle m'a demandé de prendre la parole, et c'est dans ce sens que je dis que voilà, je citerai quand même ce proverbe, parce que si on a vécu 2 jours intenses, il n'y a pas de mal à ce qu'on se connaisse les us et coutumes. Voilà, c'est dans cette optique. Voilà. Pour le cas de Madagascar, dans le cadre de l'égalité de genre, c'est à peu près comme dans tous les pays d'Afrique. Je ne vais pas entrer dans les détails, mais quand même, nous avons beaucoup de cadres juridiques, ne serait-ce que nous avons ratifié la CEDF, Convention de l'élimination de la discrimination de la femme. C'était déjà en 1989. Nous sommes en train de mettre en place cette égalité de genre. Ce n'est pas vraiment parfait, mais le gouvernement actuel et le président en exercice essaient de faire de son mieux. Malgré tout, nous voulons vraiment remercier les participants par les richesses intellectuelles que nous avons acquises ici. On a acquis beaucoup de choses, et je vais citer juste 2 exemples qui nous ont vraiment marqués. Cela a été répété par Madame Victoria de l'université de Harvard, Budson, je crois, excusez-moi si je me trompe sur le nom, qui a dit qu'il faut que les femmes soient solidaires. Et j'ai répété avec elle que je vais aider une femme, si j'ai le pouvoir, je vais faire profiter à la femme, et je ne vais jamais dire de mal d'une femme. Ça, nous avons bien retenu, ma collègue et moi, et ça nous a fait sourire, mais je pense que c'est le minimum de choses. Si on va ici, on va faire plusieurs kilomètres, et si on ne repart pas beaucoup de choses, oui, je crois que c'est très important. Et le deuxième, c'est pour terminer, ce qu'a dit notre présidente Victis, qui a dit que l'étude est très importante. Et je vais terminer mon intervention sur cette citation qui est très connue, que si on éduque un homme, on éduque un citoyen, mais si on éduque une femme, on éduque une nation. Honorable assistance, je vous remercie. Longue vie à WPL.
Thank you. Do we have Malta? Malaysia? Malaysia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm from Malaysia. Malaysia hopes to achieve the advanced nation status by 2020, which is 2 years from now. However, we have high accessibility for girls and women in terms of education, health, and also labor force. However, despite the fact that we are 60 years of independence, we have 60% of girls in the universities, and we have 30% legislation in our legislation, we are still lagging behind in terms of women participation in politics, which hardly surpassed 10% mark. So much so that before I leave for Iceland, I've just launched a More Women, Better Nation to advocate to accelerate more women in the state assemblies and the national assemblies. And at the party level, I try my very best to mainstream the women leaders to take up positions in power and authority so that they can influence in decision-making. Last but not least, I would like to congratulate WPL for this exciting and very inspiring and motivating summit. And of course, I enjoyed coming to Iceland, and I would like I was looking forward to meet up with Madam Vigdis, the first president in the world for the women, and also the other presidents and prime ministers of the world, female prime ministers of the world. And lastly, I would like to request Silvana, Hannah, if you could form a WPL at ASEAN or Southeast Asian level so that we can have the sharing and duplicate this at the ASEAN sector so that I can encourage more women to participate in politics, especially in my country. With that, all ladies and gentlemen, I believe we all can do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have Mauritius? Mauritius? Mexico? Or Mauritius?
السلام عليكم. أنا نائبة برلمانية مغربية عربية أمازيغية. We hope in the next summit there will be a translation into Arabic language, but I will speak English as much as I can. I would like to thank you to give me the opportunity to be among you. Taking into consideration that women constitute the half of population over the globe, we should work together to reach a world based on peace and justice, a world where the seed of development and happiness prevail without any discrimination based on sex, ethnicity, religion, culture, and others. Cooperation and solidarity requires putting an end to imperialism and exploitation of natural resources. We cannot stand in front of a rich north and a poor south. We need stronger unity. We should stay together. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Do we have a statement from Mexico? Moldova? Montenegro? Morocco? Yes, we do have Morocco. Oh, sorry. We are down to Namibia then. Do we have a statement from the delegation of Namibia? No? Yes, we do. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Linan Diripanampala. I'm from Namibia, a member of parliament. I'm with my staff, only two of us. I have a privilege to attend this very important gathering. Our country adopted a policy of 50-50 basis, where the ruling party have a zebra tail, women and men, according to the highest vote. The sitting parliament, we have 104 members, 46% of them are women. The Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister are women. The Deputy Speaker is a woman. A Chief Whip is a woman. The chairperson of the National Council is a woman. And this policy was adopted in 2013. And last week, the weekend, we have our 6th Congress of the ruling party, where we have the vice president of the party is a woman, and the secretary general of the party is a woman. In the Central Committee, we were having 6 women who were on the front of the getting more votes than men. I have a privilege of saying that because I'm a member of Women Caucus, a parliamentary committee in our parliament, that one I represent. I get a wisdom for information from you, what I would like to take back to the House to be the men and the women on the House. I would like to thank the Iceland people for their hospitality, and I thank you for all the sharing information. I thank you.
Thank you. Then we have New Zealand. Kiwis are on the way.
Good afternoon. My name's Barbara from New Zealand, and I would like to thank you in Iceland for your hospitality. It took me 5 flights and 42 hours to arrive here. From a small nation with a lot of coastline to a small nation with a lot of coastline, I found geysers and volcanoes exactly like we have at home, and I feel very much at home here, so thank you for your hospitality. I also want to say that gender balance is a journey. So we were the first country in the world to give women the vote in 1893, and it took us 40 years until 1933 to get our first woman elected into Parliament. And this year in the 2017 election, we have finally got to 38.4% of women in Parliament. So it has been a long journey, and it's something that we all have to stick to. I just want to leave you with a little message today. It's been lovely connecting with women from rural backgrounds. And as we go through the sustainability goals, agriculture and horticulture are coming under a lot of pressure environmentally, and all our environmentalists in our agricultural industries are working very hard. And I know that in many of your countries, the agriculturalists are women, often with small holding pieces of land, and I think we have to go to a great effort when we think about the amount of food waste in this world. Because as an agriculturalist, it feels like for every 3 steps we take forward, with 30% of the food thrown away, we take 1 step back. So please help us in saving the environment by limiting food waste. And I just want to say, with all the bad news in the world, when we get 400 women in a room from 100 countries, we can make it better, we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we move on to Nigeria, and after that, Norway. Delegation on Nigeria, please.
Good evening, wonderful ladies. My name is Honorable Ngozi Obiefule. I come from Nigeria. It's been a wonderful outing. But what comes to mind in the past 3 days, it appears we've forgotten that the hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. In all our networking, in all our campaigns, we've forgotten that we have the power to get gender equality from our homes. You train your son. I was brought up by a woman who taught me, my mother, that only difference is the sex organs, but the brain matter is superior. That my brain matter is superior to that of a man. And I grew up knowing that I can do what a man can do. So if the world can accept same-sex marriage, why is it difficult to accept gender equality? So in this frame, I believe we bring up our children right from the homes on how we want them to be as men in the future. We bring up our children, we bring up our boys to know that because they are boys does not make them superior to the daughters or to the sisters. And when we do that, I think this gender equality will become something feasible, something we can achieve in the shortest possible time. In Nigeria, we have a lot of problems. The men don't want to hear about gender equality. So we have to work from the home. In Nigeria, the only thing I have going for us is that we don't have disparity in wages. What a man earns is what a woman earns as far as you're the same level. But when it comes to property ownership, as I've learned, it's a different story altogether. We have wonderful laws I've heard across the continent, and yet it's difficult to implement these laws because of our cultural and religious beliefs. And I believe
Thank you.
Coming here has opened my eyes, and I've learned a lot of things from Rwanda, from Kenya, and from other sister countries, which I'm going to take home. I sponsored myself here. I'm the only Nigerian here, and I've had a wonderful time. So I want to thank the government of Iceland for making this summit a wonderful outing for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then we come to Norway.
Mr. Speaker, thank you all for inspiring days. In my country, in Norway, women and men have more or less equal levels of education. We have 41% women in parliament. We have a female prime minister, and women's participation in working life has increased dramatically since the 1960s. We're a rich oil and gas producing nation. But that's not our real national wealth. Our real national wealth is that women are able to work. And they do so because strong and brave women have fought for a policy to make that possible. But we cannot be satisfied with what we have achieved, because if we relax, we will take steps back for sure, and we have a lot to do. In my country, women's income are about 60% of men's. Women dominate the public sector, while you find a lot of men in the private sector. Pregnant women are still being discriminated, so we cannot rest. We still have to fight for our rights. I want to wish you all the best with the important work that you do in your countries. I've learned a lot from you, and I look forward to see you again. And finally, thank you, WPL. Thank you, Iceland, for hosting us. And at least, thank you, Vigdis, for being such an inspiration to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. We move on to Pakistan. And after Pakistan, it's Philippines.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I must congratulate Iceland and WPL for convening such a wonderful event. I consider myself a very bold and strong woman. But you know, in these 2 days, I've come to know that there are so many bold and powerful women who just change the course of not only their own lives, but of their countries. Ladies and gentlemen, women make family, and families make communities, and communities build nation. Therefore, core of any national development is women empowerment. Core has to be empowered, strengthened, and has to be healthy. No religion or civilized society teaches discrimination or suppression of any individual. We must confront the wrong interpretation of religion, social taboos, and cultural so-called values which discriminate and consider women as second citizens. In Pakistan, I know that Pakistan is a country who are facing so many challenges. We had a female prime minister back in 1980s, Speaker, National Assembly, Governor, you name any post, we had female there. But still it's a long way to go. Whether it's Thailand or Pakistan, we have to prove ourselves. We in Pakistan, now what we have done, that we have given representation to women even at a lower level in local bodies or even at Union Council. I believe that in 2 days we can learn from one another, and I also feel that though we have a different background, different religion, different challenges, but together we can make a difference. Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you very much. Do we have a statement from Panama? If not, we go on to Philippines.
Former President Bigdis, Mr. Speaker, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with a deep sense of pride that our delegation from the Philippine House of Representatives joins the distinguished ranks of women political leaders in this year's summit in this beautiful city of Reykjavik. As a show of great support to the women political leaders, the Philippine delegation has come in full force with a delegation of 14 members of our Congress. From the bottom of our hearts, we thank you, the government led by Mr. President Johansson, and the people of Iceland for the warmth and kindness. We also thank our host organization, the WPL, under the leadership of the dynamic, visionary women's advocate, Silvana Mehrin. Let's clap for her. And her WPL team for bringing us together to celebrate women and to provide a venue for us to share experiences and learn lessons on best practices to promote the empowerment of women and fight all forms of gender inequality. The Philippines has maintained its rank as the 7th most gender-equal country in the world, according to the Global Gender Gap Report of 2016, published by the World Economic Forum. While not yet at the top, like Iceland, the Philippines has nevertheless consistently been in the top 10 of the world's most gender-equal societies since 2006. Is in fact the highest rank among 144 countries in Asia-Pacific region. Despite these advances, there are remaining challenges. It is important to address the structural inequalities and gender-based discrimination. This is a work in progress, which includes the collective effort of all of us, the government, the civil society, business, and the international community. Finally, we applaud the combined efforts of the WPL Global Summit to provide the international platform for women leaders to craft sustainable and responsive measures that will help bring our parity aspiration to tangible outcomes. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to be part of this historical event. And I hope to see you in 2018. Indeed, we can do it. Thank you, mabuhay, maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Do we have a statement from Poland? Romania? Poland, okay. Floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and a pleasure for me to be here today, an ambassador from Poland to WPL. I'm the head of a Polish delegation consisting of 5 members of parliament. And let me explain, I am a senator and also Secretary of State in Poland. I'm in the Chancellery of the Prime Minister, and I'm responsible for international dialogue. I come from a country that is democratic. We have a democratically elected government. We have a female prime minister. I am one of her right hands, is to say. We have senators in the government. We have many MPs, and we have women in parliament in the lower house. We have women in local authorities. So briefly, we do not have gender issues. We have had the vote. Poland has had the vote for 99 years. It was one of the first countries to have the vote. This meeting has been an inspiration for me. I've been lucky enough to grow up in a country, in England, where again, gender equality was not an issue. I've spent 20 years in the United States, where gender equality is not an issue. This meeting is a revelation. Somebody asked me yesterday what I thought was the best thing out of this meeting. And the best thing for me out of this meeting were the people that I met here. I have particularly enjoyed listening to the women who come from countries, I won't say less privileged, less fortunate, but more challenged than myself. And I think it is from them that we can learn the determination. The lady from Ghana talked about Margaret Thatcher. I would say one of my hometowns is London. Lady Thatcher was certainly somebody to be admired. Yesterday, we met many women who were awarded yesterday at these events, and honestly, they are an example to us all. My message here is that we have to work together. It doesn't matter whether we come from more privileged countries or less privileged countries. We have to work together, and together we can be a force. So, to use the motto for this conference, we can certainly do it, and I give us all a big clap. Together, we can definitely do it. Thank you.
Thank you, and we move on to Romania. Is there a statement from Romania? Yes?
Hello, everyone. My name is Cosette Chichirou. I'm a member of the Romanian Parliament. I'm also a member of the Budget Committee because that's where the money is. And I'm the president of the Equal Opportunity Committee because that's where my heart is. We have a great delegation here from Romania, 7 strong, amazing women. And our #1 goal is to increase representation of women in parliament, government, and on boards of directors. Although we don't have a quota, and we're not sure we can have a quota in the near future, we will try to do 3 things to improve representation. First thing is getting women to trust other women. Remember, if all women voted for women, we would have 100% majority everywhere, because we are 51% of the world's population. A great woman was once asked, when will there be enough women? And she said, when there are 100%. And the reporter said, well, what do you mean? And she said, well, there's been 100% men forever, and nobody thought that was abnormal. And so once in a while, maybe it's nice to have 100%, but you know what? I'll settle for 50. The second thing we're going to try to do is get men to support women. The Romanian president supported in 2015 the He for She campaign. But that's not enough, because men can do more than verbally support women. They can appoint women to important posts. We saw Barack Obama appoint women to the Supreme Court. We saw Trudeau and Macron appoint women to their governments. We saw them form fair, balanced governments with 50% women on them. I want us, every time a new government is formed, to demand 50% representation for women. And the third thing we can do is to prepare ourselves for important posts. I wonder, who's the next woman in my own political party, not just in the country, but in my own political party, who can be not just health or education minister, but who's the next woman who can be finance minister, defense minister, energy minister, infrastructure minister? We can prepare for those posts, and we can promote women on those posts. And so I hope we come back here next year and the following years and report more women in important posts. That is my dream, and that is the dream that the Romanian delegation is sharing with you. Thank you, Iceland, for your hospitality and amazing food. And thanks to all of you, and good luck in your battles.
Thank you. Then we come to the delegation of Russia.
Dear colleagues, on behalf of the Russian delegation, I would like to say that we are very happy to be here, and we would like to thank the organizers of this wonderful forum and for such a hospitality that we met. Russia shares the approaches that demand greater equality and prerequisite for achieving sustainable social development, implementing the principles of democracy and protecting human rights. The gender equality implementation in our country is conducted based on recommendations of the UN Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. In practical terms, gender matters are included in all programs and concepts that are adopted. Russian women are focused on full employment and career growth, including birth and upbringing of children. In these circumstances, the priority of the state is to create the conditions for the optimal combination of the women's private and professional life. Continuing the realization of the motherhood and childhood protection programs and stimulating fertility, Russian authorities take measures to ensure women's empowerment in politics and economics. This is reflected among the other documents in the National Strategy for Women till the year 2025, adopted on the 8th of March of this year on the International Women's Day. Supporting the Institute of the Family with an emphasis on helping the poor families and assisting the young families is one of the priority areas of the Russian social policy. Prosperity and strength of the traditional family is considered as one of the main preconditions of the society's stability. An important part of the national mechanism for women empowerment in Russia is the Eurasian Women's Forum, headed by the chairperson of the Council of Federation, the upper chamber of the Russian Parliament, Mrs. Valentina Matvienko. The first Eurasian Forum that gathered more than 1,000 participants from 80 countries was held in 2015 and became the largest platform for development of cooperation, exchange of experience, mechanism, and best opportunities for women's empowerment. The forum demonstrated the readiness of women now to consolidate in solving world problems and the need for its holding on a permanent basis. On the 21st of September next year, the Council of Federation and the Interparliamentary Assembly of the state participants of the Commonwealth of Independent States will hold the second Eurasian Women's Forum in St. Petersburg. The program of this forum meets the current international agenda and festival UN agenda for sustainable development.
Thank you. Time is up.
Yes. So we invite you to take part in the second Eurasian Forum, which we are sure will strengthen international cooperation, communication, and partner development. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Do we have Rwanda? Yes, we do.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and pleasure to be here representing the President of the Republic of Rwanda, His Excellency Paul Kagame, renowned for his support and commitment for women's rights and empowerment. Allow me to take this opportunity to thank the leadership of Iceland and WPL to have organized such an important summit. I would like to emphasize that the government of Rwanda is much committed and will continue to advocate for gender equality, women's rights, and take the advantage of having 64% women in parliament, which makes us to be the first in the world. This is true because we believe in equality as a key driver for sustainable development. On this note, allow me to quote President Paul Kagame, I quote, Women and men are equal in terms of ability and dignity, and they should also be equal in terms of opportunity. As Rwandans, as a global community, we need every member of our society to use his or her talents to the fullest, end of quote. So we can do it. Before concluding, once again, allow me to invite you all in March in Kigali to the launch of WPL Africa office. We will be happy to receive you all as our special guest. Thank you very much. Murakoze cyane.
Thank you. And we go on to the delegation of Senegal. Do we have a statement from Senegal? No, doesn't look like it. Then it's Serbia.
Thank you, Mr. President, dear friends. Well, SDGs are a universal call for action to address urgent global challenges, and poverty, protect planet, ensure that everyone can enjoy peace and prosperity, and that's the reasons why we'll gather here. We can achieve those goals only united and equal in policy-making processes and also decisions implementations. We had the opportunity to discuss in those 3 days about very important issues, about further female emancipations and also empowerment in many areas. I want to emphasize one of the main topics we had the possibility to discuss. Promotion of digital technologies and ITC sector in line with SDGs plays a vital role in development cooperation policies, particularly in social and economic empowerment of women and girls in reducing poverty. With so many opportunities, digital era is a chance for women. It can contribute to financial empowerment and also independence and lead to decrease of the overall differences in salaries between genders. This is a sphere with a lot of perspectives because fourth digital revolution fundamentally changes our lives and changes the world. Recognizing the importance of the 2030 EU agenda, the government of the Republic of Serbia established the interministerial working group for implementation of this agenda. Following this in Serbian parliament last month, we formed the focus group, parliamentary group, which will follow up implementations SDGs in Serbia. I would like to use this minute to underline several forward steps we have made in Serbia in last year. From 2016, and I think that's very important, we started the process of gender responsible budgeting at the national level, and from this year, we will have it on local levels too. A special law on the prevention of domestic violence has been adopted, and some very important changes in criminal law has been made. And one more step forward in our Serbian political scene is that we have from June, first time in our history, the Prime Minister, Lady Prime Minister. And then in the end, because of the time, I want to thank Hannah, of course, and I want to thank you for your hospitality and opportunity to be with you. It was a pleasure to participate in this conference, and I hope that we will have opportunity also to participate in Lithuania next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we go on to Slovenia, followed by South Sudan. Slovenia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, dear friends, my name is Jasna Murgel, and as a member of the Slovenian Parliament, I'm happy and honored that the Slovene delegation is taking part in the annual Global Summit of the WPL for the first time. Slovenia is a good example of implementation of gender equality principle. Out of 90 members of the members of the National Assembly, 32 are women. This makes 35%. Slovenia has also adopted other laws and regulations to ensure equal treatment of women in the society. but of course, there is still lots of work to be done. This year, we have established a parliamentary club of women MPs. Its aim is to promote gender equality in politics. Its aim is also to foster cooperation of women MPs, regardless of their political affiliation. Also, its aim is to promote involvement of women, especially of young women, in the politics. After this summit, we are looking forward to cooperating with all the great women we have met here in the future. And also after this summit, we are even more convinced that we can, of course, do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have a statement from South Sudan? South Sudan is, no, not. Then it is Sweden. Do we have Sweden? Yes. Followed by Togo.
Thank you. Emilia Töyrä is my name. I'm a member of parliament in Sweden. There is a roar. It's mumbling, it's grumbling, it's stumbling, but it's roaring. We can feel it in our limbs. We can feel it in the way our mouths dry out. We can feel it with our previous feels, our previous senses, our current bodies. The words that were thrown out and the hands that touched where they had not been invited. We are roaring now. We are roaring, not to remember, but to remind. To remind ourselves that we felt it, that we understood the signals, that we know what they did. We understood that we should be silent. We have been silent. We have been silenced. But we roar now. We roar for those who lost their voice. We roar for those who never got to roar. We roar for those who shall never be silenced. We roar. Me too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have a statement from Togo?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Distingués délégués, Mesdames, Messieurs, la délégation togolaise félicite les organisateurs de ce forum pour leur disponibilité et la réussite de cette rencontre. Nous nous réjouissons d'avoir eu, grâce à ce forum, des occasions d'échange, de partage d'expériences et de création de réseaux. Nous avons retenu que la solidarité féminine fait tomber toutes les barrières. Le Togo, mon pays, fait des efforts pour implémenter les lois positives et combattre les coutumes défavorables aux femmes. À l'Assemblée nationale, nous sommes 17 femmes sur 91 députés. Un décret du chef de l'État accorde la parité aux femmes dans l'accès aux fonctions électives à partir des élections de 2018. Nous avançons, oui, nous avançons. Je remercie encore WPL pour cette initiative et je dis avec WPL, oui, nous le pouvons. Merci.
Thank you very much. Do we have a statement from Chad?
Merci. Madame, Messieurs, en vos rangs, grades et qualités, je vous salue. Je salue également l'hospitalité du peuple d'Islande, le gouvernement et le Parlement islandais. Et plus particulièrement, je salue le WPL d'avoir invité le Parlement du Tchad d'être présent à ce sommet. Vraiment, nous retenons toutes les bonnes expériences exprimées ici présentes de toutes les délégations. Et nous avons comme défi, nous partageons également les expériences des pays exprimées ici. Nous avons comme défi à relever, entre autres, d'abord l'éducation des femmes rurales. Et nous pensons que l'éducation est la solution pour lutter contre les pesanteurs socio-culturels dont le Tchad est victime. Et nous voulons également lutter contre le mariage des enfants, c'est-à-dire l'application de la loi 29 du 6 mars 2015 qui demeure encore inapplicable. Nous voulons aussi la mise en œuvre de la politique genre prônée par le gouvernement et qui n'est pas applicable. Et nous remercions beaucoup l'action, la volonté politique du chef de l'État, Idriss Déby Itno, et sa femme, Hind Déby Itno, qui nous soutiennent beaucoup, les femmes tchadiennes. Donc vraiment, nous saluons leur action et nous voulons que le gouvernement mette en œuvre toutes les décisions, les lois qui sont consacrées par la Constitution, qui n'est pas discriminatoire, mais leur application, leur mise en œuvre reste vraiment un long processus à faire. Donc vraiment, je remercie beaucoup l'auditoire et je remercie une fois de plus WPL. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a few speeches left, few statements and some written statements, but we will take a break now regarding that, and it gives me a great pleasure to invite on stage the brand new Prime Minister of Iceland, Katrín Jakobsdóttir, followed by Vigdís, and if Katrín, you would take a seat, and Hanna Birna, you are taking over.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, what an honor it gives me and a great pleasure to address Katrín Jakobsdóttir, that I usually call Kata, but I'm going to leave that aside for today, to address Katrín Jakobsdóttir for the first time as the Prime Minister of Iceland. Congratulations. And it gives me also, of course, a special pleasure to do that at a summit of 400 women political leaders from around the world, from around 100 countries. This is, of course, an extra pleasure. We have been talking about gender equality for the past 2 days, making sure that Iceland is known for that, and we added yet another big plus in our schedule for today. So thanks a lot for that, Katrín. It also, on a personal note, gives me an extra pleasure to do this here in Harpa, because if there is any sign of a good cooperation between myself and Katrín, this would be the impressive sign of that, the House. So thank you a lot for that. I know, and I know that I speak on behalf of every woman in Iceland, and almost all of the country, I'm sure, that Katrín will be an excellent Prime Minister. Not only is she clever, kind, and courageous, but she allows herself to be a woman in politics. She allows herself to do things differently, to have the courage to do it not like it has always been done, but the good and kind and nice way I know she will be doing it. She will be talking across party lines, and that is super important here in Iceland. And I wish her all my best. And we would love to be able to present you with an award. All the way from Brussels, we took like 15 awards because we were going to hand them over to the ladies that were here with us yesterday. the ones that have broken the glass ceiling in their countries. Prime ministers, presidents that have done that, and they are not many. They are only 7% in the world. But we took one extra in the luggage of Silvana Koch-Merin, the president of WPL, just in case. And what happened? In the end of our conference, we get the chance to present that award. So please give her a big round of applause.
Sisters, ladies, gentlemen, friends, I just wanted to give a warning to all those countries that expressed an interest in hosting a summit, because that's what's happening. If we are there with this incredible female energy, 48 hours later, a lady is the Prime Minister. So, I'm so happy that we are the venue, the place, and I think it's the best possible audience, really, for you to come just straight after you became the Prime Minister, and you see how enthusiastic everybody is, and we will, of course, keep that in mind for every other activity that we do together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Silvana. I have another special lady on stage. She spoke here yesterday. She has been with us for the whole time. She is has been with us working on this summit. She is, as you know, the main guest here and has been for the past 2 days. We have been learning constantly. We are proud and honored and really pleased to have Vigdís Finnbogadóttir here with us. And I know that she wants to say a few words for Katrín. So please.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a pleasure, Katrín, and thank you for coming immediately here after you have been nominated Prime Minister of Iceland. And I think that this is a marvelous coincidence that you have the opportunity to greet Mrs. Katrín Jakobsdóttir as a Prime Minister appointed today when you are leaving Iceland. Congratulations, Katrín. And would you please come here? I'm going to put on you the golden medal to invite you to join us in the Council of Women World Leaders.
Oh my God.
Thank you so much, Vigdís. Council of Women World Leaders was actually founded by Vigdís Finnbogadóttir and other leading ladies at that time, so it's really nice to have her with us here and to say these nice words. But Katrín, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Vigdís, it's such an honor to be here with you, as always. I was 4 years old when Vigdís was elected the President of Iceland, and she has been my role model ever since. She has been so important for all the women of Iceland to inspire us and to achieve greater things. And thank you so much for that, Vigdís. We are all so grateful to you. And I would also like to say to Hanna Birna, much too kind words, Hanna Birna, here before, but actually it was also such a great pleasure to work with Hanna Birna, then a mayor of Reykjavík, I then a Minister of Culture and Education in Iceland. to decide to finish this great building, which I think all Icelanders are pretty happy about now, but they weren't particularly happy about when we decided to finish it in the middle of the crisis. And it was a great thing to work with a woman who was ready to take unpopular decisions for the greater good of the Icelandic public. And thank you for that, Hanna Birna, and all our cooperation since. And then I would just like to say, this is of course a strange day for me. I came home, I have 3 sons, which I try to inspire with female energy all the time, because it's so important for boys to understand women and respect women. And my youngest one, who is 6 years old, he told me, well, today we were playing the Prime Minister game in school. Oh, great, I said. How does it work? Well, you know, the guy who has a mom who is a Prime Minister, he gets to be the Prime Minister in the game. And I thought, this is so important, because just having a president who is a woman, having a Prime Minister that's a woman, so it just becomes the norm and not something abnormal. That's so important for the younger generation. And it was also a very important thing for me when Jóhanna Sigurðardóttir was the first woman to lead the government in Iceland and was Iceland's first female prime minister. She was also an important role model for me, and I'm very grateful for her being a minister in her government at the time. So, thank you so much for this token of respect. I'm very happy, and I look forward to participate in this scene, and I do hope that we will meet again, and hopefully also here in Iceland. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your great reservation here. Thank you.
No. We were making a personal joke about whether or not she should stand here for the rest of the day, and I said, oh, haven't you got, does she really have anything else to do? I mean, isn't this the perfect location? And yeah? No, of course. Dear Katrín, thank you so much. All the best for the days and years and months and everything to come. Make sure you stay true to yourself. You will, of course, but please, the best of luck. And the world wishes you, I think, all the best as well.
Thank you.
Dear guests, we will then just follow our, we will finish our schedule and our agenda. We have few more countries to finalize declarations from, and then we will start with our great panel. We'll try and make this as short as possible. We are running a bit late on time, but things happen in politics and especially on the international scene, so thanks for the tolerance regarding that. Thank you, Vigdís.
Well, okay, then we go back to the exciting agenda of statements from national delegations. I have to take the liberty to say, while Katrín is leaving the room, that I think actually her achievement is bigger than it looks. It is very, very historic in Icelandic politics that the party she leads, actually my party as well, the party furthest to the left has now the Prime Minister in Iceland. She is, as she self mentioned, the second to become female Prime Minister ever in Iceland's history. And she is leading a three-party coalition from left to right, and she is just out of 3 weeks of hard negotiations with what? with, of course, 2 men. And she had the better of it, and she became the Prime Minister. So there's much to say about her. But then, back to the list, I believe we have Uganda next. A statement from Uganda? Do we have Uganda in the hall? Yes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Beatrice Rwachimari, Member of Parliament from Uganda, and we are only 2 delegates from Uganda, myself as a Member of Parliament, and my colleague James as Staff of Parliament. I would like to take this opportunity to thank WPL for this very exciting and enriching interaction. So many things have been talked about gender equality, and I would like to say that as Uganda, we are on track. And we derive this success from our constitution, which is the supreme law in Uganda, that provides for 1/3 of all elective and non-elective positions to women. And as I speak now, the Speaker of our Parliament is a woman. We also have affirmative action for women members. For example, we have got over 100 districts. These are administrative areas in our country, and each district must be represented by a woman. This position can never be competed with a man, and therefore, automatically, we have more than 100 women in Parliament. We also have affirmative action at higher level of education. For example, we have an extra point for all the girls that are joining university. And as we speak now, we have achieved almost 50-50 enrollment of girls into university in Uganda, and I think this will go a long way in ensuring achievement of gender equality in our country. Lastly, during my 2 days in this conference, I have observed a number of things. One, that we need to work together. Women from developing countries and those from developed countries need to work as a team. As you know, together everyone achieves more. Secondly, we need political commitment in whatever we are doing to ensure that we achieve gender equality. Without political commitment, I am afraid we may not achieve a lot. And we have witnessed this from my neighbor Rwanda and many other countries where the presidents, where the ministers have come out clear and loud to support gender equality programs.
Thank you.
Lastly, I think we need involvement of men at all levels if we are to succeed as women in achieving gender equality. I thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to hosting the same conference in Uganda in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we go on to Ukraine, followed by United Arab Emirates. Do we have the statement from Ukraine? Yes.
Dear all, I'm honored to be here and address such a distinguished audience. I'm not an official representative for Ukrainian delegation, so this is not a statement. I would like rather to share some thoughts with you, with my new friends that I met here today. The whole event was an inspiration, empowerment, and sometimes magic to me, like today's election of Prime Minister, such a coincidence, really inspiring. Everything that's been said during the summit is relevant for Ukraine. We have achievements, but we still have a lot of issues. Economical equality. Unlike Iceland, the gap between average salary men and women, 26.6%. In areas like finance and insurance, 50%. Other areas like culture and sport, 70%. So we have a lot to do. Political participation. There are only 12% women in the parliament. Maternity and childcare. We are #1 in Europe in terms of number of mothers who died giving birth. But this is not the biggest challenge. The biggest challenge for Ukraine is the peace issue. We are in a conflict. We are struggling for our sovereignty. And we are here, women of Ukraine, with a message of peace and reconciliation. Peace and reconciliation for Ukrainian society, for Ukraine, and for the whole world. Let us create platforms of negotiation, platforms of dialogue, not the battlefields. Let us be united in this task. Let me finalize by saying thank you. Thank you to WPL, to our dearest hosts, to all the participants for the knowledge, for new approaches, for new ideas I received and my colleagues received here today and during this summit. Thank you for the inspiration and empowerment. I feel inspired. I'm gonna take this luggage, this beautiful inspirement back to Ukraine, share with all of my colleagues in the parliament, and next time there are gonna be many here. We can do it. Let's do it together. Thank you.
Thank you. And then it's United Arab Emirates. The floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies, distinguished guests. My name is Ali Al-Jatham. I'm the member of the Federal National Council in the UAE. On behalf of FNC Speaker, Her Excellency Dr. Amal Al-Gubesi, who is the first Arab lady to head a parliament in the Arab world, and the members of the FNCs, I would like to express my sincere appreciation for the beloved country of Iceland, its president, speakers of the parliament, the president of WPL, and all the organizers of this great summit. We learned and enjoyed the panels and the policy-focused discussions. I want to emphasize in this summit that we should aim to be among the top when it comes to women empowerment. His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President and Prime Minister of the UAE and ruler of Dubai, said, and I quote, "We don't only empower women, but we empower the whole community through women." Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to end my statement by saying, we women are partners in development. We are generation makers. We are the mothers, and we are the pride of the nation. Shukran. Thank you. Merci. Tekfirer.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry to say, I skipped reading up Tunisia. It was not intentional by any means. Do we have Tunisia? Are you ready with your statement? Please.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je pense que l'élection du Premier ministre, Katrina, est le couronnement de notre combat. Donc je la félicite. Je trouve que c'est un bon présage montrant que oui, nous pouvons et nous arriverons. Je suis Lilia de Tunisie, du Parlement tunisien. Je suis présidente du groupe parlementaire de mon parti et je représente aujourd'hui mon pays et j'en suis fière. Merci pour Women Parliament d'avoir organisé ce sommet. Merci pour toute l'organisation. Et je souhaiterais bien que dans les prochains sommets, qu'il y ait une traduction en arabe pour faciliter la compréhension aux délégations arabes. Merci de considérer notre petite remarque. Merci pour le partage. Merci pour le partage de moments qui étaient forts en émotion, forts en contact, forts en échange. Et particulièrement notre danse d'hier. Elle était magnifique, cette danse du monde. L'éducation. L'éducation doit être notre objectif. L'éducation des femmes rurales doit être une priorité. L'accès à l'information et aux nouvelles technologies, un défi à fixer et à remporter si on veut arriver à la parité et si on veut que le gap ne devienne pas de plus en plus important. Femmes du monde, unissons-nous. C'est mon vœu le plus cher. Solidaires, nous serons. Solidaires, nous serons encore plus fortes. Notre force permettra de faire soulever les montagnes. Ces montagnes qui cachent un horizon et un soleil très radieux pour nos filles. En Tunisie, beaucoup de choses ont été faites. Beaucoup de lois ont été établies, telles que la parité au Parlement. Donc au Parlement, dans les élections, nous avons les élections législatives, nous avons la parité, ce qui a quand même donné 35% de femmes parlementaires au Parlement. Pour les municipales, nous allons avoir la parité horizontale et verticale.
Thank you. Time.
Nous espérons encore avancer, mais je pense que le plus dur reste à faire. Le plus dur, c'est une question de mentalité et de pratique. Les lois, c'est bien, les pratiques, c'est encore mieux. Merci à vous et à la prochaine.
Thank you very much. United Kingdom? No. And we go to a statement from the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. It's a real honor to be here among you. I am the Minister for Equality from the Government of Gibraltar, and I am so motivated and inspired to be in a room, in an organization with so many leaders. I'm particularly inspired after having seen Iceland's Prime Minister. I think that it's a remarkable achievement that we've been able to meet her just a few moments ago. And I'd really like to thank everybody for the organization and the hospitality that you have shown. It's absolutely marvelous to be here. You are, of course, one of the world leaders in gender equality. I am here because I sit on a committee of Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians, and that is part of the CPA, the Commonwealth Parliament Association. The CPA has 9 regions, and I sit on a steering committee of my region, which is the British and Mediterranean Islands region. So essentially what we have is a strategic document that is, has been developed by the national CPA, and we launched that at the plenary session in Dakar 2 weeks ago. And then we have a further tier, a smaller tier, a regional tier, which then influences what we do in our parliaments. And what we try to do is have a strategic focus with strategic priorities, both at an international level and a national level. And then we deliver them as parliamentarians in our parliament. Essentially, the fundamental strategic objective of the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians is that we support women in parliament, both as women and as decision makers. And the importance of that as a network, as indeed this is as a network, is that we can all benefit from each other, sharing best practice, and of course, networking. But overall, and the fundamental message is that while our networks are important, and not only for us, but also to show visibly that we are here and show our presence as women and as political decision makers, It's about making sure that when we have the opportunity to do so, that we lead and that we lead with action. But once again, thank you so much for such a motivating and inspirational room. I am the only woman in my government. To be able to share this experience with so many peers is absolutely marvelous, and I am really, really motivated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, believe it or not, I think that was our last speaker. So thank you very much for your cooperation and for having almost always stayed within the time limits. I must admit I was a bit soft sometimes on the 2 minutes, and I'm much tougher in our national parliament. But there, of course, I have a big hammer which I can use, so that's a bit of a difference. Thank you very much. I will leave the stage now and see you again when we close the conference.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we will now welcome a new panel that will speak about the ambition we need to cultivate in order to continue empowering women and being ambitious about the right topics. So now we will have Violeta Bulc, EU Commissioner for Transport, Aminata Touré, former Prime Minister of Senegal and WPL Award winner this morning. And we will have the Minister of Social Affairs and Equality of Iceland, who is one of our great heroes in Belgium because of his work on pay gap. This panel will be moderated by Andrea Dudik. She was very excited to do so. So please welcome on stage.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you're still in great spirits and that you're ready to witness this amazing panel. Since the introduction has been made, I think we can get straight to the point, especially as the Commissioner is pressed for time. But first of all, I would like for you all to give a big applause to the Commissioner, to the former Prime Minister and the outgoing Minister, who's very brave to be with us here today, and thank you for showing up on this hard day for you. But what we've been talking about in the last few days has been very inspiring. We've talked a lot about how we can do it, but let's admit it to ourselves, there are days when it's not so easy, when doing it is difficult, hard. And I have these great speakers here who maybe would be willing to share with us how they do it, how they get going every day, facing the criticism, the opposition, the negative energy sometimes that they're facing. So maybe, Commissioner, you can maybe start and share your experience with this.
Thank you very much for giving me a chance to be part of this really exciting conference. And before we came on stage, we said, what should we talk about that people will stop looking at their phones and they will stop talking to their neighbors and they will actually try to engage in the conversation with us. But with hearing all these inspirational stories, it's really a tough task to do so. But when I was asked what gets me going is all my life, it's the desire and the need to do interesting things and to really, at the same time, serve the society. Sometimes it's even hard to say these big words, but that's been my life.
What is your remedy for when you're pressed in a situation like when you were trying to become the Commissioner, you were questioned and you were facing all these negative vibes? How did you face that?
Well, I think in a way that I never wanted to be a politician. I never asked for the commissioner's position. But even in my previous jobs, I always took an opportunity that life provided. So this would be a big invitation to all of you. Don't hold back when the opportunity presents itself. I was an engineer, then I was an entrepreneur, and of course, the life provided an opportunity to become a politician, and I felt that that's my next important step that I can do. And I'm glad to be that. I love my job. It's being a commissioner for transport in the beginning of the 21st century is something most exciting you can imagine, because so much is changing in transport and so many new technologies are emerging, and you could really see the history in happening, basically, this shift. And so who could really dream about something like that and really understand that this is an opportunity? But if I can just say that besides just seizing the moment, what helped me to seize those moments is that I was always eager to learn. I also used every single opportunity to learn, from craftsmen to high science to math to cooking, whatever offered a little bit of an excitement and an insight into something new and fresh. So this is something I would certainly invite you to allow yourself to be excited by. And then when you have all this insight yourself, I think that when opportunity appears, you can first recognize it. And the second important step is that you seize it and you try to make the best out of it.
Aminata, how about you? You're the country's fierce anti-corruption fighter. So how did you?
Well, I was the third child to begin with. And if you grow up in a large family, when you come third, well, you have to, to do something to be noticed. So that was a great position because, you have to manage by yourself, and you. But definitely, one of the great asset I had was to be supported by my father. He had 6 daughters and 2 boys. So he was a gender activist before now, and he saw a great opportunity to reinforce his girls, and then you take it from there. So I was very, very happy to see the gathering of young ladies this morning, because that's very much at that age that you build this self-confidence that you carry on throughout your life. Politics, I always liked politics. Studied in the classroom because I sort of saw that it's better to lead than be led. So I prefer that position of leading, although it comes with a lot of inconveniences. So I applied to be the delegate of my classroom. I went into student unions. And of course, I was saying, well, if I lead, then I can influence. And then I started politics very, very early as a student, and in the extreme left, and then slowly drifting to the center. And then in 2012, I was appointed Minister of Justice. That was interesting because one of the promises of my candidate, because I led the campaign of the candidate that became the president, one of the engagement and the commitment was to fight corruption. One thing I didn't expect was that my former husband was the leader of the opposition.
Oh.
So that one I didn't expect. So I find myself prosecuting people from his party with a child in the middle. So you have to be, tough. You have to hold your ground, and it doesn't come easy, of course.
How exactly did you do that?
Well, the way to do it is to look into the bigger scale of things and not sort of seeing yourself as a person, which is easy to say, because in the morning when you see the headlines, that's very much your photo and nobody else that is there, and you have to handle that. But you have the feeling maybe that you build your confidence thinking that you're working for the people. That's a grand word, but when you meet in the street regular people who sort of are you know, supporting you, it also feels good. So you can balance that. The negativeness of politics can be handled when you look at a grander scheme of things, when you relate to regular people who every day go about their jobs, etc. When you relate also to young people, they've been my best allies, actually, and then that keeps you going. And what I would recommend to those who want to be involved in politics at the early age or who are already is to have a very thick skin. Because whatever can be forgiven to men will never be forgiven for women. Going from your dress to your hairdo and everything, and the regular stereotyping of women, it just gets bigger when you are into politics because you are in the public eyes. So you have to be sure. I like the recommendation that was made to the new Prime Minister to remain being herself. I think that's the most difficult piece when you are into politics, because you're also following the voters and your rating, and sometimes you can get lost into the process.
Borstein, what was your recipe to face all of this? How did you face the pressure, and what was the difficult part of being a minister in a government of Iceland?
Well, actually being a minister for gender equality in Iceland is a great privilege, really. And I would have to say, I learned much more from it than I ever expected. It was much more different than I would have anticipated. Of course, I mean, I come from sort of the, we could say, the background or the privilege that men are afforded, really, still in our societies, even here in Iceland. And you get a better understanding of really the hard work that women have to go through to succeed in politics, being subjected to questions and criticisms that men would never be subjected to. And that is, I mean, even here in Iceland, still really astonishes me that we still have that culture. And what I really find, I mean, I am, and like Vigdís has pointed out, I mean, we are, men are brothers, they are husbands, they are fathers. I am a husband and the father of 3 brilliant young daughters. And what I find most encouraging and inspiring for myself into this field is they would never settle for anything less than absolute equality. They are between 13 and 20, and I just know they will go through life with the full aspirations of saying, we accept nothing less, never. And that is the way they should be, and that is what we should be aiming for here in Iceland. But we still, I mean, we have a long way to go, even though we rank #1. There are so many obstacles still to be overcome. We had a serious setback in the last parliamentary elections with the drop in women's representation in parliament. That's being positively offset by our new Prime Minister, and I'm really happy to see that. Our second woman Prime Minister in a time span of only 8 years. So that is a great positive. But we really need to be bold, we need to be brave, enter into new areas if we really want to reach full gender equality. And that is something we should all be striving for. What I find a little bit, I think we are entering, once we succeed like we have in Iceland, I find we feel sort of a second wave of resistance. When women become influential, when they come into power, they meet new obstacles. Men sometimes rise up against them, and men need to become involved with women in achieving gender equality. But we also need to take mind that very often you hear the, well, for example, when it comes to gender-based pay gap, well, you hear the explanation, well, men just ask more often for a pay rise. And yes, that is true. It is also true that they receive it more often than women when they ask. But we should also be wondering, we live in a male-dominated society, both in business and politics. And why should women accept men's rules in these fields? And we need to change the rules.
We've talked a lot about passing on information to the younger generation and leadership and empowerment of young leaders. When you were starting in the political arena, do you remember some of the first advice that you got, and was there some advice that like really stuck in your mind and you keep going back to that? Maybe you could share that with the audience here.
Well, to be honest with you, there was no time for any political advice. The way I belong to a very young party that came in power in Slovenia just 3 years ago, a little bit more than 3 years ago, from nothing. We formed a party as a consequence because the current government stepped down. And people started to encourage us, we were a group of friends, and they said, you have to go into politics, you have to go into politics. So we started a party really 5 weeks before the elections, and we won overwhelmingly 36%, which was the highest number ever anybody won in Slovenia in politics as a single party. So politics happened to us, at least to me, because I was a successful entrepreneur. And because we were really lacking people, we didn't have enough people to fill up the positions that we had an opportunity to fill in. So I said, okay, maybe it's time for me to enter the politics. So I quit my business, I closed the company, and everything had to happen in a couple of days. I became a minister, in 2 weeks deputy prime minister, and in 5 weeks European Commissioner for Transport. So you would say it's a vortex that happened. I didn't have time to think. I didn't have time to even ask anyone for advice. We were just trying to do the best we could with an open heart, open mind, and open hands, and really behave the way how we promise to people we will behave when we enter the election process, which means try to do the best we can. Of course, many mistakes will happen, not because of bad intentions, but just because of lack of experience. And I'm glad that under the leadership of this party, I mean, Slovenia is doing extremely well. We have 4.7% of growth. Our employment is coming down, getting close to 6%. Things are really improving. But the reason why I'm telling this story is because there was no time for advice. So I think the whole life somehow prepared me for that moment, and many of my friends. And this is something maybe you could take from that as well, that the whole life you're building up yourself, the whole life you're getting ready for the opportunity that might come. And it's not always the top position. Sometimes this opportunity is just to help somebody, to do a good project, to raise great kids. But sometimes life provides more. What a colleague said before is, it is no matter what you enter, you have to enter as yourself. With your character, with your beliefs, with your honesty in your heart, and with determination that drives you through life. I just love new things, I love being useful, and I love making money, and there's so many people that can spend it.
Your Excellency?
Yes, one question also I like maybe to share with our friends is, we have been talking about women empowerment, women in position, but what's the purpose that we are pursuing? Are we different in the way we do business? Are we different in the way we serve our people? Are we different in terms of generosity or not? Because sometimes, let me tell you, it's better to have a man. Because that's the purpose also that we need to carry. And maybe that's the question posed to the whole forum. Is any difference in the way women exercise leadership? I do think so. And that is something that we have to build. I do believe that we have a huge leadership crisis in this world of today. I said it in the small panel, small but big by the people who were there, but small in numbers, that we have to ask ourselves why things are the way they are now. Why, despite the fact that you would insult half of the humanity, women, you get elected. What is it that we are bearing with a new way of slavery and nobody speaks? That's my question, by the way, to my friends from the Arab region also, with what's happening in Libya, etc. So what is it that we sort of bear and accept the unacceptable in this day and age? So that is a question that we must carry every day. And what is it as women that we can do things differently so we can change the world? Because I do believe that we are where we are to change things. Otherwise, what's the point? If you have to do business as usual and then we remain in the same position. That's the very question that was asked when the gender parity law was voted in Senegal. As you said this morning, we are ranking 10th, very proudly. 48% of the parliament is made of women. But yet, it's a good thing. But my question to all these women parliamentarians and ministers was, are you going to change things for women, the rest of women? Women in the village, women in rural areas. And are you going to change things for the whole world? That's also the very question, because if we are just sitting there as ourselves, because it feels good to be a minister or prime minister, it's good for your ego. But definitely what I think is at the end of the process, when you finish, the question is, what have you done? And what can we do differently when we are women? The second thing, because before I pass the mic, is also the poor way, to my views, that we address some of the key issues, especially related to young people. And that's why I was very glad this morning to see this gathering of young ladies. In Senegal and in Africa, 70% of the population is below 35. Yet, we are not delivering to them. So, no surprise if down the road you expect extremism and violence. And so what is it as women leaders and politicians that we can do really to sort of empower young people, both girls and boys, by the way? As I said, if we make progress for girls, and then you have a large cohort of boys left behind. That's the case in many of the Caribbean countries, and where you have more girls in the universities and less boys, then you do have, gangs and violence and etc. So that is also something that we have to deal with. But definitely, my big question is, what do we make as difference as women leaders? Or do we exercise leadership the same ways men do? I don't think so. But that needs to be documented. We need to be supported, support each other. So we really exercise different leadership, because this world needs a different leadership.
Minister, what was the advice that you were given? Maybe something that's stuck in your mind.
Well, I mean, following up on that and your point, I mean, we all know diversity is always better. Our companies do better with diverse management when both men and women are involved. Our politics do better. Our societies do better. They are richer because of it. I mean, gender equality is, of course, always first a matter of basic human rights. It's self-evident, or it should be. But if that for someone isn't enough, it's also just good sense. I mean, our economy is richer because of gender equality, because of labor participation by women, because of equal opportunities in the labor market, because of our striving for equal pay. And that is really important to keep in mind. I think advice, and I again looking a little bit from my own point of view, I think, and I firmly believe, men need to become more involved in the discussion on gender equality, and we need to look towards ourselves. What can we do? We can support women, we can listen better to women, but we also need to take responsibility for our own actions. And when we see the Me Too movement now, and the really horrible stories we're hearing both from politics, from the art scene, etc., about men's behavior towards women. And we have to acknowledge it's predominantly men's behavior towards women. And this is something we really need to fight together. And men need to really stand up and take responsibility. But in the end, we also need to keep in mind, there is nothing self-evident in gender equality. Iceland's success is based on hard work. Over the past 3 or 4 decades, there has been tremendous amount of work done. We have had to fight for every step of the way, and we need to take mind, we need to walk the talk, we can say. So.
We're getting a little bit pressed by time here because the commissioner needs to be somewhere else very quickly. But it would be great if the last question I have for all 3 of you is, with this amazing crowd of women and men who have gathered in Iceland, if you could give them one advice to take home, sort of one homework in the next near future, not like a long-term goal that will need a lot of changes, but like what would be the first thing that you think they should keep in mind and take away from this conference?
We need to be strategic. We need to strategize. We need to build a coalition. We cannot do it all by ourselves. We need to identify it very clearly within our environment and society who and which are the positive forces we can link up with. One simple example. In my part of the world, religious leaders are very powerful. They can influence a lot. But you have very progressive among them. Why don't we build a coalition with them? Why don't we build a coalition with male-dominated institutions in the sports? Let's use football stars. Let's work with the media. So we need really to build strong coalition for our cause, but also we need to have a strategic partnership with young people. Because you put young people and women, it's 70% of the vote. Who would resist that?
Well, the way how I believe we can change the world is, I would use a slightly different word, but very close to what my colleague said, engage. I use participatory models at every step. I try to build coalitions, invite people, that they generate ideas, that they get empowered by their own ideas, and hold space where this can then be manifested, transformed into action plans. So really understand that the power doesn't come from the top. The power comes from within. And networks, ecosystems, engagement of different structures, this diversity that really generates incredible solutions is something that is screaming for a chance to be embraced in the society. So if you can do that at home, try to give the good ideas, people who have positive intention, who want to make a change, give them a chance to work with you. Invite them into either your projects or support their projects, and build this positive spirit in the society that everybody can get a chance to really get engaged and contribute. I do believe personally that everyone is born with an important mission in this life. And somehow we should give each other a chance to manifest this mission. So many times the energy for this manifestation gets lost in pain, in negative emotions, in shame, in abuse. And if we could just really create a positive environment, there won't be a space for this. It's a law of physics. There only one thing can be in the same place at the same time. So I believe that this is our internal power, and women traditionally we had more chance to, because of the nature, how we are, who we are, to recognize that in ourselves maybe faster than the male partners can. And let's give them a chance. And I'm very much in favor of that, that we engage together. Let me just finish with just one information. I lead the transport in the European Union, where we have a serious challenge with women participation. Only 23% of all women, of all employed population are women. So just this week we launched Women in Transport platform, where we try now to bring all good positive stories and encourage young women that, to show them that there is a place for them in transport as well, especially in the digital age. So try to really encourage this cooperation. But I constantly invite my my male friends at the table, and I say, look, let's build together a very good system, inclusive system, because this gender equality in a couple of years you will need as well. So let's do it together now, that it will be already ready when you need it as a tool. Thank you.
Well, my advice would be short, aside from everything else that could be said, but get men involved. Get men to understand that gender equality is not a threat to them, It's the greatest opportunity we have. It's a greater society, a richer society that we create together by getting men involved into gender equality. And I think that is something we really need to put focus on.
Thank you very much, distinguished guests, and thank you. You were a great audience. Thank you. Big applause to everybody. Thank you.
So we have been lucky to have all these change makers, including male change makers. So please continue the good work. We will just imitate you in Belgium. Now we'll go to the closing remarks, and don't worry, after that we'll have dinner, and dinner will find place here, where we just had a coffee break. Regarding the closing remarks and call to action, very important at the end of this day, I first call Hannah Birna Kirstiandotir, chair of the Executive Board of Women Political Leaders, to come on stage. And please give her a warm applause because she contributes every day to the hard work of EPL and for us to be here.
Thank you, Asita. Dear guests, just a quick, boring note, as they say before I say my thank you. There is no dinner, dear. There is only drinks before we leave. So you can still go home and cook your meal if you live here in Iceland. Otherwise, you will have to take care of yourself. But dear guests, on behalf of WPL, I want to thank you so much for being here in Iceland. It's been a great honor. We know that we're losing a lot of our crowd now, but of course these have been great days, long days, and we know that some of you have, of course, to move home to your countries. So we are honored and pleased that you spend all this time here, and this was a really great gathering, I think. I would also like to thank really Mother Nature, because before we held this meeting here, I cannot count the message I got from Silvana Koch-Merin about whether or not everything was okay in Iceland. She was reading news about something shaking in the earth and our mountains and stuff like that. But Mother Nature was kind, but of course the political earthquakes were few, and you experienced one today. So instead of that happening with Mother Nature, we did it through politics, which was way better for our foreign guests. So thank you for that, Mother Nature. We have witnessed at this summit great voices from all around the world about gender equality. We have learned a lot, and I am not going to, since I know that there is some refreshments down in the hall, I'm not going to sort of stretch this and tell you about everything. I found everything really, really super impressive and nice, and I learned a lot from all these great women and also the great men that were here. I'm really proud that we managed to do something regarding the Me Too movement. I'm also super proud of everything that happened here for Girl to Leaders, which is something that we will build on, and we have our call for action on that. And please, dear ladies, because when things sort of slows down for us, we will sort of call it a day and look back on our career. Nothing will please us more than having had something to say about a girl or a woman taking her first step into politics or into doing things she loves doing. This is why Vigdís can be super proud of her past, and I'm sure that that makes her happy every day to know that she has had an influence for girls and for even boys all around this country and all around the world. So please make sure that we stay with that and look at our call for action and the way we want to help girls. In my final remarks, I would like to make a special thanks to our partners, to the Parliament of Iceland and to the Government of Iceland. It's been an honor to work with them all. They have seriously donated much of their time and effort to make this happen. It would not have happened without the government or the Parliament of Iceland. No way would it happen. So thanks to Steingrímur J. Sigfússon and his people, and thanks to Unnur Brá that cannot be with us here today, and to all the ministers in the government of Iceland and all the people that have made this happen. Special and extra thanks again to Vigdís Finnbogadóttir, who, let me tell you, when I approached her a year ago, I said, "Dear Vigdís, if I were to approach you and ask you if you would assist me in making sure," I only said, "Sorry, Vigdís, that there would be 200 women from around the world, and they were then 400. Would you assist us on this?" And Vigdís said, "No problem, Hannah. Just tell me what to do and I will be there." And ever since that, we spoke that night, this has been a continuous cooperation. And I, of course, knew that she was my biggest hero, but even more after these months that we have been working together. Thank you, Vigdís. I also want to thank the steering committee that has been working on this in Iceland relentlessly for 6 months. I want to thank our CP people that has done, the reason why this all looks gorgeous and great is because of CP Reykjavik. I want to thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs that has assisted tremendously. The police of Iceland, we are not very many. We don't have these big security matters that you have in your country, so they have been a great source of help. And last but not least, our partners from Iceland. We had to reach out to partners, public and private, and they all have made this possible as well. So big thanks to them. Give them a hand of applause. I hope I'm not forgetting anybody, but let me just say before I ask you to welcome on stage for one round of applause the WPL team that has been working days or months on end in making this happen. They stay in Brussels most of the time. I'm here in Iceland, so we try and make this happen via Skype or some of the digital ways. Before that, I would like a special thanks to Silvana Koch-Merin. She is the founder and she is the heart of WPL. This is what she does all the time, every day, on and on and on. She is the reason why this has amounted to what it is, the only reason, really. The rest of us take the glory from time to time, but the honor is all hers. Thank you, Silvana. And let me then call on stage, I know not everybody is still in the room, but please give a round of applause for the people that have been working day and night, the team of WPL, Rick, our CEO, and his team, please. Yeah. They are super clever, and they thrive for gender equality all the day. Please, give them a round of applause. And we are missing Sissy. She is our connecting person here in Iceland. She's somewhere running around as usually. I know you thought there would be 50 because they've done things so great, but this is the team. Thank you so much.
Okay. So keep smiling. Keep smiling for your picture, no problem. So I made a mistake. There is no dinner but a reception. But trust me, as someone who loves to eat and who has eaten to so many places in Reykjavik, I know where the best lobster soup is. It's 600 meters from here in a place called Sagrefin. You know it? It's true, all right? So just feel free to ask me or other people where to eat. I would like to invite our second speaker for the closing remarks. That's Laura Liswood, Secretary General of CWWL, a partner of WPL for this summit.
Thank you very much. It's been a great pleasure for the Council of Women World Leaders to be in collaboration with women political leaders. And thank you, women political leaders. And thank you to the council members who came to join us here. We started with 66 members, council members. We're leaving with 67, which is an accomplishment for us, yes. we've had a grand tour de monde here in these last couple of days across many subjects. If you look at the agenda, leadership, trade, peace, security, labor markets, laws, skills, capacity building, health, education, and many other topics. But I'd like to just give you some of my own overarching observations. First is that women are great at multitasking and great at thinking multi-sector, across sectors and disciplines, and understanding how each one of these topics affects other topics for women. Environment counts. We're here in Iceland, who has basically normalized gender equality. So we don't need to take any time, any energy to justify gender equality, because it's already here. So environment counts. The presence of women in power, the ability to share experiences, the comfort of knowing that others have gone through some of the same experiences that you have gone through. And it's not a problem with you, it's something that you're experiencing in your society. I think that this kind of event creates great comfort to understanding that. Also that women and men live different lives, and we have different windows in which we live those lives. It's also an observation that we are able to sort of understand the implications of women at the top and women at the grassroots. The Filipino women have a wonderful saying. They say, to cook rice cakes, you need heat at the top and heat at the bottom. Yeah. And so we're able to understand that. We can't have just one or the other. We need to integrate them both. I think partially as we stand here and as we leave, is the real question is to how do we use both our individual power and our collective power? How do we find the circuit breakers, I call them, to help create the kind of rapid change that we're looking for? And as I mentioned before, I believe that change goes from the unthinkable to the impossible to the inevitable. And I love this phrase, women are like snowflakes. One alone may melt, but together we can stop traffic. So how do we use our collective power to create the ability to hurry history, as I like to say? And then how do we move other people? I used to be involved in a profession that had to do a lot of crowd management, had to crowd control. And one of the things that we learned was that you can only move a crowd peacefully, one step at a time. That's how you move a crowd peacefully. So we have to ask ourselves, what one step might we come away from this engagement, from this summit? We might think about, is there one woman we can help bring along to share, to learn from us and to come into power? Is there one man we can speak to, share our window of experiences, help him understand the importance of this? Can we borrow best practices graciously so that we don't have to keep reinventing the wheel? And can we respectfully give credit to others who have those kinds of best practices? And for me, I'll leave it with this. There's an image that I like, and it comes from Václav Havel. And he talks about the myth of Sisyphus. Now, some of you may know the myth of Sisyphus is a man who has to push a boulder, a rock, up to the hill and then watch it roll back down. And he pushes the boulder up the hill and watches it roll back down. And that's his purpose in life, pushing that boulder up the hill and watching it roll back down. But Václav Havel said, imagine if one fine day Sisyphus pushed his boulder up to the top of the hill and it failed to roll back down. It'd be a Sisyphus mentally unprepared for the possibility that his efforts might succeed. A Sisyphus who had lost his old purpose and hadn't yet developed a new one. Well, I think as women, we've been pushing that darn rock up the hill and watching it roll back down. But I think now, right now, as I look around all the powerful women in this room, that we've pushed that boulder up the hill and it's resting on the top of the hill. And now it's our time to create a new purpose, to create our vision of how we want the world to be, to take our rightful place equally alongside men to help create a better world, and to embrace our vision of how we want to see our lives and other people's lives be with gender equality. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker will be, I will try to pronounce your name. Please don't be angry if I make a mistake. It's Steingrimur Sigfusson. Please come on stage. Did I do that almost well? Yeah? Okay. Thank you very much.
This was excellent, excellent. Well, what a week here in Iceland. Having this tremendous event, which would have been more than enough to fill a week with exciting moments. But we added a change of government, and the week is not over yet. Tomorrow we have 1st of December, which is where we celebrate Iceland's independence, 99 years of independence, coming up to the 100 years anniversary next year. And there is yet another very important event tomorrow in the Kremlin. They will draw into groups in World Soccer Championships. Yeah, where Iceland is participating for first time, and the smallest country ever to reach that level in international soccer. So what will happen on Saturday, I'm not quite sure yet, but, well, maybe a volcanic eruption, as we have no less than 5 of Iceland's major volcanoes heating up, including the biggest one, and second biggest volcano in Europe, Öræfajökull, after Etna in Sicily. And that one has been quiet for hundreds of years, but now it's woken up. So let's wait and see what happens. It's been a pleasure to host this or co-host this great event. The participation and cooperation has been excellent with you, your organization, between the Parliament of Iceland government and our partners. And Hanna Birna has gone over all that, so I will not take more time to repeat that. We are delighted that this has been a success, and I would like to announce that we are already discussing the possibility of making this an annual event in Iceland. No decision has been taken, but we are prepared to go into dialogue with your organization and our partners to see if that's a good idea. And I, for one, in my capacity as Speaker of Parliament, will support that wholeheartedly. I also had the pleasure of receiving a lot of visits and guests to the Parliament building, including the Girls to Leader group at lunch, which was very, very good, a tremendous audience, and I value very much that part of the program. Now I have the pleasure to finally invite you to a reception outside. Some of you have maybe already there, but anyway, at the courtesy of Alþingi, the Parliament of Iceland, I invite you to join me out in the hall for some refreshments. And then there's nothing left but to wish you a safe trip home and a happy return, and hope to see you soon. And thank you for coming to Iceland. Thank you.